What's
What
up?
it is, ladies and gentlemen, Prophet and Paradox, episode 746.
Okay.
Today we're watching to find out who wins American Idol.
That'd be so funny if you and I just watched American Idol for the next hour. Just didn't pay attention to the election.
Like no context? Yeah, that would be pretty good.
That's it. It's like, gotcha, guys. We're not, because fuck this election.
What would you do if you woke up tomorrow and Taylor Swift was the president?
That's such that's such a wild ball question. I think we'd all have to buy her concert tickets.
No,
and
that's
find
not
out what's actually going on.
It's not constitutional. Thou shalt not mandate concert ticket purchases. It's in the book. It's in the thing. Look it up.
All right.
It's in the Constitution. It's the 5th commandment in the Constitution is what it is. Oh, God. What is going on, lady? Yeah. They actually predicted Taylor Swift in the Constitution, and they said she could never mandate sale of her concert tickets. It's there.
Yep. That happened.
So, what's going on, man?
I
don't know. Here's the thing. Do you have
It's been so fucking long coming. Holy Jesus Christ. This feels like the longest election season ever.
That's what she said. Yeah, it has. Probably because we've talked about it a lot. That may have something to do with it.
That might be it. That might be part of it.
Honest question. Do you have a prediction? Like an actual honest prediction?
Dude, who the fuck knows? My gut tells me, my gut feels like Trump is going to win. Now,
okay.
I feel, but I don't know if that's just because my whole news feed is filled with real estate Trump people. I can't tell. I'm not sure if just my view. I feel like most people I see on my social media, because I follow almost all real estate people, right?
Okay.
And they're all entrepreneurs and stuff. So vastly favors Trump, right? I think everyone who I follow who is in real estate and is voting for Kamala just go vote in general. I don't think any of them were pro. I think they were just we don't talk about politics. We're business people, because they all know everyone that's watching them wants Trump to win. Well, I'm just seeing Grant Cardone at a Trump rally hanging out, and doing a speech.
Honest question. If you would have gotten invited to a Trump rally by Trump himself and Cardone, and
absolutely go, of course.
You would have gone? Do you think, okay, honest question, because I know you lied to me.
I wouldn't do it if you invited me, to be honest. If you were in Denver and you're bro, let's go to a Trump rally, see what it's like.
I'm down. Okay. Answer an honest question.
If I got invited by Trump, that'd be fucking crazy. I'd be hell
that would be crazy. That would be a W. Here, so answer me this honestly, right? You already lied to me, Jesus, and our podcast audience, because you said that you would seriously look into information and then you gave up. So I think here's what I think happened. I got no way to substantiate this. I'm guessing, and it's probably right because I'm a good guesser. In any case, so I'm guessing you were this is the story I'm playing out in my head, right? So here's what happened. You started going down a rabbit hole and you were looking this up and you were like, nah, I'm going to educate myself. I'm going to look into this and I'm going to find out if what Keanu's saying is true, because Keanu is not only attractive, but he presented an extremely valuable argument about the left's propensity for dishonesty and dismay. And then what you did is you found yourself in an existential crisis, right? And in that existential crisis, you were like, wait, what am I doing? Am I willing to have my mom and my sister and my dad not want to pass me the sweet potatoes at Thanksgiving, all because Keanu has a good beard? That's not right, right? Plus, I'm a really big fan of all the people on Diddy's list, so that's a whole thing. So
bro,
even though
list.
You're trying to get on Diddy's list, timing. I'm
trying to be famous enough.
Timing is not the best for that one. But here's the summary conclusion. I think you were on the fence with considering. I think there were seeds of possibility, and then all of a sudden, cognitive dissonance stepped in and reared its ugly head, and you were like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Why am I going all the way out on the deep end to research stuff that doesn't like, I'm just going to do what I've always done. It's what my family does. It's familiar. It's what I know. I don't know that. That's unfamiliar. Nobody puts mayonnaise on peanut butter and jelly. Why am I going to start today? I'm voting for Harris. That's what I feel like happened. All of that, nothing left out.
What I felt like was exactly what you just said, where I just realized that I was considering whether mayonnaise on peanut butter and jelly is a good sandwich or not. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? There's no shot mayonnaise is a good fucking thing in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
So honestly, I did like, I'll
tell you what honestly happened. Do you want to know what honestly happened?
I do want to know what honestly happened.
Not fucking around. Here's what I thought, right? And this is just me being totally honest in like just truly being it. What I found where we left off in the immigration with the illegal immigrants was I was like, damn, if they can get social security numbers that can vote, there is like a serious hole there that the Democrats might be exploiting and they might be doing this, right? That would be like a really big hole. I couldn't find out. There were no resources I could find because there are certain ways that immigrants or people who are legal can get social security numbers. But based on the research I was seeing, they are not the same as our social security numbers. Like they won't register on a lot of things the same way that it'll register ours. Like, for instance, you can't necessarily buy a house with this type of social security number, right? Like the loan, like a mortgage will be like, no, this is the work social security number, right? And so I got to that point, and then I'm like, okay, now I have no fucking clue what I need to do is find an illegal immigrant with this goddamn like sort of social security number. See what happens if they register to vote. And I'm like, dude, I mean, I don't know any fucking illegal immigrants who have this like kind of like sort of social security number. And so at that point, I'm like, well, Keanu's theory might be true, maybe, but I'm pretty goddamn convinced Donald Trump tried to steal the last election, and so it's like, okay, since I can't really verify this. I like don't have a way to really actually know this, right? This isn't like something that can be researched. I actually need someone with this type of social security number. I'm like, look, maybe Keanu's right. Maybe he's just completely wrong. Like maybe none of these illegal immigrants can vote at all, right? I'm convinced that a lot of illegal immigrants came into the country over the Biden administration, way more than before. And I think it's bullshit. They're in hotels and all the stuff you were showing last time, right? But can they actually vote? I just don't know. I need like an illegal immigrant to have one of these kind of social security numbers and then try to register to vote and see what happens. That's kind of what I need.
In summary, here's my takeaway here. Okay, no way you didn't. And
I'm just more convinced that Trump tried to steal the last election is a threat to democracy. You have your theories about it being like just loopholes with lawyers or whatever. I am like 95% sure he just wanted to win the election, fuck the vote, right? And that's what he was doing. You and I can agree to disagree. I don't think we have to rehash that open again. But that's what happened, is that I couldn't verify whether an illegal immigrant actually is able to vote or not, right? Like we have videos of illegal immigrants saying they registered to vote, right? I've seen videos also of the people who like purge election rolls to make sure they're actual citizens, purging illegal immigrants off of election rolls, which you can argue, okay, is that the system working as it's supposed to? And then it's like, your theory is just a huge question mark for me, but I'm pretty fucking convinced of my theory that Trump did try to steal the last election. So with that being said, then I ended with like, yeah, so that's just where I'm at, right? Because I can't verify Keanu's theory, really. I just don't know.
Okay. So
that's what
so to translate, what I'm hearing is you had this girl that you've been dating for a while. Y'all are really into each other, right? You end up going through her phone and you see a bunch of videos of random dudes saying they had a great time with her last night. Cakes, fire, right?
What the fuck?
No, where this is so you saw this.
What kind of ridiculous analogy is this?
Okay, so you see these videos, right?
Analogy.
And
okay.
the reason why you saw the videos is because I just happened to be at a coffee shop in Denver, right? And I see some dude licking his lips like LL Cool J in the 90s, right? And he's in here in his phone and he's like recording, hey girl, had a great time with you last night, right? He's doing all of that. And then I noticed that the person he's messaging looks a lot like the girl you're dating. So I bring to you this evidence. Hey,
wait,
bro.
I gotta interrupt you. Breaking news.
Okay, wait. Did Bernie Sanders win?
That was literally the breaking news. That was the breaking news that I was gonna do. Yeah, he won.
Let's go.
With 18,000 votes, he fucking destroyed Malloy.
Crazy. Who's Malloy?
Who knows, dude? Probably an
illegal. He's the
immigrant.
guy that lost to Bernie. Look at that picture, though. That is literally the happiest kid on Christmas morning.
Dude, I have so much love for Bernie in my heart. That was the lost one for me. Dude.
He's the one that got away.
He was the one that got away. Like what's happening right now? Like going back to your analogy, is it's basically like I'm with this girl. She's
wait. I didn't finish my analogy, bro.
Okay, go on.
All right, hold on. So I see her, and I'm over here with my phone like this, like, yo, Jonah. You know what I mean? I got all these videos, and there's all these random dudes messaging somebody who looks an awful lot like your girl. I can't guarantee it's your girl, but we got the dude saying it. We got a person that looks like your girl. And so then you go to your girl's phone, and it just so happens you see videos that sound oddly similar to the videos that I'm describing. And so then you and I discuss this, and you're like, yo, bro, DQ, what do I do? What do I do, bro? Because this is really intriguing. Had you not brought this information to me, I wouldn't know what to believe. I would be completely oblivious. This is interesting. I'm going to look into it. I'm like, bet, look into it, because you're about to make big decisions in committing to this woman. And it's probably important that you know from it in advance whether or not this is the type of person you want to commit to, right? And so I'm like, bet, look into it. And then 2 weeks later, you come back to me. Honestly, bro, there was no proof. I saw videos that dudes said she had great cakes. And even though she does have great cakes, how do I know? I didn't actually catch them in the bed, right? And even if I caught him in the bed, I didn't do a DNA test to make sure that wasn't just like a doppelganger. So since it wasn't 100% true, and I really already am familiar with this person anyways, let me just stay with her because
bro, if you want to go with this analogy, like I'll go with your analogy. Okay. And continuing the analogy, you're like, bro, you should hook up with this girl. This should be your gal. You show me the other side. And she just has Pornhub videos. You're just showing me Pornhub videdes. That's literally how I would describe it. But she's just not. She's what is okay? Who's your story, sir? And literally, Trump has fucked porn stars before. So,
have you? Would you?
I haven't. My friend did. I thought it was so sick. I was like, "That's
like on camera or just like by happenstance."
He just found out she was a porn star, and I was like, "Wow."
After.
I
got a lot of inappropriate jokes. I'm gonna keep to myself.
Okay, should we actually get to the election now? Let's see if
let's get to the election. You guys heard.
So I have me and Jamarco were planning stuff. We got. I got a live. What is this one? Fox News.
Okay.
We got CNN.
Okay.
We got MSNBC.
You know
what else we need on here, but I got like 3 going right now. I'm trying to get as much biased news as possible.
I wouldn't mind doing the PBD podcast too, because I feel like they're going to have some really cool stuff. They got a cool live thing going on. I don't know if this is going to be good. I'll send a link in the private chat. Oh, yeah, you can just pull it up.
I could just look it up.
Do you turn your history off because you don't want to see what you're searching?
I don't know why that was off.
It's weird.
A lot of weird things are happening with my internet.
You got ads on your YouTube?
I don't know why. This literally happened 2 minutes ago. I don't know why I have ads right now.
Check and make sure that you're logged into the right account. Sometimes I randomly switch account. No, that's not it. That's your actual Google account. It's the bottom one. Yvonne makes this confusion regularly. Are you in the right account?
I am not.
There you go.
Wait, hold on.
Do you want to hide your passwords from the world? No? Okay. That's it. The world gets to know. This is his OnlyFans login, guys. FYI.
There we go. You didn't see shit.
I saw everything I needed to see. I'll tell you that.
Anything. These are my guys, by the way. Do you know who Destiny is? I'm kind of curious.
Like Destiny's Child?
No, like the streamer.
No.
It's where if you watch him, you'd be like, oh, so that's where Jonah gets most of his political views from.
That's unfortunate. From a guy named Destiny?
Yeah.
Wow. This makes a lot of sense. This is why your girl out here giving cake away for free and you still proposing.
Let's see.
Okay.
North Carolina got called?
North Carolina got called? No way.
That's what it looked like that on there.
No way, North Carolina. So let's go. It's crazy to me. Did you see the video I sent you how they refuse to remove him, Kennedy, from the ballot in certain states?
They refused to?
Yeah, he sued. So when he tried to get on the ballot in certain states, they sued him so he wouldn't get on the ballot. He finally got on the ballot. When he tried to get off, they sued him to not let him off. And he said, "This is literally." He said in the thing I sent today. He was on an interview. He was like, "It's election interference because they only want me to stay on in swing states so that way I pick up that gap of the vote."
Well, I don't know. I don't know who decides that. Because wouldn't it be who decides who's on the ballot? Isn't it the state governments?
Bro, here's the thing. If anybody in your life gets sketchy, they need you to defend them the way you defend the Democrats. Bro.
I'm just asking. I don't fucking know who decides who stays on the ballot or not. I don't.
You could win every law case.
I'm just asking the fucking questions here, dog. What the fuck is that?
Jonah, I'm bringing you into all of my arguments with Yvonne, bro, and you're gonna get my back. I'm winning 100%. No, he's not gonna get your back. The fuck? I'm not trying to lose. Yvonne wants you on her team, bro.
That's funny because I couldn't hear what she said.
Okay. She wants you on her team. She's fighting with me about whose team you're on.
That's funny. I probably would choose Yvonne's because it'd be more fun.
Yeah, I knew you would.
That's how you bond with people, right? Is just make fun of the.
That's exactly how you do it.
Okay, so Florida's leaning. Hold on, I guess are they talking about Florida?
Yvonne says it was her idea, so she gets to pick you, which is fair. Are we gonna play audio? You're not playing audio, FYI, bro.
Oh shit! I am playing audio, but it's not working. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Any opinions on Joe Rogan endorsing Trump? I feel like that's expected.
How the fuck was that expected? Joe Rogan wasn't even going to allow him on his podcast for years.
Well, he was trying to be more apolitical. I mean, I feel like it's okay. Fair enough. Recently, it feels like it's been expected. Like I feel like he's gotten way more conservative as time goes on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being a libtard. But
this can move.
That part.
Concerned about.
That's my vote.
Okay. So what's about to be called next? Like, what are the next ones we're looking at the next hour?
The next states are coming in the eastern seaboard here as we have polls are closed to be able to see progress. We see here they've actually got no precincts have officially been reported by the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. So all the states are different, but you know what? We are here in Florida with a governor that insisted that the systems work as fast as technology would allow. And you can see, Pat, Florida has already counted 62% of its votes.
Let's go.
Pennsylvania has reported 0.
That's kind of crazy.
Pennsylvania has reported 0.
Pennsylvania has reported 0.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for that, Tom. And Amy, do we have a mic?
Why don't we have a whole screen like that, bro? Why are we doing it like this?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
I like your three-piece suit. You look great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So how you feeling? Why
You want
why
to just
are
be
you
like this? You mean?
supportive?
No, why don't we have our own warehouse with the gigantic
Because he
40
speaks
foot
his
tall
truth,
screen?
he says what's on his mind, and
Why
what's
don't we
on
have a
everybody's mind,
gigantic
and we want
warehouse?
freedom. We don't want this shit to be like
Wait, that's pretty funny. You mean like we just rent
one of
out a
those countries
gigantic
where you
warehouse like
can't
this?
say whatever you want.
Yeah,
We don't want
and
this.
those people come and hang out with us.
And
And
That'd be pretty cool.
I'm gonna tell a story, to be honest.
All right,
I-
chat. If
4
we
years
got a
ago, when I
giant
was
warehouse,
Trump,
would
I
you
lost
guys
4
fly
million
out to wherever it
followers.
is,
I lost $20
New
million
Mexico, I guess,
deals,
and
guess
Nah,
what?
come hang
you gotta
out?
do it somewhere
Nick,
better.
like,
Yeah, because I stand on
do
what
it better.
I stand on.
Where do you want to go? Florida?
Yeah,
Who is this guy? You know this is?
You're very
no, probably a rapper.
How old are you? You're 24 years old?
24 years old, yes, sir.
24 years old. Have you always been a Trump guy? And if no, when did it flip for you?
I'll be honest, it probably started in 2020. I was sitting at my house and I was on my couch just chilling. And I made a video. I was like, you know what? I love Donald Trump because I heard about the whole tax thing. And I was like, we need taxes lowered, all that. I wake up in the morning and that's just all over the news. And next thing you know, I'm at a Trump rally. And I was like, God damn, bro, this is a dream come true.
By the way, what's your favorite Little Pump song?
Okay.
Which Gucci Gang?
Gucci gang.
Wait, is Florida cold?
So you got
a minute.
billions of views online. You got
I'm
songs that
seeing
got
the
billions
map
of
in the
views. So
background, and it seems like it's called. Wait, hold on. I'm also gonna have this open. This is what I always use, the Google election map, because it's like super fucking fast. No, it's not called yet. It's looking like it, but okay. Well, anyways, let's see what CNN's saying.
Increase his chances of perhaps being the next president of the United States? That sympathy factor?
Sympathy.
I'd love to address that, but can I first comment on what I think I just heard?
Yes, please.
Because I was having a hard time hearing the other guest, but I know he was talking about Kamala Harris's identity as a Black American and as an Indian American.
Okay, that's boring. I don't want to listen to about her fucking identity. Okay, I want to like know what the fuck's going on. You mind if I put up my liberal people also? My homie Destiny.
Bro, every single solitary person deserves a voice, even those
Dude,
people.
No,
They,
we had a
he
conversation.
says very unhinged shit.
Yeah, we had a conversation about it.
Me did?
Yeah.
Did I say this already? Oh, have I? Oh, I will post.
No,
it.
I'm just kidding. We didn't.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, fuck. I totally didn't
No,
remember.
I mean, you can try. You can try.
I will.
You can probably pay more than I can.
I will.
Or I do.
And I'm gonna steal him.
But
I don't care how many sales he gets. It looks
so this
fucking
one we
awesome.
haven't sold yet. This one is
like another shirt.
They just called Josh Stein against Mark Robinson. The way we do it is we do a very limited quantity. So we like we buy.
None of these people are talking about the election right now. So we'll go
I got
back
an
to
honest
the-
question. Why do all liberals look like that, bro?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
You think I look like that?
And they
Little
wanna
bit.
do this, but they have a big following,
You
and
think I look
they're,
like
they're over there like endorsing this, and that's gonna
Yeah,
ruin our
kinda
country,
do.
and that's what they don't understand.
sort of
And it's
do.
horrible.
I have glasses like him.
I mean, I love the perspective that you got the courage to get up there and say that. Make some noise, everybody. Little Pump. Awesome.
Oh, Lil Pump, dude.
I got a question for you guys.
My
Thank
God.
you so much, boss man.
My man, appreciate you. I got a question for you guys.
Yes,
For
sir.
you guys. So, in the last 90 days, let's go July 13th. A lot of different things have happened. And by the way, I'm curious to know how you would answer this yourself as well. We were talking about this earlier with the elite folks that we had lunch with. There's been a lot of different events that have happened. You got the assassination attempt. You got Elon Musk coming out and saying, I endorse Trump, and they did that live that got 1 billion views. You got Joe Rogan. You got RFK coming out and saying, I'm going to be on this side. You got Tulsi Gabbard. All of these events that has happened. What would you say is the single most important event that's tipping the election? If you were to give 3, 4, 5 lists, what would it be, Brian? What would you say?
I would say, first of all, when the left talks about how Trump incites violence, last time I checked, they tried to kill him twice. Okay, so let's put the blame where it actually belongs. But forget that. Notice who actually supports Trump and who supports Kamala. It's people. The people that support Trump have built something. They've spent a lifetime building a brand, building a business, creating wealth, creating a
Excuse
product
me.
that people want.
Fuck you, dude.
And creating employment. And those people pay a
I
price
create
when they're
jobs.
wrong. Those people have to come into
I'm a
contact with
goddamn job
objective reality.
creator.
Take a look at someone like Tim Walz or the people that
I have another joke. I'm going to leave to myself.
on the ruling elite.
Wait, what's the joke?
No, I can't do it.
Okay.
I can't do it. There's children here. Yvonne said that if Trump wins, you got to do the Trump dance.
Absolutely not.
You got to do it, bro. This is the commitment. You already got your girl out here sharing cakes with the neighbors, so you may as well just do the dance.
What does that even mean, the Trump dance? What does that even mean? Oh, God.
You got to do it, bro. You got to do it.
I'll do it for like a second for you, maybe. Okay, so I'll just keep. I feel like, dude, let us be entertaining. You know, I don't really want to watch everybody else's fucking stream, right? Like, I feel like you and I should be entertaining the people right now, and I'll just have
Are you
like
not entertained. Yeah, I think we just go through it. I think a lot of people miss my entertaining analogy about your girlfriend and her cake distribution, but that opportunity is gone. No, it's missed. It's over. It's over. We can't repeat it now. At this point, it's done. Here, look. Let me send you this one. This is
what we got.
cool
Here's what we got. Just
Perfect,
FYI,
perfect.
real quick. Here's what's called right now. Vermont is called. They just decided.
Why don't we end it here?
What? What do you mean? Just end it here?
Let's just end it here. I feel like these results, I'm happy
that's
with.
it.
We could just go. Let's just go. I'm good with this.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. You would just want to call it immediately. You would.
Sometimes you got to quit when you're ahead. He's not in Cali anymore. He's in Denver. He's in the.
Here's something actually really interesting that we were talking about. I was talking about Gianmarco that I want your opinion on. Right. So this is like my worry, right? I think there may be protests if Trump wins, right? For sure. I don't know what type of protest. I don't feel like it's going to be like the election was stolen, though.
Okay.
My worry is if Trump loses, the conservatives are going to go fucking crazy. Like, they're going to be like, this shit was stolen. There's no way this was legit, right?
Okay.
So, do you feel like that's really bad? They're already primed for this election to be just stolen immediately? Or do you feel like it's just deserved because it is stolen? Like, do you just agree with them, or how do you feel?
Nah, honestly, bro, and I just could be wrong. I don't feel like anything's going to happen regardless of who wins. Like, this silly idea that a civil war is going to happen, I think that's silly. I don't think it's going to happen. I think people talk a big game, and that's about it. I don't think it's going to happen. Right. I also don't think that there's going to be more than crying. I do think if Trump wins, our biggest concern for the next 4 years is the endless, incessant whining that we're going to have from the left and the news. Like, we're going to get back to, here's the thing. And I don't know if now that the votes are cast, if you're willing to actually be honest and neutral, if we're staying, yeah, full Libby. But here's my honest opinion, bro. The news for 4 years Trump was in office was nothing but a microscope, a magnifying glass of the news looking for every opportunity to say anything they possibly can about Trump. It was just like, let's bitch about Trump for 4 freaking years. It was annoying, right? Then you get Biden in here.
You don't think he said some crazy shit though?
Yeah, I don't care. 5% of the stuff that he says that's crazy ain't that crazy. It's edgy. It's edgy. Like, I'm gonna give it to you. Like, you can't say that Trump's not edgy. You can't say he runs his mouth too much, right? He does run his mouth too much, and he does say edgy stuff, right? For me, it's hilarious, all the memes that he shares on his social media, and it's not presidential. What the hell is presidential? I don't even know what that means, right?
I don't worry about memes as much. I think some of his memes are fucking hilarious. I've told you that before. When he was trying to buy Greenland, that was pretty funny. Like, just objectively, that's just hilarious from the president of the United States.
For me, stuff like that, I don't
tell me, like, bro. Come
on. So my answer is, conversely, I don't care what anybody says. Joe Biden has been a medically ill senior citizen since before the 2020 election. Joe Biden respectfully should have been in a nursing home thinking about what flavor soup and ice cream he wanted every evening before bed. That's what he should have been doing. And him hobbling around, getting lost on stages for 4 years. So here's my point. For 4 years while Trump's in office, if this dude breathed wrong, if he farted too loud, everybody knew about how the country's falling in the toilet, right? Joe Biden could fall off a damn stage and the news is saying positive things about him, right? This is my concern. The news was overwhelmingly inflated in a negative fashion against Trump and overwhelmingly inflated in a positive fashion against Biden.
He said some crazy shit, dude. Like I will say this, like if you took everything Trump said into context, was everything that he said crazy necessarily? No. But he said some like on the surface, definitely some crazy shit. Right?
Biden never said crazy shit?
Not like that. Not like let's ban all Muslims, right? Even though he didn't end up banning all Muslims, he did it for like 3 months and it was only a couple countries. What he said was let's ban all Muslims, right? That's some crazy shit, right? I just don't see Joe Biden. What did Joe Biden say that's equivalent to that, right? I don't fucking know. I don't remember Joe Biden saying anything crazy like that. I remember he was not as senile as he is now. He was not even close to as senile in 2020. I think you're being a little bit hyperbolic. At the very end, was he getting senile? Yeah, for sure. But he's not running for president anymore. So who gives a shit? That's how I feel about it. We're talking about Kamala now. Kamala's the next president. That's what's happening. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm just that made sense to you. Honest question, bro. You go and tell me that that's just basic math, right? Pull up like a chart so at least we can see this while we're talking, so people can see results.
What do you want me to pull up?
Like we're not just do the Google one that you just had. That one's good. Perfect. Yeah. So we'll talk about that stuff. Honest question, bro. Like, so walk me through this. It just so happened that all of the conspiracy theorists during the 2020 election swore up and down that Biden was in cognitive decline and was demonstrating obvious signs of dementia. And then everybody said, that's not true. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're a conspiracy theorist. And then it just so happened that they were lucky because 4 years later, the guy that they conspiratorially assumed had dementia actually is full on in dementia? Or is it possible signs were always there, just didn't want to pay attention?
All I remember Trump saying was Sleepy Joe, not senile Joe.
Everybody was saying this man had dementia in 2020.
I don't remember that, dude.
Of course you don't remember that. Because
they have fake news. Wait, let's look it up. Let's see if anybody was calling Joe Biden senile 2020. Let's see if anybody said that. This is him stumbling over his words. So yeah, that was 4 months ago. We need it from 2020. Is this him gaffing?
Yep.
Wait, I don't want to know. He did gaff a lot, but I want to see. Like, okay, and I'll go to the gaff if you want, because I don't want you to think I'm super biased. But like, should we just watch like 3 minutes of him for a second?
Perfect.
And see if he's like actually was that senile in 2020?
Tonight, to condemn white supremacists and militia groups.
Sure. Stand back and stand by.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, are you in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor.
What is this? Can we is it going to just be cuts?
It's simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
You graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? This is the same man.
Bro, fuck this. This is like so cut up. Give me like
do gaffes. Look, 2020 gaffes.
We can do 2020 gaffes, but then we'll see the gaffes of President Trump also.
Yeah.
He had some gaffes too.
Georgia, he's going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Look, I never forgot what President Kennedy said about going to the moon. He said we're going, you know why? Because we refuse to postpone. Let's not postpone and get out of the rain. God bless you all. Thank you.
He's in the rain. That's so funny. He's like, fuck this. I want to get out of the rain.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. Mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Okay, that's fine.
I just have one thing to say. Hang on here.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Wait, mute it. I don't want to get.
Wait, that's kind of sick though.
Because of Despacito. Okay.
Out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
You're going to pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
would you answer that
because
question?
the question is
Supreme Court justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
right,
Gentlemen.
Million Michiganders.
Was that one even a gaffe? He was
I
just
don't
getting
know.
interrupted.
I didn't hear the whole thing.
Donald Trump thinks healthcare is a privilege. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
Look at the one I sent you in the private chat. That was a whack.
Like, those ones are just normal gaffes, in my opinion. Like,
Go to the that was stupid. That was stupid. Go to the one in the private chat. Yeah, click that one.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Okay, that was a little weird. But like, okay, if we're gonna do just the clip ones though, like let's see what happens with Donald Trump gaffes. Right? Like let's just do a side by side. You wanna watch this one?
They say a wall is medieval. Well, so is a wheel. A wheel is older than a wall. Although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
No, that's pretty cringy, dude. That's cringy as fuck. Nah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
School. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. We now have a gun on every table. We're ready to start shooting. June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army. Our army manned the air. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. The kidney has a very special place in the heart. It's an incredible thing. You know what uranium?
The kidney has a special place in the heart. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I don't think he meant biologically. I think he meant
nuclear weapons and other things. Like lots of things are done with uranium, including some bad things. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? I don't care how sick you are. I don't care if you just came back from the doctor and he gave you the worst possible prognosis, meaning it's over. Hang out till November 8th. Get out and vote.
He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay?
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
I think it wasn't even a gap.
Enrique?
I read that. Range is true.
It's a big thing. A lot of people waiting.
Introducing President Kenya. Yes.
Hello.
These are like.
Thank you.
This is just awkward. This is just like he has no fucking clue what's going on. Like I
Well,
also
it looked
would
like
not
she was
know.
asking him to go first, right? Like
I
that.
also would have no idea how to walk with the queen, to be real.
No, she legit was like, "Go ahead." So I don't know. This one's a little bit of a reach.
What? How are you? Good to see you.
I'm being all friendly.
It's so nice to see you. How are you?
Wall, the barrier, whatever you want to call it, it's okay with me. They can name it whatever they can name it. Peaches. I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation, the beginnings of that investigation. The Mueller report, I wish, covered the oranges, how it started.
In the failing New York Times by an anonymous, really an anonymous, gutless coward. You just look. This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Shield and shelter, criminal. Look, wait.
They sacrifice every day for the furniture and future of their children.
And let me begin by wishing you a beautiful, look, you remember this? Do you remember? You came from wherever you came from.
And you've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Yeah, these aren't as funny.
Like
I feel like this is more just teleprompter errors than anything. Some of them were funny, right?
No, some of them, they're not as funny. Here's what I would say. So, like, let's just get back to what we were talking about, right? So, real quick, election update. Oh shit!
Let's go.
It's pretty red.
95 Trump, 35 Harris.
Yo.
Let's go.
Do you see what I'm showing? That's pretty wild.
Oh wait, Texas. What percentage are they? 11. It's only 11% reported.
It's not. I mean, it's not many, but like, I mean, they're calling Florida off of like. Oh, no, that's a lot of people. They're calling.
They're not calling
South
it.
Carolina off of 13%.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
They do that because they can just kind of tell at some point, you know.
What? I
mean,
wonder what percentage do they call it? At what percentage?
I don't think it's about the percentage. I think it's about where they voted and which ones came in. That's how I understand it, right? Where they're like, okay, we're at 65%. There's only 2 million people probably voting in Kentucky. Go like it's going to Trump. We can just fucking call it, right?
Interesting.
I mean, generally, none of these are surprising. This is the most important one by far, right? I mean, this is very democratic places that have reported.
You say that's the most important one, though.
Well, this is just from what I understand. Pennsylvania is the most, if based on what I like, the analysis that I heard from people, if Kamala doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's basically game over, more or less. Like based on the swing states, like, and what she already has guaranteed, she kind of needs Pennsylvania. And it just because like unless this craziness happened, for instance, right? Which isn't. I just remember hearing like a huge thing where Pennsylvania is going to be like one of the most important ones, by far. And then, so like let's bring up a list of the swing states. So hold on, 2024 swing states. So here are the swing states, right? It's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nebraska, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, right? Pennsylvania just has the most out of all of them. And it's very hard for Harris to win, for instance, based on what I heard, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, right? Well, that one switched back as we were talking. Texas is going to go red. It's not a swing state. But the ones we got to watch for is like Pennsylvania and Georgia are going to be the most important first ones that we see. And so, yeah, that's what we're watching for. Michigan's also important too, and Wisconsin. But But yeah, I mean, we still don't really know with a lot of the swing states, but you know, they're starting to come in here. Right. Okay, wait, going back to the gaps real quick. Okay. Here's my honest opinion. You may think I'm biased or not. I'm curious if you think I'm biased. To me, in my head, what it seems like, really the difference between Joe Biden and Trump in those two things was. Are you frozen? Are you hearing me? No, okay, good. I just want to make sure that I wasn't frozen. You were like just not moving. The two things that that I saw a difference was I think Trump is just way better at like playing it off than Joe. Joe seems lost when he's saying something that doesn't make sense, while Biden just kind of keeps going. And even though it didn't make any sense, it doesn't really matter because he just kept rolling with it, which is kind of a salesman type of thing to do, right? Like in the same way.
It's also that from what it looks like, now they're not all the same, but Trump, go to PBD, apparently. Go to PBD.
Okay, why? What's happening there?
I don't know. Jay Marco's saying go to PBD. I'm trusting him.
Okay, hold on. Ooh.
Echel. You have to echel.
Just hold the mic, like if you can bring it a little closer, that's okay. At what point, which states, if he wins, which 2 or 3 battleground states you could say it's over with?
Pennsylvania is a huge one.
Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
Pennsylvania and who?
And North Carolina.
And
Carolina.
And North Carolina, but also Wisconsin. I'll read you something that Clay Travis just tweeted. Listen to this. Trump just flipped the gambling odds in Wisconsin. He's now favored to win 6 of the 7 swing states in gambling markets. Keep voting, pour on more steam, and sprint through the finish line. Damn. When the gambling odds are that strong, that's interesting.
Holy moly.
Good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good.
Yes. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom.
Cool.
Hold on. Are they going to show anything else?
I think that's what he wanted us to see.
We're back. We're back.
Okay, good.
Is this working?
Tom, question for you. A lot of people, how many of you, when you're talking to your friends and family, a lot of the people that are your, folks you work with, or maybe they want to support Trump, they're like, look, I'm convinced there's going to be cheating. I'm convinced this is going to be stolen. How many of you have friends that believe that? Raise your hand if you believe. Okay. How effective is it when you hear these stats that Laura Trump and others have hired 5,000 lawyers to make sure everyone is being held accountable? Do you think their administration has done a good job preparing lawyers to protect anything that could happen that's illegal?
Yeah, Tom, take mine. No, I think that's good and prudent, right?
Sure.
When the Chinese start lining up ships and Air Force bases right near Taiwan, you take them serious. What we have seen is something we need to take serious, and I think getting those lawyers ready to challenge things, we have to be ready. It's almost like to have a fair election, you have to show that you are going to act swiftly and strongly to make sure it's fair. It's almost like, in defense, that the best defense of a country is to show strength and willingness to take the step. And I think having the lawyers ready tells the other side, we're watching, we want fair elections, and we're going to protect it.
We talked about it earlier today. Ronna McDaniel getting out and Laura Trump taking over. Because if Ronna
This is like the thing I'm most worried about, is that it's just going to immediately, I feel like Republicans are going to immediately just say it was stolen. I feel like as soon as he loses, before we even get to a trial at all, it's like, nope, those are fake. Right? When it's like, bro, okay, we can investigate that. I don't mind the lawyers, right? Like, it's fine. Go to court if you actually think there's like a legitimate claim. I don't know. What do you think about it?
Let me ask you an honest question. Because I think this is a really, really important point that gets presented when you say this, right? So you think Donald Trump tried to steal the election. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump claims that he wasn't trying to steal the election. He was trying to verify the election because the left stole it, right?
Yeah. He thinks that it was stolen.
Correct. A lot of people agree that they believe that it was stolen, right? You last week were on the fence on what you believed about whether or not Trump was trying to clarify that the election was right or steal it himself. I stand on. Yeah. No. You weren't on the fence. You're correct. I was trying to present something to you that you didn't listen to. The question came down to us was a motives one. I think he was trying to clarify that the election was valid. You say, nope, he was trying to steal it. Okay. Well, that came down to, at the end of the day, we're trying to uncover someone's intent and true beliefs. So here's my question. Understanding that, remembering what we discussed last time, here's my question to you. Does a person who doesn't believe it was stolen last time? No, let me rephrase this. Hiring 5,000 lawyers to make sure everything's on the up and up. Is that the sign of somebody who's trying to steal?
I'm not against with the lawyers. Right?
No, but here's the point. Is that the sign of somebody who's trying to steal or the sign of someone who genuinely believes it was stolen last time and he wants to make sure he's fully equipped to not let it happen again?
It could be either. It depends. It could be either. I don't know. It depends how you use those fucking
You don't
lawyers.
get Jonah in our arguments. You don't.
It just depends, right? It depends on the lawyers. It depends on like whether you're doing it or not. So,
What?
like for instance, right? I'll answer your question if you want to answer your question, right? Having lawyers ready isn't necessarily bad. What I'm concerned about is he's going to use those lawyers he's going to use those lawyers in order to paint a narrative that isn't true, right? So there's nothing wrong with verifying election. I think that's totally cool. I think that's fine. I'm worried about what he's going to do after the lawyers are like, we've done all we can.
This isn't a point. This isn't a point. You're making a huge assumption by that. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen after. You don't even know that's going to happen. Fair question.
What you asked me, right, was would someone who's trying to steal an election hire 5,000 lawyers to make sure it's okay?
The question.
Right? Or am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
My point is this. Why would somebody, the fact that he hired 5,000 lawyers to make sure everything happens on the up and up seems to me like this guy 100% believes that the election was stolen last time. If you don't think the election was stolen last time and that was a lie you were telling to make everybody feel whatever, then this time you're not going to that extreme again. The fact that you hire 5,000 lawyers to make sure that the election stays on the up and up, for me, is a very strong indicator that this dude believed that the election was stolen last time.
Is he hiring the lawyers so it stays on the up and up, or is he hiring it to immediately challenge as much as possible?
He legitimately found 5,000 lawyers that are completely complicit in him stealing the election. That's what he did.
No, I'm just saying, like,
attorneys are all okay with them.
Anyone with a rational mind who's looking at this objectively,
say it, bro.
Could be 100%. He wants to just keep the election fair, and I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with hiring 5,000 lawyers in and of itself. That's fine, right? Like, I don't think that actually in and of itself says anything, right? You're saying it says that he definitely thought the election was stolen last time. I'm telling you, it could be that he wants to keep it on the up and up, or he could be there ready to use these lawyers in order to paint a narrative. What do I mean by that? He challenges all of them in court, right? Like he does last time, right? He doesn't win. He then starts blaming the court system, right? And then starts being like, look, our election was stolen. The courts are rigged. Everything's fucked. And if you don't take back the country right now, you're not going to have a democracy anymore, right? So it depends what
in order for that to be true, he still had to find 5,000 lawyers who are okay with challenging an election without any evidence on which to challenge it. Essentially,
they're literally standing by for something that hasn't happened yet. So
and
literally
exactly,
they already
why
are.
would they do that unless they have extremely strong reason to believe that it's going to happen? No one's going to go to that extreme to posture. That's a lot, because here's the thing. You have to get 5,000. If you told me, here's the thing.
Why not? Why wouldn't you do that to posture?
Because in order to get those people to lie for you,
well, no, they're not lying. I don't think they're lying.
Let me break down the option number one. These people, he hired 5,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Let me rephrase the question. What's the percentage of likelihood you believe that the 2020 election was stolen or rigged? Your opinion.
I would probably say like 5 to 10%, something like that.
5 to 10%. Okay. Would you hire 5,000 people and pay 5,000 attorneys, whatever their rates are, for something that had a 5% likelihood of happening? But let's go even farther. He probably knows what really happened. He's not going off of guesses because he's on the inside. He was actually the president of the United States when it happened. So I would say it's fair to argue he probably has access to more information than anybody else in the country. Do we at least agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy has access to more information. He's swearing up and down that that election was stolen, right? Swearing that that happened. You're saying it didn't happen. What I'm arguing is he knows whether or not it did.
Or he's lying.
Well, no. If he knows that it didn't happen, then he's lying. If he knows that it did happen, then he's telling the truth. So he knows whether or not it happened, right? If it didn't happen, he's lying. If it didn't happen and he knows it, then he's obviously lying.
Right.
If it did happen, he believes it. So then here's my question. What do his actions today demonstrate is more likely to have happened? I would argue that logically, if I'm an insider and I tried to pull off a scam 4 years ago and I know that scam didn't work, I know for a fact I can't get 5,000 people to lie for me.
Wait, why?
And all it takes...
This is where I lose your logic. If a scam didn't work 4 years ago, that doesn't mean it won't work again. Why would it? Just because it didn't work 4 years ago, you can't try the scam again and hope it works this
basic
time?
liability, bro. When you're going to rob a bank, would it be easier to rob a bank with 5,000 robbers than it would be with 3? Obviously.
Yeah.
The problem is, how are you going to monitor 5,000 people to make sure nobody talks? Why do people who commit crimes keep the circle small?
Not everyone has to be lying. If let's just say Trump knows he's lying, but then he's convinced half the country that it happened, right? I don't believe half the country is lying. I just think they're just not paying attention.
No,
right?
that's the thing, bro. Convincing the public isn't the same as convincing attorneys. The public can sit there on their couch.
I think it's basically the same shit. I don't
It's
think it's
not at all the same thing. It's nowhere near the same thing, and I'll explain why. How? Can I explain why?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why it's not the same thing.
Okay.
Americans who are lazy and don't actually do any homework, but do all of their decisions based on emotions, like our lovely friend Cap here, right?
Why are you so mean to Cap, dude?
Because Cap always coming in here throwing shade, so I got to throw it back. I'm a bigger tree. Nah, so okay.
So
Love you, Cap. Love you, Cap. Here's the thing. The average person ain't that attentive to what's happening in the world. They're not putting that much effort into being thorough on coming to actual conclusions based on real information and not just emotions. It's just not how that's not how society works, right? Sure. So it's easy to manipulate society. We've talked about that a lot. It's easy to manipulate it. Why? Because all you got to do is throw out a couple of pieces of hot takes. Like, we got everybody thinking this election has something to do with women's health. This election has nothing to do with women's health. But you got 50% of the people.
It definitely somewhat has to do with women's health. What do you mean, dog?
Wait.
That's crazy. I mean, I'll let you finish your point, but that's a
no. We can detour. We can detour about this. What about whoever wins this election has anything to do with women's health? They brought up an old issue that was already ruled on and brought it back up like it was some newfound issue that Donald Trump is planning on making new legislation on. What's done is already done. Bro.
It's more likely that there's a federal ban on abortion, obviously. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Did Roe v. Wade already not get overturned? And
it got overturned, but what that meant, here's what happened. So what happened was Roe v. Wade made it a constitutional right to abortion. That's what Roe v. Wade did. Okay. Now that got overturned. So now states get to decide whether abortion is legal or not. But that doesn't mean the federal government still can't make abortion illegal if it wants to, right? The federal Congress could pass a law saying abortion is illegal everywhere. Sorry.
Okay.
Right.
And how much effort did Trump put into saying this is one of his goals?
No, what I'm saying to you is if Kamala put in a lot of effort that she would 100% ban abortions if she gets elected.
Wait,
so
she would
100%
ban abortions? Wait. I don't think you said that right.
I'm sorry. I said that wrong. I gaffed, had a Joe Biden moment there, as you would call it.
Yes,
right?
you did.
So
Pop was a bad dude.
But Kamala would 100% make abortions legal in every single state if she can. And theoretically, you can. Congress can still pass laws on abortion. Just all the Supreme Court did was make it where it's now up to Congress, whether Congress or the states. Right now, it's the states because Congress hasn't said anything about it. They haven't done any laws about it. But Congress could pass a law being like, no, abortions are okay everywhere. So it's definitely up for debate. If Kamala wins, it's much more likely abortions
passes that law?
are legal. Huh?
Who passes that law?
Congress.
So regardless of who's in the political
who
office,
signs the law? Do you want to do a civics thing? Somebody has to sign the law into.
That's my point. Donald Trump is not running on this. He's not planning on touching this at all. When has Donald Trump come out? And please feel free to correct me.
Happening now, but Kamala will change it.
Here's my question to you, bro. Here's my question to you.
Okay.
And if you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, because I have not heard it. When did our DTZ, Donald Trump, when did he come out and say, yo, these women, we don't like them. We don't want more of these women out here making choices for their own bodies. So that Roe v. Wade thing, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to make it worse. Women can't make any choices unless they ask me. Okay, when did he say that? Because to my knowledge, it never came out of his mouth. No, whose mouth did it come out of? No. Let me finish my point. They came out and put words in his mouth saying this is a big issue that he's going to take away women's rights. He's not doing anything about that. What's done is already done.
Took away women's rights.
No, he didn't.
Well, in my opinion, he did. You and I disagree on abortion, so we're not going to see this differently. I think women should have the right to get an abortion.
No,
you think it's murder. So, obviously, you're not going to agree with me.
We have literally never had this conversation, to be clear. Second of all, no, but we didn't finish the conversation. All we said was that it's a conversation we should potentially have on the thing, and that's when you said women are dumb. Okay. Remember that?
Fair enough.
But here's the thing, bro. This has nothing to do with that. The point is, a lot of people on both sides of the aisle wanted that to be a state issue. He made it a state issue. That's it. He didn't make any decisions for women.
No Democrats who were for that. I call BS. There was a Democrat for that, but okay, go on.
Whether or not, there were 0 Democrats anywhere on the planet, right? That's fine. No Democrats at all wanted this. At the end of the day, all he did was take it from a federal thing and made it a state thing. That's all he did.
That is correct. I understand. I'm wait a minute. I don't know what we're arguing about right now. The only thing I'm telling you is you said that this election has nothing to do with women's rights. And I'm telling you, Kamala, if she gets elected, has the opportunity by convincing Congress as the president to pass an abortion bill that would make it legal in every state. That is a possibility we are dealing with. I agree. I think if Donald Trump gets elected, nothing will happen with abortion. I think it'll stay exactly as it is right now. The point is if you think everyone should be able to get an abortion, including men, then you want to vote for Kamala, right? So that's all I'm saying.
Including men? Including men?
I'm just fucking around here.
Nah, that's cool. That's good. I think it's important that men have the right to an abortion, bro. I think it's fair. We don't like his body, his choice.
Dude, you know?
His body,
but anyways,
his choice.
Keep going with your original point. I
don't even remember what my original point was. What was my original point?
Stealing, Trump, like he believes it that it was
election
the lawyers,
stealing,
the 5,000 lawyers.
Oh, here's the thing. So we were explaining why it's different to convince the general public than it is to convince a slew of attorneys, 5,000 attorneys. And here's why. Because in order for those attorneys to be involved, they have to be involved in the detailed intricacies of exactly what took place. These people will be reviewing every single document with a fine-tooth comb if they're doing their job properly, and will understand the intricacies of what happened far beyond any couch potato with an opinion, right? So in order for an attorney who has gone through the entire information, if they go through the information and find that there was nothing nefarious at play, the only way to get them to continue to parrot Donald Trump's "this is a fraud" is to get them to lie. Which means that there's only the strategic decision of Donald Trump to hire 5,000 people is now this. One, he knows he can convince 5,000 people to lie for him, or he is willing to acknowledge that nothing happened last time, and he's just going to take this L and he hired 5,000 people for no reason, or he actually believes it happened last time in so much that he thinks it's worth hiring 5,000 people to prove it. And he knows he's not going to have to ask them to lie, because if they look at it, they're going to see what he believed happened last time. Those are the only three plausible outcomes, in my opinion. You're welcome to add a fourth. So to recap, option number one, he knows it didn't happen last time, and he's willing to waste 5,000 people to flex for 5 minutes, waste the money for 5,000 attorneys to flex for 5 minutes because he knows it's not going to work. That's option one, which I think is stupid, and I don't even think that should be on the list, but that is an option. Option number two, he knows it didn't happen last time, and he hired 5,000 people because he's hoping he can manipulate 5,000 people to lie for him, because he knows it didn't happen last time, which means it's not going to happen this time, and they're not going to find anything. So the only way these 5,000 people are going to be worth anything is if he convinces 5,000 people to lie for him. That's option two. Or option three, he genuinely believes / potentially knows, we don't know, that it did happen last time, and it's worth the investment of 5,000 people because he is stacking up the army of attorneys to make sure it doesn't happen again. In my opinion, those are the only three logical rationales behind hiring 5,000 attorneys. Those are the only three I can think of. Of the three, only one makes sense to me. I'd love to hear the other one.
So I have like a variation of number two. And I'm just going to ask you a real quick question. Keanu, do you feel like you could get a lawyer to lie for you if you pay him enough money?
I don't think I could get 5,000 people to lie to me with the exact same story simultaneously in sync without getting caught through the myriad. Story. No, but that's the question.
Story. Wait, hold on. Wait. It's not like what is the story? They're just going to say illegal immigrants voted. That's it. Here you go. And then that's the entire fucking story. What do you mean? Like, it's not a complicated fucking story to lie about. Like, it's not very hard to lie about this shit. Like, Keanu, like let's take this out of politics for a second. Do you ever think lawyers defend someone who they know actually did the murder?
Jonah, I love you so much, bro. Your question actually makes sense to you right now, right?
Do you know that does happen sometimes?
Obviously it happens, bro. Obviously it happens.
So, why?
What is this? What about this is difficult for you, Pumpkin?
I don't understand what you find difficult about this.
You
wait. Let me. You had your whole thing. Let me do my whole thing. Okay,
do your whole thing.
So you agree that that's possible? That happens? That like there are lawyers that will defend someone even if like a murderer?
I do agree with that. I believe it happens probably every day.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess my question to I guess my question to you is,
okay,
probably you would say all of these lawyers are probably Republicans. Most likely they're pro-Trump people. They probably voted for him. They're probably not Kamala lawyers, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if they believe Donald Trump,
50% reporting in Texas.
Oh wait, yeah, let's do. Okay, fuck my entire thing.
No. I'll go through this while you're talking. That's why I pulled it up so we can look at this stuff while we're talking. I'll hover.
Sure, no worries. So these are Trump people. They believe Trump is better for the country, right? They believe that even if it's a fucking even if possibly it's a lie that the election was stolen, if it helps Trump at all, wouldn't they be willing to do it, especially if they're getting paid? Why not? Right? You're saying that it wouldn't be successful.
Yo, look how tight it is in North Carolina right now, bro. It's
North
only
Carolina was one of the big ones
crazy,
too. That was
bro.
one of
Look
the
at
ones
this.
that
It's like neck and neck. This is a every vote count situation right here, bro.
It's literally 16 people difference right now.
That's actually insane, bro.
That's wild.
All right, go ahead.
No, I basically I ended with a
So
question.
here's my point, right? So here's my response to that.
Did you understand it? Okay, good.
Yeah, no. I understand what you're saying. Here's my response to that. I'm not saying what you're saying doesn't make sense, but here's my response. And this for me is where it's kind of no, because here's why. If you told me Trump hired a team of 3 to 5 attorneys, 100%, bro, yeah, he could get 3 to 5 people to lie for him. If you told me he hired 10 people, I could see him doing 10 people. If you told me he hired one law firm,
I just don't get
that I could almost see how you keep one law firm in check. Bro, think about this logistically. You have 5,000 people, right?
The government keep all sorts of secrets and shit. How many people were in the fucking government?
Diddy showed us how. Sex tapes of
Bro,
them.
how many people knew about
great
Diddy? Do you
people.
think it was more than 5,000? I think more than 5,000 people knew about Diddy. You knew about Diddy.
Over the course of 20 years.
You
not over the
knew about Diddy.
months, bro. Over the course of 20 years, right? These people, Trump hasn't had 20 years to coerce 5,000 people to
Bro,
sex
he coerced
parties.
half the fucking country. He didn't coerce. He convinced half the fucking country it was stolen. I don't think this is as fucking hard as you think it is.
I need you to stop for 5 seconds and tell me if you understand what I'm saying, bro.
I understand what you're saying. I just vehemently disagree with you. That's what it is.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Let me talk to who's here. Somebody say me in the chat. I want to talk to them.
Bring someone else up. Fuck my
I want to talk to
co-host here.
somebody else. I want to talk to somebody rational. Hold
Fuck
on.
my
Like,
co-host here. Let's get someone. Cap, come up here, bro.
Let's got less brain cells than you, bro. What am I supposed to do with this? Collectively, y'all have the IQ of half a person. All right, Peter. Peter, I appreciate you, bro. Peter's neutral too. Peter has not been here a bunch of times. I don't know what his political stances are. I love you, Cap. I'm just giving you shit, bro. So yeah, he just 500. Okay, so
why you don't think this is so hard to get 5,000 people to lie? I feel like that's
Peter,
super
tell me if you understand my rationale. Peter, I'm gonna ask you one request, bro.
You realize I understand what you're saying. I just disagree, right?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Tell me. Let me rephrase this. Let me rephrase this then, Peter. You don't have to, Peter. Joe, he understands it. Tell me if you understand Jonah's conclusions or if you disagree with Jonah's conclusions, because he understands me, right? Peter, right? I'm just trying to cook. Let me cook, Jonah. Here's my question, bro. The point that I'm trying to make is that it is extremely unlikely, borderline impossible. I just don't like calling things impossible. But as close as you can get to impossible without calling it impossible, it is exceptionally unlikely that anybody, especially Donald Trump, is going to get 5,000 independent attorneys.
Why are they independent? Who said they were independent?
Because they're all individual humans, right?
When you say independent, are you implying that they aren't talking to each other, or what do you mean by that?
Bro, can I finish my point? Can I just finish my point? And you ask the questions afterwards.
Okay, go on.
Like this. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I do. Here's my question. 5,000 independent human beings. You cannot compare them to the public. That's a stupid ass comparison for you to say the general public got fooled, because the general public is not combing through files, bro. The general public won't even have access to the files that the attorneys will be legally required to vet. So what you have is 5,000 individual human beings who are combing through proprietary information that nobody else has access to. And then you're telling me that of those 5,000, let's assume
Illinois called for Kamala.
Okay.
Big upset.
It's 9% reporting, but it's pretty heavy win. So I think that's probably.
We should also, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we should also eventually figure out how the fuck they're calling people with only 9% reporting.
We can Google this. We can Google this after.
Sorry, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So here's my final point, right? Let's assume there is no fraud. Everything's legit. Everything's on the up and up. Donald Trump and his 5,000 attorneys only serve a purpose if they're willing to lie. You cannot tell me that he got 5,000 people to be willing to legally incriminate themselves for an overturn that extremely likely will not happen. All it takes is one nervous Nancy or nervous Nelson going through the information whose conscience gets the better of them or whose fear overtakes them. All it takes is one domino for that entire house of cards to crumble. There is no scenario where trying to get 5,000 people to lie for you makes sense. It doesn't. Now, if you told me that Donald Trump was working with 5,000 people who had been under his employ for the last 20 years, all right, you got an argument. These are Donald Trump's 5,000 attorneys that have worked for him for over a decade. Yeah, I could see them lying for him because they know him. They work for him. Their family's career is invested in this country. There's a lot of leverage there. That makes sense to me. But these 5,000 people, because of the large amass of attorneys that they have to get, are going to be outliers. I don't know where they got these attorneys from, but by basic math, I don't know that any one law firm has 5,000 attorneys. Maybe there is, and they're using one law firm. Maybe. But my thoughts are there's probably multiple law firms with multiple attorneys, 95% of which have never met Donald Trump. It's a big stretch to convince anybody that 5,000 strangers are going to lie for this dude and risk destroying their entire lives and putting themselves in prison for a guy that they've never met before. That's just a lofty claim, bro. I don't see how that's realistic, right? So convincing humans on TV is not the same as convincing those attorneys, because those attorneys are going to have to go under oath.
Okay, wait.
And they're going to have to lie about information that they found. Right?
So lawyers don't have to go under oath. Like, I don't understand why.
If they
don't
try
go
to
jail
claim to court, they will. There's a chance that they will.
You don't go.
You're
to
telling me
jail
that
for
if they try to
there are lawyers that bring cases that they know they're probably not going to win just because their client is paying them. That happens all the time. There's frivolous lawsuits happening all over the place, right?
Okay. You're telling me that you think that an attorney in the United States can willfully lie about an election, and in order to succeed in this lawsuit, fake evidence, right? They have to use fake evidence to perpetuate a lie. If there is,
I mean, do you want like, if you're asking me the question, so I'm answering, but you don't have to use fake evidence in order to lie. You can defend the murderer with all the real evidence, even if you know they murdered them, right? I don't see how you don't understand that. Okay, Quijano, can I? Are you done? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I gave up. I'm proving my point.
How many people lied about 9/11? You think, and kept it a secret?
I have no idea.
Because you don't think 9/11 happened as it was reported in the news, right?
No, I mean it happened. I don't think.
How many people do you think had to lie about that?
I don't know. Probably less than 100 government employees.
Really?
Yeah.
How? Okay. I thought it would be like thousands of people had to lie in order to keep 9/11 a secret.
How? That's not at all the
case. How many people are in the Pentagon? Literally, isn't like the entire the entire maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong about this. I don't know with 9/11. I don't know how many people know about 9/11, but I'm just curious, like these conspiracy, you believe in a decent amount of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
How many people have to lie for these to happen? I think I'm surprised you think it's only like hundreds.
No. Well, because
think it's thousands.
No. I don't think so, right? Because there is a point. Here's why lawyers are unique, right? And I actually think you bring up a good example. I think you bring up a fair comparison. Because let's say you take 9/11, which I don't know the nuance of who was all involved in these investigations. So I have no choice but to guess, right?
Yeah.
However, so I think Cap actually brings up a very interesting point too. We can talk about that afterwards, right? But here's what I know.
Yeah, like how many people lie about the vaccines, right? Like so many people had to lie for these.
Let's talk about it.
Keep going though.
So let's talk about 9/11. There is a point where a very small group of people have access to the proprietary information. There is news reports now. They're probably in our WhatsApp chat. 20, 30, 40 news reports. And you know what every single one of the news reports are saying? That they heard explosions before the planes hit.
Okay.
Explosions. Like controlled demolition. Multiple people are on record saying this, right?
Sure.
Where did the rest of that reporting go? How come that reporting just completely went away? Well, here's how this usually happens. You have the reporter that's on the ground. They said what they saw. They go to report what they saw. They go to their boss. Hey, I heard explosions. Boss is like, we're not running explosions. What you mean we're not running explosions? I said I saw explosions. That's not what we're running. We're being told from higher up. This is what we're running. We're not focusing on explosions. We're focusing on the terrorist attacks. We're focusing on the planes that flew into it. We're not talking about that. This is about a much bigger picture. Don't distract from the terrorist attacks. Is it possible that that is enough to dissuade all of the people who said they saw something else? Yes or no?
It's possible.
So then at that point, is this about the reporter lying? No, it's about the reporter just following orders because they didn't have any reason to believe that there was something more nefarious at play. I think the people who get really close and start to realize that there's something more nefarious at play, those people become what's called whistleblowers. Some of those people stop breathing for an extended period of time. Some of them don't, right? And we would have to go into specific examples to qualify either one of those. But what I would say is to put together a mass deception like this doesn't require as much information as one would think because there's chain of command. The people in the Pentagon you realize that everybody in the United States military, 100% of people who are United States Armed Forces members are property of the U.S. government. Are you aware of this?
They're what? Say that again. I didn't hear what you last.
When you join the military, you are property of the United States government.
I did not know that. I don't even know what that means. What do you mean? What do they even mean? Like they're slaves?
No, you are property. Period. So I'll tell you, I knew a guy I was stationed with. He got locked up, punished in the military. You know why? Because he got a sunburn. And his sunburn was so bad, he couldn't work for a couple of days. You know what they wrote him up for? Swear to God, you know what they wrote him up for?
What?
Destruction of government property.
Because he did what?
Because he got too bad of a sunburn and it impeded his ability to perform his duties.
That's okay. That's weird. That's wild.
Okay. This is how the government works, bro. You go and tell me a bunch of government employees who are in a building aren't going to order that, by the way, everything you just heard is now top secret information and you're at risk of breaking the law if you share anything that you saw here? You won't tell me that that's not a thing that can happen? Happens all the time. When 9/11 happened, I was in the military. We signed all kinds of stuff. There was all kinds of things. I remember one point I was deployed, right? I'll tell you the story because now it's something I'm allowed to say. We were deployed. This was right before 9/11. So things were tense in the Middle East. At that point, Bahrain was like what we know Iran to be now. Bahrain was like a really, really dangerous part.
Okay.
We were literally off the coast of Bahrain, right? We actually pulled into Dubrovnik. No, not Dubrovnik. Yeah, Dubrovnik, Croatia. We pulled into Dubrovnik, Croatia, right? You pull into port.
There, it's actually, I've been there. It's pretty sick.
You've been to Dubrovnik, so you know what Dubrovnik borders?
Montenegro, right?
Bosnia.
Or Serbia?
Bosnia.
It's like, I knew it was one of those. It's like hard for me to remember.
It borders Bosnia. Around the time that I was there, a United States ship got blown up. A boat pulled up next to it. Boom, blew up, right? Part of my battle group. So things were already tense. We were leading up into 9/11. Yeah, this is why I was out there. My mom was freaking out, right? Because when I joined in 99, there wasn't really anything going on. Now there was. So we pull into Dubrovnik, and we're there for hours, which is really weird because you pull into enough ports, you realize how long it takes to do the thing, and then you're done, and then, right? 3-4 hours later, nobody's saying anything, right? And it's the military. You don't move unless you're told to move. When you're stuck in a formation or in position, you keep your ass there. It's just what you do. It's the nature of the job. You don't ask questions. You don't get to ask questions. And if you do, they don't have to answer you. It's the nature of the military. So we sat there. Now, this is in 2000, right? So cell phones weren't really a thing like that. You couldn't text somebody. You couldn't go on social media, right? You had AOL chat rooms, and people weren't communicating with their family on AOL chat rooms. You were doing other things on AOL chat rooms. We'll talk about that in a different podcast. Anyways. Yeah. So
okay.
Here was us. We're sitting there. 3, 4, 5 hours goes by. It's a hurricane outside, like a whole hurricane. It's miserable outside, like ships rocking. We're on a small ship, so you can feel these things a lot worse. All of a sudden, we hear alarms and we start backing out. They will not tell us anything. We pull in probably, I don't know, maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. It's almost midnight and we're taking off, right? Maybe 8 o'clock at night. I don't remember. It's been 20 years, but we're taking off. They're not telling us what's wrong. Now you got to realize back in the day, how it worked was this. When you pulled into port, you had one goal. You had one goal when you pulled into port. Get off and decide what you were doing. You were going drinking. You were going to go get a tattoo or do something crazy. You were going to go find some girls for hire. Or whatever. Jesus. And the people, this is how it works. Anybody who's been in the military, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Or you go and you buy a calling card. Do you know what a calling card is?
No, I'm so curious out where you're going with this and how this relates to anything we're talking about. But okay, keep
you
going.
Know what a calling card is?
No, not really.
You're such a child, bro. You're an infant.
I was never military.
No. A calling card isn't a military thing, bro. It's a before cell phones thing. So the way, if you wanted to call overseas, you had to use a payphone, right? Because payphones were everywhere. So you had to go buy this little card, and that calling card had codes on the back. So you would use the calling card. It would give you X amount of minutes. And the amount of minutes that the calling cards would take depended on the country you were calling. So I'd go and I'd buy a $5 calling card or a $10 calling card. I would take that calling card. I would go, or I'd spend $5, and then I could enter the code, and that would give me the ability to call the United States. And it would last as much minutes as the calling card allowed it for. That's how you called overseas. Does that make sense? Do I need to explain to you how VCRs work?
No, I understand how it works.
Okay,
yeah,
so that's how that works. Anyways, so this is what you do when you get in port. So what happens? Here's where I get to my point. Everybody on that ship who had family or friends knew we were pulling into port. Knew that they were going to be getting phone calls by X amount of time. Okay. Nobody got a phone call. In the United States military, when you have a family member that's in a war zone who you're expecting a phone call from, who does not call, what comes to your mind?
They're dead. Or
something might be going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is what's happening. So they go out. They said, we have secured emails. We've secured all electronic communications. We're going out to sea. At first, they didn't tell us what happened. Then they told us what happened, right? But you know who knew out of the gate? Higher ranking people knew exactly what happened. The truth didn't get down to us until hours later. And who knows how much truth actually got to us? We don't know. I may never know unless I meet the captain one day somewhere and he's like, oh, I remember that. Here's what really happened. Why? Because information is disseminated on an as-needed basis, bro. Everybody just doesn't get the information, so need to lie. So if something nefarious was happening, there was thousands of people on that ship. who don't need to lie because they just weren't told the truth. We repeat what we were told from our higher ups. So you don't need to manipulate a lot of people. You just need to control the people up top that disseminate information. But you know what we were told? You can't say a word. You can't email everybody. We're reducing your ability to email everybody until this happens. Once you can email, you are not allowed to say a freaking word about what happened. We were not allowed to tell anybody. It was, if you say something, you are now in violation of the United States Code for Military Justice. You have to keep your mouth shut. Say nothing until you're given permission otherwise. That's what we were told. So you know what we did? Said nothing. And maybe somebody snuck something. Who knows? We have no idea. But they didn't do it via email because that stuff's all monitored, right? So unless they did it on a payphone and a calling card, we didn't say anything because the fear of reprisal was too great for us to go run our mouths. You gonna tell me that's not what happened in the Pentagon? That's exactly what happened in the Pentagon. So I guarantee you, if that was a missile and not an airplane, if that was a missile and not an airplane, I guarantee you those people, for fear of reprisal, because I don't know how it works with government contractors. I've not been a government contractor, but my guess is there's a level of security clearance required to work in a building like the Pentagon. And the security clearance is tied to legal reprisal as well as your entire future of your career. Those people aren't going to say anything. They're not going to risk all that to say something. For what? To what end? Right? Arkansas, race called.
Colorado, my state, baby.
Where we at?
Hell yeah.
Connecticut. That's not Connecticut, not Colorado.
Oh, fuck.
They didn't tell us.
Yeah, they didn't tell us anything.
Herod.
Maybe. I mean, like, you make a convincing argument. Maybe that's what happened. I truly don't know how many people are needed to keep a conspiracy a secret or anything like that. I feel like it's feasible that a lot of people knew about a lot of the conspiracies that would be needed. So, like, for instance, the vaccines, I think Cap actually made a really good point, right? How many people do you think needed to know? Like, let's say the vaccines were all a lie, right? That's all of the pharmaceutical companies.
If we're talking about the most recent one for the big thing,
yeah, for
those
COVID.
were a lie.
Okay, so let's say it was a lie. I'm not even going to argue about that right now. For it to be a lie, how many people have to be in on the lie? It would be the entire government. It would be all of the pharmaceutical companies.
No, the heads of the pharmaceutical companies would need to be involved. The heads of the labs. That's it. We're talking about what, less than 10 people?
You think it's just those two? You don't think like there's any government agencies like checking and verifying any of this also?
There's supposed to be. But you like, with all due respect,
well, the FDA approved it. So how many people in the FDA checked over the vaccine? Whatever. This is okay. We're getting really down this rabbit hole of whether you can get 5,000 people to lie for you or not. I feel like look, Jess is literally lost, being like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I thought we were talking about the election right now. We're losing people at this point. Okay.
Nah, I'm going up, bro.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you can't get 5,000 lawyers to lie for you. I personally feel like that's not that hard because I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. I feel like people, even if it's not, maybe you don't need to get everyone even to think you're lying. You could just get people, you can just give people selective information, right? Like the question is like also what are all these lawyers doing?
Part I would agree with, but the thing is, with 5,000 lawyers, bro, if these 5,000 lawyers are tasked with doing research, by definition, they're in the loop. The reason what your example that you're referring to all includes large amounts of people who can be kept out of the loop. These lawyers, by definition of their position, my opinion is, will all be in the loop. Now, if they're not in the loop, then yeah, if there's only 100 people in the loop, then what the hell are these other 5,000 people? Are they acting as paralegals? If you got 4,500 acting as paralegals or 4,900, but then you got 100 in the loop, now I can see, all right, maybe you can manipulate 100 people and you just lie to the other 4,500. And what they say is, yeah, I don't have access to that information. I can see that. But if those 5,000 people are all involved with intricate information, then by definition, they can't blame their boss. They're involved. They're in the know. And the only way for them to perpetuate the lie is to be willing to lie. That's a lot of people to account for. 5,000 people to keep in check? Nah, bro, that's not it.
Okay. I mean, like, I feel like we just got to agree to disagree at this point. I feel like there are a lot of things where you do need that. Like, I don't believe in most of the conspiracies. So it's sort of funny how I'm actually kind of on the opposite side of what I would usually be on, right? I mean, literally, so let's go with what happened last time was Trump's lawyers that he had last time were trying to tell him he lost the election. A lot of them were like, hey, you actually did lose the election, and he just wouldn't listen. So maybe you're right. Maybe like what's going to happen is he's going to hire these lawyers and they're going to be like, bro, you lost the election. Or maybe he wins tonight. I don't know. He might just win. And then he's got these people on standby for no reason. Like, okay, how about this, Quijano? Like, and this might be an unfair question. This just came to my mind. This totally could be an unfair question.
Okay.
What is the likelihood if Trump wins, he's going to make sure with these lawyers that everything was done correctly? Probably zero, right?
That's a fair question. No. Here's what I think is going to happen. I don't think he's going to vet this election. I think he's going to vet the last election.
Wait, what?
I think that he will use those attorneys to vet 2020 and go after with legal charges anybody who was actually guilty.
Yeah.
It's Florida, babe.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I don't know if that's an unfair question because it's
Kansas,
like,
you got Kansas.
Oh my God, Kansas went for Trump. That's crazy.
Got
Wait,
Kansas,
go back to Kansas. Did that have more for Harris, but they called it for Trump? Did I see
Did they
that
call
right?
it?
Wait, fuck. Can
Louisiana?
you go backwards? Can you go backwards to Kansas real quick?
Maybe. Hold on. Massachusetts. Yeah, I can. Give me a second. Louisiana.
We can, on the electoral map, we can see all of them.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go to the electoral map. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, so 101. He's leading in the popular vote by about 3 million. We know this. 50% recording. All right, Oklahoma, 21% reporting.
Pennsylvania, the fact that it's leaning blue is huge. That's a big thing for Kamala, but it's only 15% reporting. Right?
Alabama.
So we kind of need Georgia. It looks like we'll probably lose. We'll see.
South Carolina's on a pretty heavy lead, 36%.
South Carolina's called.
Oh shoot, I didn't refresh. All right, bet.
Oh, Wyoming called for Trump. Look, it just turned.
Let's go. All right. So
there's no one in Wyoming. There's 0 people in Wyoming. 55, you ever been to Wyoming?
55. Georgia's pretty heavy. I have driven.
We got 56% reporting though, so we got to like take into account like our 65% reporting. There's a lot that's like there's still a lot to happen, right?
Trump's pulling ahead in North Carolina. He's ahead in Virginia.
It's very big that Kamala is leading in Pennsylvania. That's like if Trump gets Pennsylvania, it's basically over for Kamala.
No, this is pretty. I mean, she's double in Pennsylvania currently, 16%.
But look, wait, no, click on it. So click on it. Pennsylvania, we don't know. Look where the voting has already happened. It's happened in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, right? These are the cities. That's where Democrats are. Democrats live in cities. Republicans live in farm towns. You know, so
that's racist.
Is it? Is the Republicans a race?
Maybe. I'm not sure. All right, so
you gotta click show all states. So go up if you're trying to do that. Yeah,
I appreciate you being efficient at this because
I'll help out. I've done this before because North Dakota was a swing state. They called it for North Dakota already. Oh no, Nebraska. My bad. Never mind. Yeah. Nebraska was a swing state.
So Tennessee.
Wait, where's Nebraska?
Is this a reflection of our geographical skills?
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, no. Oh, Nebraska was called
for Trump. Wait, how?
Trump. That was a swing state.
No, but how? Look,
it's 26% reporting. Wait, she has more votes.
That's what I'm saying,
bro. You know what this means, right?
It's Harris
rigged against Kamala.
Harris has to convert to 5,000 attorneys.
No, dude. How
could
you explain to me how Kamala has an extra 40,000 votes on Nebraska and they called it?
Yeah, this is really interesting, right? Because
tell me about that. That sounds like illegal immigrants are voting for Kamala or for Trump. Yeah, I don't know how that's happening. It's very funny how you and I have no idea how this works. Like,
Yeah, so crazy. We are not your guys.
No clue how these people are calling this shit.
We've been trying to
We're
tell
just
them
like,
from the beginning.
we're just, you and I are just like two monkeys looking at the map, being like, "Ooh, blue, red."
New York
Why?
is eating for Harris. Eating for Harris.
Yeah, like very obviously.
Yeah. Hold on.
You
I'm
know,
gonna
Trump
try.
might be one of the only people I think who loses his home state. Or I guess no, he lives in Florida now. Never mind. He doesn't live in New York anymore. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So
Bro, how
technically,
is Missouri leaning blue? That's crazy.
I don't know.
Is this shit real? Is any of this real?
Wait, hold on. Tucker Carlson. What's Tucker Carlson saying? Let's pull up some of these.
Oh my guy. Well, you listen to Tucker Carlson. I'm gonna go bathroom. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Wash your hands, bro. Wash your hands.
Yep.
Let's see. What's Tucker Carlson? Oh, look, we got DT Jr. here. Now that looks. Let's go to this guy. Let's see what he's saying. Here we go. Let's see what these guys are saying.
Norwegian or something, but the head of NATO, Stoltenberg or something like that, he said, in his own words, he said that Vladimir Putin told NATO that if you just put it in writing that Ukraine will never join NATO, he won't invade. And he bragged about how he said, no, we won't be bullied around by Vladimir Putin. So we said, screw you, we won't put it in writing. And then Vladimir Putin invaded, okay? What the entire war in Ukraine is about, and I think far too few people in America actually know this, what the entire war is about is that the Russians have determined that it is their red line that Ukraine cannot be a part of NATO. Now, I know in our American head, you might hear that and go, hey, what? They should never get to tell us what we're allowed to do or something like that. But all I'm saying is think about it like this. Can Mexico join China's military alliance? Fuck no, they can't. There's no way we'd allow that to happen. When the communists tried to put nuclear weapons in Cuba, Jack Kennedy said he will blow up the world if they do that. Because, sorry, that was our red line. We cannot have your weaponry in Cuba a few miles off of our coast. We're taking that as a preemptive nuclear attack. And he meant it. And then he got on the phone and he made a deal, and we pulled our missiles back from Turkey, and they pulled their missiles back from Cuba, and we went on. This was Vladimir Putin's point. You can't have your military alliance in our biggest, most strategically important next-door neighbor. Now, I'm sorry, but that is reasonable. That's a reasonable request. And that doesn't mean that you love Vladimir Putin or that you're sworn loyal to him. To just say, hey, why the hell are we even expanding our military alliance to Ukraine? Who can? And listen, Donald Trump, he always says that war never would have happened if I was president and I would negotiate an end to this. And I got to say, I think he's right about that. I don't think the war would have happened if he was president. I think he will negotiate an end to it. I don't think he's right that Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if he was president. That seems kind of ridiculous to me. But he's right. If the Ukraine war could be over tomorrow if America wanted to negotiate a peace to it. Vladimir Putin's been trying to the entire time.
So in other words, what you're saying is most likely Trump's going to be able to pull it off.
I think, well, the question there becomes who does Donald Trump put around him? If Donald Trump puts Mike Pompeo, AKA Liz Cheney's pick for defense secretary, if he puts John Bolton, AKA Hillary Clinton's pick for national security advisor, then maybe not. Then maybe it doesn't happen. But if he listens to Tucker Carlson and Bobby Kennedy and Vivek Ramaswamy and all the smart people around him, then yes, he could negotiate an end to that war.
Well, wow.
Ricky, can we switch what Matt Zapata? I want to have a veteran who's
what?
Why would it? But he chose John Bolton last time. So like, why would we? If Trump chose John Bolton, why are we saying like I guess I'm confused. Those are the people he chose. If they're so bad, why did he choose them?
Ask him.
I'm just confused by that.
All right, and if we can get Ricky's mic over to Matt. How you doing, my man? So, Matt, former Marine, 3 tours. You're hearing this conversation about war. Where do you stand? What's your position on what Trump's going to do if he were to win in regards to Russia and Ukraine?
PB, when you're looking at the military's ready to rock. That's our commander in chief. We're ready to go at a moment's notice. But when I'm looking at this situation, we're always thinking about, when we're always deployed, we're thinking about what we're fighting for. We're fighting for coming back home. We want to fight for our brothers in the foxhole. But at the same time, is it really what we're fighting for to go over there in Ukraine? And by the way, I think what's going on in North Carolina right now, that I've not seen these type of numbers, but I think what people are starting to realize that this is what the government's trying to treat survivors of a hurricane versus the priority, the finances go to Ukraine and going to these proxy wars versus taking care of and even taking care of veterans. PBD, there's so many people that have asked me, so Paul, and you know this, all the stuff I've gone through, L4 stenosis, all the different things I've gone through the military. I still have 0% disability. I've got my VA claim denied. So all these guys and the morale of the military today, they don't want to go deploy. They want to stay here and fight here and take care home first.
Dave, do you agree? Do you agree what he's saying?
Can I ask you a question about that?
Look, I mean, I think there's no question.
Yeah,
because I feel like people are more interested in what we have to say than what PBD has to say, to be honest.
It's possible. Maybe.
I feel like us watching. I feel like we should just be showing the electoral map and what's happening, and then you and I are actually.
Yeah, you had the piece, so I had to put something on, bro.
No, it's all good. So, what, like, what do you feel like Trump is going to do about Ukraine and Israel? Like, do you have, to me, it feels weird because he doesn't, it's like, I don't get why we feel like he's just going to solve it just because he says so. Like, I don't get it. So, like, I'm curious how, like, you feel about it. And, like, because I don't understand the logic. Because all I've heard him say is like, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be the best. Under me, nothing happens. So then I'm going to solve all the problems. And I'm like, I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me. So like, I'd like you to explain like what you think.
First of all, that was a solid impression. I respect it.
Thank you.
Let me ask you an honest question. And then I'm going to answer your question, but I'm actually curious.
Ohio called for Trump is huge. That's a big one, I think. Sorry.
No.
But Ohio got called for Trump, and that's like that's actually a. I don't know if that was a swing state. Actually, I might be wrong. 51%. That was a swing state last time.
51%. Very interesting. Let's.
That's crazy.
Let's go back.
Sorry,
to
I
this.
didn't mean to interrupt my own question.
No, you're good.
I just saw that.
Honest opinion, man. And I want your honest opinion on this. Vladimir Putin. Kim Jong-un, leaders in China. Who do you think they would respect or revere more in a situation that they need to stay in line or bad things are going to happen to them? Harris, Biden, or Trump? Honest opinion.
That didn't really. Okay, well, I'll answer your question first. Who? Can you say that question again? Who would they respect, or who would they like? I just want to make sure I got it right.
So I used a couple of different words so you can pick which one is.
Because like I think it would be different who they would respect. I think it would be different. Like I think I will admit they might think Trump is going to do something so fucking crazy that they get scared. Right? That might be a possibility. Like I felt like he was going to do something crazy in his first term. Right. And then Kim Jong-un might be feeling the same thing and be like, are you going to fucking nuke us over this shit? And then he's like, all right, fuck it. I am backing down. You are fucking crazy. Right. That might be what's happening.
If we want to use the silly rhetoric as a justification to acknowledge a rational point, that's fine. I'm good with that. But here's my point, bro. What's the job of a president internationally? There's a long list, but I believe, especially when it comes to nations like China, Russia, North Korea,
overall helping U.S. national interest.
Sure. And would you agree that for those types of country, he has to be willing to show force, to flex a little bit, and make them recognize we're not friends, but you will respect me and you will not cross my line? Do you agree or disagree that a president in the United States, their responsibility is to demonstrate that line to the countries like the Russias and the North Koreas or the Chinas of the world that are not necessarily our friends? Okay. So if that's the objective, who deploys that objective best? Harris, Biden, or Trump?
I think Trump does better than Biden. I'm not sure about Harris. Maybe. The hard thing is to tell is Harris hasn't been president yet, so I don't know if she's going to act the same way that Biden did, right? So I don't know.
Okay.
What I would say though is like it's one thing to be like, don't cross this line or I might do something. I'm talking about an active going conflict. Like Russia's already done this thing, right?
So here's my two answers to that. Answer number one is I think what we just discussed is actually a big factor. The reality is if you have a parent who's not going to punish you when you do bad things, you're going to continue to test them because you know nothing's going to happen. And that's how they feel about the current presidency, and arguably maybe even Obama and presidents before that. This is why they had the freedom to do these things, because they knew nothing was going to happen. And as we see, nothing has happened. Right? So Putin felt like he had the right to do it, and he was going to get no consequence. And he's gotten no consequence.
Well, he's got some consequence.
Enough to make him stop?
Not enough to make him stop.
And that's the point. And if you are a leader of the free world and you play a role in the stopping of this conflict so it doesn't escalate into a world war, then you're either succeeding or failing at your job. I think we can argue, I think most would agree that Biden has failed at that job. So I think to answer your question, I think the mere presence that Trump holds with these international leaders, whether it's because he's a good negotiator or whether it's because he's a good leader, or maybe it's just because everybody's scared that he's a crazy person and he's going to blow up the world. Whatever freaking conclusion you want to come to. The fact remains, for the first time in almost 100 years, no new war started under the president that everybody thought was going to start World War III. Right? So he did better than all of his predecessors. Nobody wants to.
I don't know about that, but okay. I don't know if he did better than all his predecessors, but okay.
In 100 years, let's call it in 100 years. In regards
no
to
shot in 100 years. Hold on, wait. Sorry, I gotta get one last thing. Sorry, I know I'm like leaving in the middle of a conversation. I'll be right back.
My guy asked the question and then left in the middle of the answer.
Hold on, sorry.
No, it's okay. I miss you.
Yeah.
I like it when you leave.
Okay, I'm not gonna get into the whole 100 years thing. That's just not true. But I don't really want to get into that. That was at least a logical answer. So I really appreciate that because I just wasn't getting it. I was like, why do we think that like he's just because he hasn't said he's going to do anything? I can disagree with that point, but I think I'm judge. So I appreciate that.
Here's the thing, like this guy, and I don't know how accurate what he said was, but the guy that was talking while you were in the bathroom said that which one? Hold on. We gotta update.
What got called?
Virginia.
For Trump?
Looks like it. Maybe. Let's see.
Wait, I gotta keep.
Nah, it doesn't look like it was called back.
Wait,
it's 51%. He's slightly.
We also gotta keep up with like which ones are the swing states because I don't think Virginia's a swing state.
All right, let's find out.
It's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Put that in the chat.
Those are the ones.
Put that in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Okay. Those are the swing states, just so we know.
So Georgia, pretty heavily leading Trump.
Pennsylvania looks like it's Harris, so we don't know, but we don't know yet.
Pennsylvania is definitely looking Harris, but yeah, we're much lower count. It's 69% in Georgia.
We haven't gotten the legals yet.
No, okay. I thought I saw a red in Michigan. I was looking at Wisconsin. It's 10% reporting. Harris is pretty comfortably in the lead so far there. Nevada hasn't started counting yet.
I think they start with cities, to be honest. That's what it kind of looks like to me.
Georgia.
Cities are more blue.
North Carolina looks like it's still leading Trump so far. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Wisconsin's Trump. So hold on. Arizona's unclear. What we know right now, you count blue, I'm gonna count red. So we got
like
Michigan.
How many electoral cards? Yeah, like how many they got?
No. Michigan is a 1 for you.
I'm counting blue. You're counting red. You said.
Yeah. So Michigan's 1 for you.
Okay. Are you just saying with where everyone's leaning? You want me to count anything?
Yeah.
Leaning
So
blue?
so far, we're just talking about swing states.
10, 13, 27.
Wisconsin,
34, 38,
Georgia,
49,
North
53,
Carolina,
56.
Michigan, Pennsylvania. So far, Trump's got 2, 3, and Harris has 2, leading in the swing states.
Oh, you just meant swing states? I was like, damn, you're making me doing some complicated math. I was counting literally every single state.
No, just the
God
swing
damn
states.
it.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah,
Wait.
but we don't really know yet. We'll see. There's 2. There
That's
are also
just
like
pretty
there are
heavily-
2. Arizona and Nevada are on the West Coast, so like this election is far from over.
Yeah,
like,
we got time.
Trump like so far has more called for him, but like there's still a lot of votes to count.
So Colorado, pretty heavy Harris so far. We don't even see the numbers.
I mean, Colorado's gonna go blue. So is your state, bro.
It always does, dude.
Does it?
Yeah.
Wait, if I went down there, would more people agree with me?
Probably, yeah. Kind of depends on the neighborhood, though. Really, yeah.
Okay.
Kansas.
Oh wow. Texas
What?
went red.
Yeah, pretty heavy. Look, 58% counted, up by 10%.
All right, cool.
5%.
We're getting
I
there.
really need to understand how they get 5% reporting and they can vote. Like, for example, 5%, and they already calling it for Trump.
Which one?
North Dakota.
It's because there's no one there. When they say 5%, that's like the entire city. I don't know.
Interesting.
That doesn't make sense, but
No, that's right. You're right. Illinois. Really, really interesting to see how it goes so far. Minnesota's 1%.
Jess, this is actually a really important question because this is what happened in the last election. Mail-in votes get counted usually after, in a lot of states, the ballots that are cast in person. So you're seeing right now in-person ballot votes. But there are going to be more mail-in votes that start, if necessary, that are counted, I think, tomorrow or throughout the night, one or the other. And Republicans went crazy last time because they're like, how did I went to bed? This state was for Trump and now it's for Harris. And that's because you mailed in your vote. It gets counted after the people who did it in person.
So you're saying here's the
I don't remember when they count it. I don't remember if it's the next day or if it's later, but they count it after the in-person ballots in a lot of states.
Here's what's interesting, bro. Honest question. We're talking about IDs for voting. Did you have to show your ID to vote?
No.
Either did I. Either did Yvonne.
Funny. They told me though that like if I wanted, it was really weird. So like I chose to mail in ballot. Like I was mailed my ballot, right?
Okay.
And then so I just dropped it off at the polling place. But I asked because I was curious because I was like, you know what, that wasn't as fun as like going into the poll, having someone sit you down, explaining, you know, like I want to be pampered a little bit, you know, next time, like when you like have to get your ballot at the place, right? They told me that if I had done that process, I actually would have had to show my ID. Fun fact.
Zach, what's up, Poppy? What? Who wants a foot massage? Yeah, here's the thing. No, Yvonne was saying something else. I wanted to make sure. Here's like, so Yvonne didn't have to. Who here had to? Who did like? Say
if I had voted in person, I would have had to though. They told me I had to. But I was just dropping off my ballot.
Yeah, we went in person and voted in person. Did the whole thing. I specifically did not pull out my ID. Yvonne did because Yvonne's like an avid rule follower. Yvonne will make up rules that don't exist just to follow them for no reason whatsoever. It doesn't make any sense to me. I hate it. So she's like got all of her documentation in place. She brought like her birth certificate, a picture of her footprint when she was an infant. It was like a lot.
Lit.
She's like, here, and she was like,
Yvonne,
"Here's all of
we
my
appreciate you.
We being real big.
We,
with that
the American people, appreciate your honesty."
Meanwhile, I pulled 0 things out of my pocket. I was like, "Can I vote?" They were like, "Yeah." What's your name? I was like, it's DQ. And they were like, say less, fam. And then they gave me a voting sheet.
I guess like Quijano. So here's my question. So, okay. I'd have to know the people on the voting sheet, right?
You'd have to know the people on the voting
So, okay.
sheet.
So you're saying like that's bad that they didn't ask for your ID, right? You think that's a bad thing, right?
I mean, I guess my question is, what's to stop them from just anybody walking in there, giving their name and then voting? I guess is the main concern.
That's my point. But they had to find you on the sheet, right?
Uh-huh.
So they would, if you walked in, you would have had to known a name that was on that sheet, correct? And pose as them, right?
You could go right now with the real estate software. And how much information can you find about a random American citizen in any given state?
You can't find out whether they're registered to vote with real
What are you
estate
talking
software.
about? You can literally go to the register to vote website and put your name in and then they'll tell you if the person's registered or not. That's how I found out. Yvonne literally just put my name in the vote.org thing and it showed up what I was registered and how I was registered as.
Did it tell you what county?
I believe so. I'll have to look that up to see. Let me look and see. But
did it tell you just New Mexico, or did it tell you the county? Because also you have to go to like your polling place. So someone would have to know your address because your address is linked to the polling place where they actually have your ballot.
But this is my point,
They
bro.
would have had to
It
know
costs
your
15
name.
cents to skip trace somebody, dog.
What?
It costs 15 cents to skip trace somebody. And then you have all that information. Like we literally do this for a living under different circumstances. We find all kinds of personal information about people, updated addresses, phone numbers, where they live. And with that information, you can look and find anything else. You can find where they work, their email address, right? Like you can find anything about anybody. So if somebody really wanted to do this, they could legitimately, with 3 minutes of internet access.
Okay, so here's what they would have had to do. When they had, so let's like go through it because like I just want to go through the steps. So like let's say we're taking, what do you think is happening? Do you think a random person might try to impersonate someone, or do you think it would be like someone that knows you?
No. I'm simply making the argument that if all it takes is for you to walk up and say a name and a birthday, and they let you vote as that person, that's not complicated to do. That's all I'm
They
saying.
don't
That's
know
just the
you.
point that I'm trying to make.
It's not complicated to do, but it actually would, like, let's say if somebody had tried to vote for you, right?
Okay.
They would have had to known. They would have had to known your full name. They would have had to known your address. They would have had to known your birth date. And they would have, it sounds like those are the three things they would need.
What about that can you not
then-
find on Google in less than 60 seconds?
My point is that how would they have known to search you specifically versus just any random person? Like what would have prompted them to put in Daniel Quijano into the elector voter registration?
Look, I wasn't asked my birthday, just my name, and then they read her address to her, and she confirmed.
Okay. I mean, I get it. Like, I understand it's not a complicated process, but I also find it interesting. It would take a lot to actually swing an election that way. You'd have to do that with a lot of people, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I can't really argue the logistics of it. I just know it's possible, right?
Yeah. I didn't really vote in person. I had like my ballot mailed to me, and then I just dropped it off, which I'm not going to do next time.
Why?
Why did I do that?
No, why
Or the big board. Rachel Scott, Rick Klein are going to be at these boards all night long. And if I remember 4 years ago, I think you guys were around until Saturday, but I don't want to freak you out just yet. But Rick, I want to talk about this because we have early vote numbers. Obviously, Republicans and Democrats had significant early vote. I've been obsessed because I've talked to you about this being obvious.
This is old, right? I wanted to find a live one. So I was trying to find updated information on the
Google's pretty good.
Google's pretty good. No. Google's good, but I want somebody to explain stuff to me. Like I want to find somebody that knows why we are able to call states with 1% of the vote.
We can look that up. Here, I'll look that up real quick. Hold on.
You can
That's
look
like
it
a YouTube video. How can we call a state with 1% of the vote? Wait, here we go. I got a short on it. This guy looks.
Boom. You got the hack.
What?
Jess has the hack.
Wait. Wait, just watch this real quick. That's not playing any sound.
Bro, we can't hear anything you're showing, bro.
God damn it. Hold on.
You saw this? Hold on. Watch this. Let's see if they're showing the clip that I think they're showing.
He's thinking about backwards. You search everyone in your area, and then you and all your buddies roll up as those people. But how do you search everyone in your area? Like, what do you mean? Like, you just start putting random names into the register voter? Like, you see, like, okay, I see Quijano owns X property, and now I'm just going to put his name in and just see if he's registered, and then show up, and then hope he didn't get there yet? Is that the idea? Because if you got there before me, then it doesn't work. It's crazy if you, I'm not, like, maybe they all show up at like 7 a.m. right when the polls open. I don't know, but I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions.
You've never rigged an election, and it shows, bro.
It's true. Wait, what are you
And
showing? I have a this reel. I think is going to explain it to us.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. It says sharing audio. Oh, there we go. All right, share audio. Here we go.
So we are able to call some states at poll close and some shortly after, and it's sort of two scenarios. So in one scenario, in races that are sort of blowout races where there's a lot of spread, we actually can use the exit poll to project those races, but that's a limited group of states. In other states, states like Florida and Texas, those are states that actually have split poll closes. And what that means is that part of the state closes earlier. So in Florida, for example, a lot of the state closes at 7 o'clock. So by the time the 8 o'clock poll close comes, we might have 80% of the vote, and that might be enough to actually project a state like Florida. The same is true in Texas, where we might have 40% of the state when the 9 o'clock poll close happens. And in those instances, we have some pretty good models by then. And if they're spread, we can possibly project those races.
So I guess the answer to your question with the 1% is it's just such a blowout from the exit polls, is what it sounds like.
Maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe. Very, very interesting. Guys, in the chat, who do you guys look right here? Christian McCrackerstein. That makes sense.
Okay, you know what? I actually have a question for the chat, because most of the chat is voting for Trump.
Yo, don't just assume somebody's election, bro. That's disrespectful.
Bro, I've been on this podcast for 6 months. I know who most people are fucking voting for, okay? they're not agreeing with me ever on anything, right? Okay, anyone who supports Trump in the chat. If Trump loses the election, do we think it's because it was stolen from him? Or do we think he legitimately lost? Or do we not know? I'm just curious, like what Republicans think right now.
So the options are stolen, not stolen, don't know.
Or they don't know. Yeah.
Stolen, not stolen.
There has to be investigation. I'm just curious. Like right now. Like if let's just say he lost it. Like you saw on the Google map, they say he lost. Did he get it stolen from him because of immigrants? Did he lose it fair and square? Or are there other factors? Like I'm just curious how people think.
Nobody ever answers the hard questions in the chat, bro.
It's so true.
While we're
Only
waiting,
you and
let's
me.
listen to what this
the
lady
late
has to say.
things
Look,
a bit. So while polls have closed here in the past hour, they've given them an extra 2 hours to stay open to make sure that all voters who want to vote want to do. Now, this isn't really a great surprise because they have been geared up here for months and for years to sort of counter any misinformation, counter any outside interference with these elections. But of course, now that it's all happening, it is a reminder of the outside actors who are trying to undermine what is happening here. But they do believe they want to reassure everybody that they think it's a hoax at the moment and that they've all been prepared for this for a while.
Okay, Emma, thanks for bringing us up to date with that. We'll keep in touch with you if there are any more developments. Hey, Patrick, you were itching to get in there with some response to that exit poll. Now is your moment.
Yeah. So in 2016, about 11% of the people, the electorate, were undecided going into the final stretch. I agree with her assessment. 4 years ago, it was 5%. Now it's about 5%. But those trend lines, when you look at it, they will decide. Most of them are independents, frankly. And independents are absolutely breaking toward Kamala Harris here in the final stretch. Part of the reason is she's been very consistent in her message. She's saying country over party. She's saying we need a new generation of leadership. And Donald Trump has not been disciplined. He's talking about island of garbage, and he's talking about Liz Cheney and some other things that independent voters aren't buying what he's selling.
Well, Katie was also jumping to get in here on this. I mean, I remember.
Was that for all states?
And it was in the very final days, and the.
I guess they didn't really say.
is it interesting to you that this is BBC, right? So obviously not an American left or right source. The amount of people that are there for Trump, does that is that indicate?
You mean that none of them are for Trump? You mean?
No, all of them, like the majority. I would say 80+% of the people in this are for Trump. Not all, but a lot.
The internet is much more pro-Trump, I think. If the internet decided this election, Trump would have won by a landslide, for sure.
I need you to
everywhere I look at liberal stations. I look everywhere, and it's just all Trump.
do me a favor. I need you to look at your WhatsApp real
at his
quick.
rally. It was not helpful. I grant you.
Team.
And it wasn't helpful for Joe Biden.
I'm sending it right now.
Supporters garbage. It was very reminiscent of
Why
Hillary
didn't you look at my
Clinton
WhatsApp,
calling them deplorables. The fact of the matter is that as much as you talk about the stock market doing well, or the latest job numbers or inflation numbers,
Why do you want me to look at your WhatsApp chat? Oh, I don't
Look
know.
at-
Hold on.
Look at the WhatsApp chat. Yvonne knows nothing about you. She's not friends with you. Since this conversation, look what she found. Everything about you, your home address,
That's pretty wild, actually.
all of your information to go on about. She knows nothing about you.
Well, you did find like everything about me. That's pretty wild.
Fun fact, Yvonne found all of his information, including his address, his phone number, or his date of birth.
You didn't find my phone number, but you found my address. You find out where I live. You found out when I registered. You found out my voter ID.
It's enough for me to go in and vote as you.
Not in Colorado, technically. Colorado, you actually have to show ID. Fun fact.
It's really interesting, right? It's not that hard, bro.
You found that out stuff. The question is then like, okay, so you found out all the info as me. Then you'd have to go in and pose as me. I guess it just depends. Like, are people actually doing it or not?
First and foremost, bro, I have enough swag. I have enough swags to pose as you. Not everybody has enough swag to pose as Jonah Korchin, but I feel like I can pull it off.
Bro, all that needs to happen is you just put on like a slight toupee. That's it. It's game over. We put you a little white face on you. We're good to go.
No, it's not racist if it's whiteface, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
I don't think it'd be racist. That would be so fucking funny if I saw you at a Denver fucking county poll. Dude, like Denver county polling places are just like, they're just a bunch of sweet, like older ladies just hanging out, drinking coffee, being like, I'm helping my democracy. And then you come in with a white face and a toupee, being like, I'm Jonah Korchin. I feel like they just look at you and just be like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Because here, let me tell you,
this guy?
I'm gonna start this up. First of all, you're in Denver, right? Everybody look at your face. I'm buying myself a pair of cargo shorts and Birkenstocks, right?
Nice.
First
In
of all.
winter when it's like snowing.
100%, right?
That's not what happens in winter.
I'm getting an earthy. Well, it's even easier in
Okay.
winter, right? Because I can just wear a big jacket and cover myself up with some weird looking boots, right? But in the summer, Birkenstocks, I'm definitely wearing a pair of cargo shorts and I'm gonna have some sort of shirt that has something outdoorsy on it, right? Like it's gonna have some campground that I've never been to before, and I'm gonna have a backpack for no reason whatsoever. But I'm gonna carry that backpack, and it's gonna have a bunch of granola bars in it. I'm 100% passing as you, bro. If you saw me, if the chat saw me and you standing next to each other, and I'm dressed like that, they're gonna think I'm more Jonah than you. I'm gonna out Jonah in that.
They're gonna have no idea. You're gonna fool everyone because they have no idea who
They're
I
not gonna
am.
be sure. They're gonna get mad at me and they're like, "Why are you a liberal?"
Did you see my post about that speeding ticket I got on my Instagram
No.
story?
No, when did you get a speeding ticket?
Wait, bro, let me hold on. Fuck. Wait, shit. This would be so funny to show on the podcast.
Okay.
Dude, wait,
Let's
hold
show.
on. Damn it. I might have thrown away the speeding ticket because I paid it though.
Who throws away a speeding ticket?
Well, I paid it.
No, I did see that one. The one with the sunglasses?
Yeah, where I look hard as fuck.
No. That was worth every penny. That was worth every penny for the flex,
Bro,
bro.
I could bring it up on the computer if I like find the ticket. Wait, hold on. Should I go looking for the ticket in my recycling? Hold on a second.
How maturely should I answer this question, chat? I'm not sure how I should respond to this. I don't know that I'm in a position to respond to this maturely. So use your imagination, Joe.
Wait, hold on. I got the speeding ticket. Wait, let me show you. Bro, they
You guys
got
gotta
me
see this
from
flex.
They got me from every angle. They got a video of me speeding. Or no, they didn't get a video, but like they got let me show you. Hold on. Fuck. Yeah, this one. They it's just so funny how they completely destroyed me.
Jonah,
Right?
do you want? Is it time to talk about it, bro? Should we answer this question, or should
So
we keep it
between
private?
Jonah and DQ, whose is bigger? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Bro, I'm not ready. I'm not ready
Nah,
for the
I don't
world to
think
know
so,
how
bro.
much of a schlong I got, dude. How much of a fucking thing I got hanging, bro. It's not tonight. We're voting for the
Different people
president.
just unsubscribe from my YouTube channel because of that, bro.
You shouldn't have partnered with me as a podcast person, dude. If you're gonna bring up this stuff, dude. If we're actually getting into it.
The level with which you enunciated that with your chest for me, bro. Like at this point, I'm just conceding because of the way you answered that question.
Just because I
Like,
said
you
it
can have
confidently.
You can have it just because
Dude,
of that, bro.
it
You can
works.
have
It works every time with the ladies as well, bro. Just say it with confidence, and then it works out. You know.
Is this why you wear super short shorts in your rock climbing class for
Yeah,
this
dude,
reason right
it's
here?
to show off the bulge, bro. It's a show off the
That-
bulge. It's to let them know. It's to let them know.
I hope not,
Type
Joe,
picture
because
number.
at that situation, he's just breaking standards at that point.
Wait, I want the entire chat to see this just because this was so funny. I know this doesn't have anything to do with anything.
This is actually
But-
funny.
but
This
it's
is
just so
the.
funny.
This is
Wait,
the-
let me
this
show
is
my
the-
screen.
This is the swaggiest picture. Hold on, let me stop.
Isn't this is the funniest fucking picture I've ever seen?
That's his speeding ticket picture.
This is me. I sped a 50 in a I don't even know where this is. But like they've got me fucked up, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
here's
lot.
my-
That looks like a Kia commercial.
Right? But it's just so I mean, also on Instagram it was funnier because I got like a close-up of me there. But it's just like, isn't this so funny? They're like, they give me a close-up snapshot of my own face.
Yeah, that's a
just
lot,
so
bro.
gangster.
You flexed on the cops with that.
50 in a 35 zone. And then they got my license plate scored. This is like what would happen if they were like, all right, we got to take him to jail for something. They like absolutely got me. There's like
Nah, you got
no challenging this ticket whatsoever.
What's with the lighting in this picture? This is fantastic lighting, bro. I need to put this lighting in my office.
I remember what happened. They all of a sudden I'm just going down the street and then they flash. Like I just saw a flash. I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then I get
Yeah.
a ticket in the mail.
There was like a 3-week period out here where they put
huge detour.
there was a 3-week period where they put up all these new
Yeah,
cameras out
those
here.
glasses do make me look blind a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I look like the 3 blind mice with those glasses, but I also look sick. That
do
is my
not-
mugshot. That's how they take me to jail for speeding 50 and a 35.
Nah, bro, I'm gonna
What's
tell
up,
you right
brother?
now. There was legitimately like a 3-week period where I got one every time I left the house, bro. Every road I went down, I'm like, bro, you gotta be
That's so
joking. I saw the
annoying.
flash and that was it. And at that point, I just started getting scared, and I just drove like an elderly person from them point on it until I learned where they were. The whole 100%. Trump is life. I'll unfriend anyone that disagrees. Jeremy, in fairness, bro, you don't have any friends, so this is not an overwhelmingly convincing threat.
Savage, dude. What the fuck? Jeremy, I thought we were friends, bro. I voted for Kamala, dude. We're not friends anymore over this? Whack, bro.
It's a
The
win-win.
whole point of this podcast is to show you could be friends with the other side.
No. But Jeremy's on a different situation, right? Jeremy's
like, nah, fuck that.
Jeremy's probably on the
You didn't
Diddy
vote
list.
for Trump,
If we're
get
being
outta here.
completely honest, Jeremy's on the Diddy list. So,
Holy shit.
do you want to be friends with Jeremy?
Oh my god.
Of all the people I know, if I had to guess somebody to be on the Diddy list that I know personally, Jeremy's top 2.
That's savage, dude.
Who else? You don't think he's top 2?
He would be against it, blowing the fucking whistle.
Nah, Jeremy?
Yeah, he would
Nah,
be
bro.
like,
Nah. He spent a lot of time in Southeast Asia. Nah, no. Baby oil.
Damn. All right.
Look at him, he's proud. I told you. Jeremy's
right.
top 2. And he's only top 2 because I can't think of anybody else, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my math. I really don't know. He might be number 1.
We don't have any updates.
Bro, let's bring people up here. Let's throw our chat. Y'all, who wants to come up here and
who
give
wants
us
to
their
come talk
predictions?
to us? Who wants to tell their opinions on
Hold
the
on,
election?
Let me share invite. Here we go. I'm gonna throw this in the chat. Come up here, and tell us what you think about Diddy
Anything.
parties, about Jonah's flex.
Tell us how you guys feel about.
On
Tell
the
us who
police.
you think. Tell us who you think has the bigger schlong. Let's do a poll.
Babe, stay off the chat.
Yeah, wait, we have someone who knows. It's like he can just like be like a secret.
I want with the appearance of victory.
This wouldn't be fair. I'd have to throw on like an X or something. I'd have to be like, hey.
Yeah, you'd have to for balance.
For balance sake, to be fair and reasonable.
We could if we could find the lady boy from our first podcast, then I think they have a vested interest in telling the truth. Did we get any more states called?
Not
15
anyone
minutes?
that we didn't know.
Virginia's
Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, like all the South has turned red.
Virginia, where are you getting 70%, baby? You know where Virginia is?
Virginia is not called
That's
yet,
West Virginia.
but it's gonna go to Trump. I think it was already like I think people think it's gonna go to Virginia. It'd be a huge upset if Virginia went to Kamala. I think
It's slightly high. It's slightly high towards Trump. It's leaning Trump. Really interesting so far.
this is the most concerning one. Kamala would have a much better chance of winning if she gets if Kamala got Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it would be very hard for Trump to win. And vice
So
versa.
we got 15 minutes until we would never date the same chick unless he dated them first. Just throwing that out there, Peter.
What are we talking about? Did you guys ever date the same chick?
No,
bro,
that's
no.
not realistic because unfortunately Jonah's actually like 17 years old. So like mathematically that would
Either
be
I'm dating cougars or Keanu's on the Diddy list. Like it's one
What's
or the
the
other.
oldest person you ever dated?
Every single person I've actually dated was younger than me.
Interesting. So you are the second person on my Diddy list.
By like a year or two, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, technically you're still
I've had sex with
you're not
people who are much older than me, but I've never dated somebody who's a lot younger than me.
How much? Damn, Joe. All right, bro. What's your biggest age gap, bro?
I lost my virginity I was 20 and I lost it to a 29-year-old.
Oh, look, Donald Trump decided to join us, guys. Look.
Oh, my guy. What's up, Jeremy?
What up? What's up, guys? So we all prepared for the riots. I mean, like, have you guys stocked up? Ammo's ready, locked and loaded. You guys good to go?
I feel like
you know what guns are, bro. Like, what's your stance on guns, though? I don't think we've ever discussed this.
I like guns. I don't own any guns, but I like
You
them.
like them? You just don't own them? Like, what do you mean you like them? Like, you just
I like
touch
shooting
them?
them.
Oh,
What do you?
okay.
What the fuck? Why'd you make that?
The way you said it was weird. So you?
I don't own
you
any
like-
guns. I think how Democrats do the gun rights thing is stupid. You either like my opinion on guns is you should, and you guys are not going to agree with this, but like I think you should treat them like cars, where like you have to prove that you know how to use one. You have to go through like a mental. I just think it should be harder to get a gun. I don't think it should be like you're over 18, you can get a gun. I think it should be like a driver's license where it's like you got to show you know how to use it. You got to have like done some training. I just don't think everyone should be able to get a gun. I think it should be like a driver's license type of thing. Like you have to show you know how to use it. You have to show that you're mentally healthy, and then you should be able to have a gun. That's like my personal.
Is there a mental health test for a driver's license? I don't think there is.
No, but like guns, it's like I feel like that's an extra thing because like the people shooting up schools have mental health issues, and that's a problem.
It's
I think you should at least.
All right. Well, I mean, this is in a completely different episode, guys. But
yeah, we're gonna bring up that could be its own topic.
Just for a fun fact, Trump 2024 is either A, extremely unlucky, B, a crisis actor, or C, heavily targeted by the Illuminati because he's been in 2 mass shootings.
all of the above. And
He's
that's
been in
actually
mass
true.
shootings, or he was assassinated, you mean, or tried to be
that's
assassinated?
No, he's talking about me, Jeremy Davis. Truth be
You
told,
were in 2
my
mass
wife and I
shootings?
have been involved.
True.
Yeah, we were in
That's
2 mass shootings.
crazy.
We were. The odds of that are like 1 in like 33 trillion. Some like it's insane. But no, we
Wow.
were both at our Route 9
Damn.
in Vegas and then Borderline Bar and Grill in Thousand Oaks. So
Wow.
it was the luck is that people say that I'm like the angel of death. So if you're in a public space with me, just be careful.
You say that to the Sub 2 Utah meetup ever, or what? Like, have you ever mentioned that to people when you're running?
No, this is why last time we were in the same Airbnb. I drove everywhere. I was not about to be in a passenger seat with this dude driving. Just
That's
for
crazy.
That's pure
wild,
safety
dude.
purposes.
Anyway, how you guys doing right now? Let's get back to the topic right now. It looks like obviously I'm seeing Trump is right around 180 electoral votes versus Kamala's like 50,
99,
something like that.
170 to 99.
According to Google, it's 178 to 99. It's hard. I mean, none of the swing states have been called yet, to be honest. So like, everything that's happened is predicted. These are all. I mean, Ohio, I'm actually not sure. I guess they knew it would go to Trump. Ohio usually is a swing state, but at least according to this, these are the 7 we got to be watching for, and none of them have been called yet.
Are we pretty confident that like we already know who's going to win, but the media, to keep us watching their shows so that they make money off us, are just saying these swing states and they're just really not showing them until the very end? Like,
Nah, we talked about this earlier. What's your thoughts on this, bro? Like, I genuinely feel like this could go, like, it's up in the air. Like, I don't think anybody really knew what was happening just because of so many variables. You think that this is a foregone conclusion?
I think that there's a pretty good, I think there's been enough polls, there's been enough surveys, enough census that has been done over and over again that they have a pretty good idea. But I really feel like isn't it funny? Like every election cycle, it's like at the very last minute, you then learn who the person is. Like they reveal, oh, but wait, no, out of the left field comes, the Undertaker. And, that's what I think is happening right now. I think we already know who's going to win. And
I would just say this. I would say this, Jeremy. This is way more fun for me. I like this. I'm here for the drama. If they make more money off of me wanting to see, like, it'd be so, like, if they were just like Trump's 100% winning yesterday and they like just knew it, I'd be like, man, that's no fun.
That's true. That's exactly it. That's what they're doing to you right now. Like, but anyway, I mean, we saw the Vegas bets, right? So let's talk about this. Like, obviously, I'm just laying on my couch right now and I'm just watching Fox News. And yes, I watch Fox News because I cannot stand any of the other news stations. Not because they're pro-Trump, but because I can't stand the anti-Trump from the other stations. That just is what I think, that Fox does a good job just being right in the middle. But with that being said, if you guys saw like the post I made yesterday, the story I made, that I got a lot of reactions from that. Basically, my story was, I hate Trump. Like, truth be told, I think he is a fucking douchebag, right? Like, I can't stand the guy. I think he's an idiot. Like, on a social level, I think he's an idiot. I think he has way too much of an ego problem. And you know what? From some points of view, that's a risk as a president, right? If they have such a bad ego that they could make some mistakes based off of that. However, I also see him as being an incredible economist, an incredible CEO, and just an exemplary business person. And our government needs a CEO right now more than ever, not just some, woman that was the vice president of a terrible candidacy that just got inserted into the election. Like nobody voted on her. She just got put in there. And I mean, if you want to even tack on the fact of the whole COVID debacle, the George Floyd debacle, like all of the lies, all of Ukraine, the fact that we're in the war, like the war with Ukraine is because of Biden and because of us, right? Like if we want to get into detail about that, there's just been so many mistakes that there's no way that I would ever be able to.
Yo, Jeremy, bro, like you got to pull the phone, like move your hand or something, bro. Get we can't hear you.
You can't hear
I
me.
could hear him. I could hear everything he said. You are quiet though.
Is that bad? I don't know. Hi.
It's me.
Yeah.
I can
normally
hear
I'm like-
him. I can hear you, Jeremy. You're a little quiet, but it's okay. I
No,
think
no.
people
It
can hear
put
what
out
you're
like crazy. It might have just been my internet. Pardon my interruption.
I'm hold on. Let me play with my audio settings. No, it looks good.
No, it was just cutting out.
saying.
It was
You're
a
good, bro. You're good,
connection.
bro.
You're good with me.
Keanu's trying to stop you from telling your truth, dude. Don't let
Speak
him,
your
don't let him
truth,
take
bro.
you
Nah,
down.
speak your truth.
Don't
But
let
like,
him take you
but
down.
you guys know. I mean, I assume by this point you guys know like why the war in Ukraine is happening, right? Like what the cause of it was. Have you guys talked about that on an episode yet?
We've never really talked about Ukraine like fully. We've never done an episode on Ukraine. We've talked about it in passing. Basically.
So are both of you and our audience, are we all aware that America caused the war in Ukraine?
It could be
tell me that
argued
way.
that yes.
What's
Why?
that?
Why?
Okay.
Why was America
So-
for that?
So when the Soviet Union separated, there was an agreement. There was a promise made by NATO that NATO would not move further east in any of their territories and that they would never touch Ukraine. Well, when Biden and our government helped out with the coup in the Ukrainian presidency and then put in a Democratic president that's pro-USA, they then expanded NATO to Ukraine. So it's essentially the same as China putting an air base on the border of Canada. 3 minutes away from Ukraine is Moscow. So you can kind of safely understand if I was Putin, no matter what, I'd be like, this was an agreement that we made. You guys promised. You're going back on your word now. And now you're making Ukraine a country and it's 3 minutes away by a missile launch. I don't feel safe with this. I'm going bye-bye. Like we're going to attack. And Putin has even said that this would never have happened if Biden didn't do what he did by allowing this to happen. And actually not just allowing it, by promoting it to happen. So
yeah, there's another element. There's two other elements I'll add to that, Jeremy. One, this is one of the things that this guy was talking about when you were in the bathroom, is that supposedly Putin came to the United States before they invaded Ukraine and basically said, look, I need you to sign an agreement saying that you're not going to bring Ukraine into NATO. Sign the agreement and I'll back off. Don't make that agreement with me and I'm invading them. And Biden basically said, go F yourself. We're not going to do what you tell us to do. And then invaded. So they literally had the option to keep the agreement or solidify the previous agreement, and that would have stopped all this, which they chose not to do. Now, Jamarco, his girlfriend, is from Ukraine, so he may have insight that we don't have, but that's the story that I understand to be true. So he had every opportunity to just make decisions to stop it. He just didn't.
Can I just ask a question? Does Russia have the right to invade just because we invite someone into NATO? I understand we made a promise, but does that mean Russia gets to invade the country? That seems kind of crazy to me.
I would say this, Jonah. I would say confidently, if China were to move an air base into Canada, we would invade Canada without a doubt.
Yeah. If Mexico
No
tomorrow, if Mexico met with North Korea tomorrow, and North Korea was going to put a military base and build it in Tijuana right on the American border, would the United States have enough strength to feel threatened to say, Mexico, do not do that deal with them. We do not want one of our enemies literally meters away from our border, and act in partnership with our enemy means that you are now our enemy and we have the right to invade you before that base gets built. Would America be within its rights to make that decision?
I guess. I mean, I would say this. I still don't feel like it justifies it. Like, I would say this. You could say that America did things that provoked the conflict. I wouldn't give it. I mean, in the end, Russia invaded. Russia's the one who's fucking responsible. You can say that America didn't help, but in the end, Russia's the only one who's responsible.
What were you saying before, Jonah? Your thing cut out, bro.
You didn't hear anything I just said?
No, I didn't hear Jeremy. Sorry.
What?
You said something right before. I did not hear Jeremy. I did hear Jonah. My apologies.
Well, I just said something. Jeremy hadn't
I
said
heard
anything
you
for a while, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
all I'm
after I
saying
gave-
is this. I'll just restate what I said. Is I could say that there are some things that America did to provoke Russia in a way that probably didn't help. But in the end, it's Russia's fault. You can't just be like, it's just because America went back on a promise. It's like, okay, it's a defensive military alliance. Does that mean that, like, okay, I understand the argument that, like, okay, as Russia, I feel kind of threatened. America doesn't like me. So now they might have military bases right next to me. But I don't think that justifies invading the entire country. I don't think so. And also, like, didn't they invade Crimea before that? Or am I wrong about that? I don't know that much about Ukraine. I'm not as educated, but I'm going off of what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Marco, bro, like, you come up here and speak your piece, dog. No way New Mexico is showing red. Let's go. 19%.
19% representing
let me
you.
celebrate my win,
yet.
bro.
All right, fair enough.
Let me celebrate my win. Okay, look,
0% reporting. Utah called for Trump.
Let's go.
Click Utah. How is
These
that
are
possible?
right here. Jonah, if
fuck?
this is a fair question too. If this is a fair question too. Jamarco, bro, you got the link, dog. Bring your ass back here and share your perspective. Stop putting it in the chat.
How is Utah 0% reporting and it immediately went to Trump? Was that you, Jeremy? Did you?
Because
did
Jeremy's
you just get them to call it?
I told them to do that. I was like, let's just skip the dramatics, okay?
Skip it all. We like it's Mormon. Come on, we know who they're voting for. You know how it is.
Jeremy, Jonah asked the question earlier. I don't know if you were here for this question. Honest opinion. Do you think these are the options that he put out there? Correct me if I'm wrong, Jonah. Option 1, do you think that if, like, whatever happens with this thing, the right's going to say that it was rigged? Do you think, like, how did you phrase the question, Jonah?
So basically, what I was asking the chat was like, because I think Republicans already think this thing is stolen, right? Like, I think if Trump loses, they're going to immediately say it was stolen, right? Because I think a lot of Republicans already are like, look, illegal immigrants can get social security numbers, everything that you were saying last time, Giano, right? So my question to the chat, just because I'm curious, because I only talk to Trump. I don't talk to real estate people about politics except for this podcast. Because other than this podcast, it's not going to monetarily help me to talk to anyone about politics, right? So I'm just curious, like, I think my question basically was, as like Republicans or people who are voting for Trump, right? If he doesn't win, right? Do we automatically think it's because it was stolen? Like, do we already have that belief, or do we have to see something extra to believe that it was stolen? Or do we not know and it could be stolen? Or are we like, no, he probably lost? That was my question, right? Like, I'm just curious if people are already convinced it's stolen, if he lost or not, or if there's like other things they'd have to see in order for that to become like a thing. Because from what I'm seeing, like, most people think it's already stolen or probably will be stolen. So I don't know.
By the way, guys, my internet is really slow right now, so I just turned off my video for a second. Okay.
So I wasn't gaslighting when I heard him cutting out earlier.
Yeah, I think it's me. Anyway, all right. So to talk about that with the election being stolen, Here's my view on that. I am not in any way confident that something happened in the 2020 elections to cause like absolute corruption. However, I do see a number of things that did occur that raise suspicions, right? I know that months down the road, I know Maricopa County and Phoenix uncovered like thousands of votes that weren't counted and things like that. I know that there were essentially ballot boxes or the computer counters that had some errors and stuff like that. But overall, what I'm seeing in this election, I'm seeing people burning ballot boxes, right? We're seeing that happening. I truthfully don't think that what happened in 2020, if it did happen, I don't think it could happen in the same way this year. I think that it would be, if it did happen, and again, I'm not saying it did, but if it did happen 4 years ago, I have a feeling that there's a number of government officials now that are in place purely to stop that from happening. So I would say that no, I don't think it would happen in that fact. But the fact that the Democratic liberal states are harboring so many illegal immigrants, and because those immigrants are not being carded and many states are not requiring government IDs to vote and things like that, then I go, it leads me again to a little bit of suspicion of like, if we were to lose by like a hair, I'd go, all right, I have a problem with that. But if we were to lose by a landslide,
what was the noise of your confusion again?
Stop, Keanu, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Just stop, Jeremy. Keep going. I'm not. I, as the co-host of this podcast, I'm not entertaining that nonsense right now. Keep going, Jeremy.
I need to understand what the hell does what.
Just catch the replay, dog. Catch the replay.
I'm not doing this with you right now.
But yeah, if it was a hairline loss, then I think I would lean towards going, all right, that we're done. You know what I mean? Like all the illegal immigrants. That's what pushed it over the line. But if it's a landslide, it's a landslide. You know,
but it's not going to be a landslide. Like I feel like it is. Whoever wins, I feel like it is going to be like a hairline. No, isn't this? This whole thing's been like straight down the fucking middle from everything that I've seen.
I've seen a lot. I mean, if you look at Vegas bets has been like
Vegas has it as a wash. Vegas had it as a wash for sure. Nah, Vegas had it as a wash.
So Vegas is predicting he wins, right?
Yeah.
By a landslide. Like the map looks a lot more like the one that we're currently seeing.
Wait,
on the
can we
screen.
see the Vegas one?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull it
I'm
up.
curious. How accurate are the betting markets? Like, I actually have no. Like, did they predict the last one? Like, I'm so curious.
Here, if we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%.
This is
but
just
again,
Latino
it's about
voters.
overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago.
Wait, I want to see the
double-digit margin over the course of.
Keanu, I want to see I want to see Vegas.
Yeah,
I want to see the Vegas map.
Presidential odds map 2024 2043. Nah, bro. 270towin.com. I think this is it. If somebody knows better,
You're only showing the YouTube. That's literally it. Oh, there you go. Okay, so this is what they're predicting.
I think this is right.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, compare that. Can you do a side-by-side with Google? Like, can we do a side-by-side with what's actually happening right now?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm like curious how close this is.
Copy. Close.
Look, quick thinker with his technology.
Like, I'm just curious.
That's it right there. So that's.
Wait, no, can you do a side-by-side though? I just want to see a side-by-side.
No, I'd have to share my whole screen.
Yes.
Why can't you share your whole screen? Share your whole screen, dude.
No, you share your whole screen.
Okay, just give me the link then. I always share my whole screen. What do you got on your screen, bro? What the hell do you have on your screen?
What about what I'm doing, bro?
Dude. Oh my god.
Copy. Those are the two. Those are the two links, Pumpkin.
Would you put in private chat? Hold on. Wait, I'm sharing my whole screen.
There you go.
Okay, hold on.
But you still ain't gonna be able to do a side.
Yeah, I can. I can, bro. I know how technology works.
Flex on me, bro. Flex on it.
Because I can feel comfortable. Okay, so let's see here.
Vegas ain't doing too bad yet, bro.
Vegas is basically on point. They actually have this map has more going for Trump right now.
So far.
So far, this has more going for the actual map right now has more going for Trump, right? But I mean, realistically, a lot of these would be gray if it was on the Vegas map. Like that's
why does my
bro?
internet
That's
so-
within 30,000 votes. That's within 40,000 votes. Like they're not. That's the thing with the Electoral College, which is crazy. Okay, all right, Jeremy, since you're up here, we're gonna ask your opinions on things, right? So, Electoral College, good idea, or doesn't make any sense at all, and we should just do popular vote?
Why is my internet so shit? Do I need to go to my computer? Is it my phone?
It might be.
Go to your computer and come back, dude.
Let me go to my computer. Let me go to my computer. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll see you later. What do you guys think of that, chat? Do we think? Because here's how I feel about the Electoral College system. I feel like it's kind of BS. Like, dude, I lived in California most of my life. My vote didn't mean jack diddly squat. Why? Like, literally, elections are determined by very specific counties in America. And I'm like, I don't feel like that's how it should be. I feel like it should just be a popular vote. I understand the founding fathers' arguments, but those arguments made more sense.
Here's my issue with that. Here's my issue with that, bro. And I'm not saying that there's not imperfections to the Electoral College. Here's why I'm okay with the Electoral College. Because groupthink is a thing. And based on simple population numbers, without something like the Electoral College to give people who live in Wyoming an equal valued vote as people who live in New York City, then New York, California, and I don't know, Florida are the only states that matter. The rest of the country doesn't need to vote by simple population, right? Texas. So now it becomes a state with the biggest population race, not how do we balance out a state with an extremely small population? Why doesn't North Dakota voters win? Because they have fewer people there, right? And so I think that's where it becomes an issue, because you get a bunch of people in California who's an extremely popular place. They're all thinking the same way. It becomes more about what you said, vibes based on popular opinion of your surrounding becomes what determines the vote. And I feel like it's important to balance that out, to give a voice to everybody, even if they're unique and isolated and want to have their own perspective that's not influenced by their neighbors.
Maybe. That's like an interesting argument. But the thing is, it's not that Wisconsin gets an equal vote to me. They get their vote means more than mine if I live in California, right? So that's kind of, I feel like that's just kind, but like it's also like if you're a Republican voter in Texas, for instance, also your vote doesn't matter, right? Like it's like okay, you're helping out North Dakota, but what about the rural people in Texas? You know, they don't really have any say whatsoever, or the rural people in California, right? Their vote really does, like Republicans in California, their vote doesn't matter at all.
What you've done is you've reduced that to a state-to-state issue instead of making it a national issue,
I guess.
right? And I think that you're just isolating
throwing it out there.
I just think that that's the issue, right? Because when you get such dense populations, it just becomes really easy to sway that, and it needs to be balanced. That's an interesting point too. They very well could.
CA is they haven't lost that much population. There's still babies being had in CA, but even though a lot of people are moving out, I think.
No, but I think they've had for the first time in California's history, I believe
it's not by much. Here, let me show you. Like, look, like they have lost a little bit, but it's like, maybe they should. They might. I think they lost the House of Representatives seat. They lost like 400,000 people from 2019. 500,000 people. I don't know if they might have lost some electoral votes. Wait, let's see. Did CA lose electoral votes? I'm like curious. Wait, electoral votes, CA 2020. This year they have 54. They lost one. Because I remember this, because they lost the House of Representative seats. Last election they had 55. This one they only have 54. So they lost some.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting, man. I said this before. I genuinely believe it. I know everybody says that, so it sounds extremely cliche to say it.
Breaking news: Montana is going for Trump with 0%. With 0% of the vote counted. How is that possible? How is 0% of the vote being counted, and we're calling it? What the fuck? Okay, sorry.
Why?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Hey, I did my job, baby.
Bro, I should have shown up with the Birkenstocks and flexed on everybody and just voted for Trump as you.
Hey, Jeremy, I'll just say this. You look way crisper now.
Thank you. And hopefully I'm not like...
Nah, you sound actually like you do this for a living, bro. Good job.
Pennsylvania is leaning towards Trump now. So Pennsylvania is leaning towards Trump. Michigan flipped from leaning towards Trump to leaning towards Harris. But damn, that's like 16,000 votes.
Milwaukee orders recounts of 31,000 absentee ballots.
Wait, share your screen.
If you saw that, the some of the, I think it was the counting boxes were left open. So they're recounting like 30,000 ballots.
What do you mean it was left open? What, like they just left open the boxes where you drop off your vote?
Yeah, something like that. That's what I read. That was on news earlier. And then another thing, I forget which state it was. There was an error on some of the printing of the actual manual fill-in ones, that there's the two boxes, and then Harris has there's like a single pixel, like a black pixel within the box, that if you fill in Trump, it takes them as an error saying it's both filled in and it doesn't count. So again, that I saw that earlier about an hour ago. So I don't know if it's fake news, but
things that make you go,
things that make you go,
You think so? Here's my question for you, and then we'll answer the Electoral College question. Me and Jeremy, or me and Jonah had why can't I get y'all's names straight? I'm gonna call one of y'all Bill or something like that. JJ's.
J names.
So me and Jonah were talking about this earlier. Like many things, we could not come to a cohesive conclusion.
I'm not necessarily on either side. I was kind of just throwing it out there as a question because it's something I've thought about. I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm talking about Electoral College. I'm talking about the lawyers thing.
Oh
so,
God, dude, I don't. This is so irrelevant to me, but okay, we can go back to this.
Jeremy, tell me if this is a logical assertion or not. Right?
I came in after that. So what was this?
A while ago.
Here's the situation. So supposedly Donald Trump has hired 5,000 lawyers. 5,000 is the number of lawyers that have been hired
to make sure that the election is done right
and make sure this election is done properly. Last week we had a big conversation on whether or not Donald Trump did January 6th as a way to steal the election 2 weeks ago, as a way to steal the election, or was it as a way to verify the election? His claims, along with his attorney's claims and many other claims, is that he only did that. His goal was not to steal the election. His goal was to pause the ruling until they could vet to make sure the election was valid. We closed that with see he's saying
fake
it's not true.
News. That's not what happened, but okay. Right. Keep going. You just ask your question. Ask your question so we don't go to that.
So the conclusion is you're making assumptions about his intent, which you don't know, right? And
it said it in the Eastman memo what they wanted to do, bro. Sorry, let's not get back into this. Get to your actual question. Let's just keep going. Keep going into your question.
This is partly why it's so hard to compare points.
Well, you're also phrasing the way you're framing this is so like biased that I'm like, all right, well, okay. Were you going to recap my point?
That was your point, that you disagreed about his intent, that it was to verify the election.
I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going. Sorry.
The summary, bros. A couple weeks ago, we were divided. My summary, because we talked about January 6th. My summary was, hey, I think, according to him and his attorneys, they said their goal with January 6th was to not steal the election, but to verify the election. Jonah says, nah, he only did that because he wanted to steal it. What are we doing?
I'm just showing.
New Mexico switch back? I don't like that.
I'm just showing Zace. Keep going.
So here's my question, right? My question was, I believe he thought the election was stolen last time. And I believe the fact that he hired 5,000 lawyers this time actually lends credence to his belief of the 2020 election. Because if you're going to spend money to hire 5,000 attorneys, only a couple things are true. Number one, you 100% believe it was stolen, and you think that these attorneys are going to do their best to be able to catch it this time, where last time they weren't able to catch it. Number two, you're willing to waste that money because you don't think it was stolen, but if it doesn't go your way, you at least are going to flex for 5 minutes until they rule against you because they're not going to lie for you. Or three, you actually think that you can control 5,000 individuals and manipulate 5,000 people to lie for you if he doesn't win and if it's found that it wasn't stolen. Jonah doesn't think that that's that big of a stretch. Jonah thinks it's extremely realistic that 5,000 attorneys would lie for Donald Trump, and that's probably his motivation here. And my argument is that doesn't make any sense at all because the amount of holes in trying to control 5,000 people seems overwhelmingly unrealistic.
So, all right,
wait.
I'm actually
before you answer. Sorry, just to clarify my position. I'm saying that I think that both are equally as possible. I think it's possible that he's honestly just doing it this time around in order to be like, all right, I really like those lawyers could be because this time around he's like, okay, I want a fair election. Or I just think I think it's just equally as possible that you can get 5,000 lawyers to, if you pay money to lawyers, they will fight for your cause. So anyways,
all right.
Just want to clarify.
I think you're both right. I think that he hired, if 5,000 is the number, I don't know, do 5,000 lawyers even exist? But that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, but that being said, I mean, maybe if he like hired one law firm that has 5,000 attorneys working for it, maybe. But that's not the point here. Yes, I believe that if he were to spend that money, it is because he truly does believe that the election was stolen prior to this point, right? Like, I would not waste that money. And you're right. Maybe he's using it as a stall tactic just to, you know, if it doesn't go in his way, they're able to stall the issue and all that kind of stuff. But one attorney could stall it just as easily as 5,000 can. But to Jonah's point, I think that 5,000 attorneys wouldn't lie for Donald Trump, but for the attorney-client privilege, they wouldn't say negative against Trump because it's not within their place and part of the attorney code of ethics. I don't know if that's even a thing, whatever it is. You cannot damage your client. And so I would say that would they lie? No. But would they not reveal truths that could potentially damage their client? Yes.
Nice. I like that answer.
Good answer, bro. Jonah, this is just overwhelmingly not true. I don't know if this is just.
I don't know if this is true, but I feel like when Republicans win, they win. If Democrats win, it's rigged. Yeah,
that's not true at all.
We also say that. Yeah, we also say that. We don't say elections are rigged. We usually say that we come up with other things, but
they usually cry and. You know, they sob for a while, then they burn down buildings. They flip cars over.
Republicans break into capitals. You know, it's a thing, right? Yeah. Like I'm gonna throw it out there. It's a thing either way.
We set our targets up here. You guys look for like little mom and pop businesses. Okay, we look for the big.
All right, you guys just go straight to the kahuna, straight for the heart, straight for the head. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, just to be clear, John. I think it was John Kerry challenged the election results against George Bush in, I believe, 2000, Jasper. Hillary Clinton challenged the election results.
You mean Al Gore?
Al Gore. Sorry. Yeah, Al Gore, not John Kerry. Al Gore. Yeah. Like I would say 2 out of the 3 Democratic lost elections recently were challenged by the Democrats versus Trump. I don't know that Republicans outside of Trump have. Trump's just made the biggest noise about it. Right. But
to correct, I want to correct something there. She didn't challenge the election. She just said that Trump colluded with Russia in order to win the election, but she said the votes were real. Just throwing that out there.
Which turned out to be a lie. A lie.
Hey, hold on. He didn't collude, but people are in jail from that investigation.
Pennsylvania. Hold on. Pennsylvania's red.
Is it called? No, it's leaning pencil. It's leaning, dude. It's still 54% reporting. Nothing that important has happened yet.
It's funny though you say that Jonah, is that that people are in jail. Isn't it funny that the person who is in charge of trying to connect Trump with Russia, in fact, colluded with Russia, and then he went to prison because of it?
I mean, yes, I agree.
I mean,
but also there are people like people are in jail that were on his team, right? So in the end, like Paul Manafort and like those people, right? So I'm just saying, Russia definitely. You guys believe Russia tried to influence our election, right? That was true.
Well, every country.
That has nothing to do with Donald Trump, bro.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, Donald Trump. There wasn't enough evidence. There wasn't enough evidence that he knew anything, right? But people on his team definitely knew things. But I don't want to. Yeah. We're getting into. I don't want to do that one right now. That one. That's on the past.
Did you see? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, finish. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you see my story on Instagram? My prediction, where I
saw
said,
half of it.
I said, this is my prediction. If Trump wins, there will be riots coming from the left within the first 24 hours. And if Harris wins, there will be riots coming from the left within the first 24 hours.
Okay.
You think so?
Okay.
I don't
honestly, think so. Why would there be riots if Harris wins? Wait, why?
Because literally Dodgers wins the World Series and buildings burn. Like, come on.
Okay. All right. I don't know about that one, dude.
Be crazy. I honestly don't think anything's getting lit on fire, regardless of who wins today. I just don't feel like that's what's going to happen. I just don't.
I think if Trump wins, I think Democrats are going to be protesting in the street with vagina hats.
No, they're going to cry about it. Vagina hats will be donned,
and that's fine. And I think if Kamala wins, I think Republicans, if they're riled up like they were last time, potentially will be having, if they think it's stolen again, right? Because Jeremy, what you said was if it's done by a hair, then I'm like, okay, then it was stolen. Basically, that's more or less what I got from you. This is going to be done by hair. It's not going to be a landslide either way. It's going to come down to a cut, like tens of thousands of votes.
But that's the whole thing, is that, like, Jonah, if they did not allow illegal immigrants to vote, which we know they're allowing it. We know that, right? That's a fact. We agree on that. I
do not agree with that. I do not agree that. Here's where we left off with that. That's what we did last week, where Quijano presented some evidence where I'm like, okay, damn. I will admit, if you're giving social security numbers to a lot of illegal immigrants, seems to be what that's what is needed for to register to vote. The issue that I'm seeing is that, at least based on the research that I did, is that the type of social security numbers they get are not the same as our social security numbers. They can't do everything we can do, right? Like they still will have trouble with that social security number applying for a mortgage, for instance, in the normal way, right? So I'm a little bit like undecided, like, will they be able to actually register to vote? So here's the
issue. So Daniel, you don't need any information. Where multiple people in this chat went in with zero identification and were able to vote. We covered this a little bit ago. I don't know if you were here for it. Jeremy,
it allows you to register to vote if you had a legitimate social security number.
So ready? I'm gonna read this off to you, Jonah. Okay, this is from thehill.com, right? Reputable site.
You want to share your screen?
Sure. Let me figure out how to
do you know how to do that? Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Before you do that, was Georgia called?
USA, 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 USA.
What is happening? Is
I
it
think
actually
Georgia
called?
was just called. I don't know. I can't tell. What we do know is they love USA.
Yeah, that's all I got.
25 minutes. You let me know whatever the next update is. That is wild. By the way, one of my favorites guests I've had on the podcast.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
I don't know if they called Georgia. Google hasn't called Georgia
I need
yet.
to figure this out. Unfortunately, yeah.
Do you know how to share your screen?
No, I do. I do know how. It just on the monitor I was using, it was covering the share button. So these, are we seeing it right now? Are you seeing it? Yes, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are the states that do not.
Zoom in, bro. Zoom in. You're like on an extra wide screen and it's hard to see.
Whoa. All right, there we go. Right here it says, meanwhile, these states require non-photo IDs that may also accept photo IDs in person. Alaska, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, North Dakota, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming. Arizona will accept either one photo ID, 2 forms of identification. Montana will accept it, but hold on, where is it? I just saw it for a second ago. Hold on, maybe I don't know what I'm just doing right now. Oh, here we go. The remaining states and Washington, D.C. do not require any documentation to vote at the polls. California, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Pennsylvania, and Vermont. That, to me, I don't like that.
What percentage of those states?
What's that?
What percentage of those are going to swing blue in this election, do we think? Let's pull
Well,
those are all
blue states except Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania's the
That's
swing.
it.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania's the swing, right?
And Minnesota. Nevada is a little bit of a swing as well. And Nevada is also a swing state, yeah. So looking at these guys, when we know that all of the hard blue states don't require documentation at the polls, doesn't that just get a little bit sus? Doesn't that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I sit there and I go, okay, so what do they require? Can Jose just cross a border and walk in and be like, yes, my name is Jim Carrey and I'm going to vote? What does that look like? I'm serious. Like, that to me confuses the F out of me. So, and that to me is also a concern that I think is a legitimate concern as to why that's been a pressing issue, that keeping the borders opened have allowed so much sanctuary cities to have immigrants move into those sanctuary cities and allowing them to vote. And most of those sanctuary cities are in those states. Happenstance, coinky doink.
Also, who's sending a lot of these? Texas is sending a lot of these illegal immigrants to these sanctuary states. First off, here's what I would say. So, like, here's my honest response to this, because I was talking with Quijano about this earlier. So, the what would have to happen, right, in my head, is because you still have to be registered to vote in those states, right? So let's take an example, right? Someone could impersonate Quijano, but also at the same time, somebody had to have registered to vote as him with his social security number.
Okay.
Right. That's the thing is what actually has to happen, in my opinion, is you have to actually get illegal immigrants registering as voters.
So Jonah, I'm
right?
going to ask you a question. Are you saying what you're saying based off of just assumption or fact? And the reason I say that is, if these states don't require any form of photo ID, or any identification at all, or any documentation at all, what happens when that person walks up to the poll?
No, what happens is nothing is there, right? So you could, if you know Quijano's name, right?
Hey, is anyone in the audience, real quick? Anyone in the audience, are you guys from these shitty states? And if so,
I've been there. I'm from California.
I know,
voted
I'm from California too.
And
I
so
just don't remember. I'm from California too. I just don't remember what the process looked like when I walked in to vote. I don't remember if they.
I walked in and they asked
yeah.
for nothing.
They asked for your name.
Giovanna, they asked, once she gave her name, they volunteered her address. She confirmed it, and then they let her vote.
Okay. Jeremy, let me real quick finish.
Same with Yvonne. Same with Yvonne.
Because,
Go ahead.
Because, okay, just let me finish this. You have to be on the voter registration, though. So, like, if Quijano went in and said Peter Pan, they're going to be like, there's nobody registered as Peter Pan here, right? So you actually have to have a name that's registered to be voted at that voting place. And where your voting place is, where your ballot is based on wherever you live, right? So for someone to impersonate you, they have to know your name. They have to know, they just have to know your name and where you live. That's possible, right? Like, it's not hard to find. Like, you found my name pretty quickly. Like, Quijano sent that to me real quick, right? It is possible someone could walk up as me and vote for me, right? The thing that I question, though, is, okay, is this actually happening where people are coming up to the polls and being like, I voted, I'm Daniel Quijano, and then Quijano's vote is going there?
You're missing, like, that's what we're demonstrating by doing that, is how easy it is to manipulate it if somebody has the intent, but you're missing the overall point. When I showed you that 746 videos of the clear evidence that people were being brought into this country, what we saw was a repeated pattern where people who were not documented citizens had already registered, so they could have just used their name.
I'm just saying the registering of voting is much more important than impersonation, in my opinion.
I need to show you
That's actually how you get it.
I need to show
you.
You.
We could argue
okay?
about that, but
you ready for this? You ready for this? I just put it in our chat. Daniel, if you want, I don't know if you could highlight our chat or just put it in the chat. I just Googled what it takes to remove a deceased person from the voter registration. And I looked up Orange County, California. So in order to maintain an accurate voter database, our office continually updates the voter registration records to account for unfortunate situations of a deceased voter. These are the following ways that we get notified. Returned mail that is marked deceased. Periodic death records provided by the Orange County Healthcare Agency. The VoteCal deceased list, which is a list of deceased voters provided by the California Secretary of State office multiple times per year. That's great. So like twice per year. The Registrar of Voters office checks the obituaries listed in the newspaper. The Registrar of Voters office also cancels inactive voters who have not participated in 2 consecutive federal general elections. Notifications from a family member, utilization of third-party data, or notify our office about a deceased voter. What in there makes you feel confident that Grandma Smith, who passes away last week, Consuelo isn't just pretending to be Grandma Smith and walking up to the voting polls and getting Gertrude Smith? I think that's very likely.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Why were none of those methods good?
Because they're not immediate information. They're required on return mail, which is not. We both know that the vacant list in real estate is not good. It requires the VoteCal deceased list, which is a list that's provided by the California Secretary of State multiple times per year. Does that mean that in California, how many people do you think die every week in California? Tens of thousands,
right?
So what I'm saying is there's nothing that is like up to date, removed voter registration from a deceased person. Everything here is either voluntary or over a periodic time that is not immediate. So again, every week when you're seeing in California tens of thousands of people dying, could there be an entity out there that is literally handing the name of a deceased person to a person who is an illegal immigrant and saying, this is your job, we brought you here, we're allowing you to stay here? I think that's very likely. Very, very likely.
Okay, what makes you think that's very likely that that's happened versus just that, like, okay, it's a possibility? Like, do we have evidence that actually is happening, or is that just
yes?
Okay,
we do have evidence of that
because I mean, like, okay, theoretically it's possible, but like, is that actually happening? I feel like is more important, right? It's like I don't know how often they take. I don't know what the fuck is about deceased people. How often they take them off voter registrations, right? Like, but like, is that actually happening? That's also part of the question, right? I also don't know. Like, did they say for the obituary? Like, how often do they do the obituary? Do they do more around elections? Like, I just don't know much about that, right?
I'm trying.
What's up, Tyler?
Me, I'm trying to find
here's the tough part.
I am a lonely liberal in this chat. Let's just say that.
Let's just say, like, here's the thing. This is the analogy that I used earlier, Jeremy, and you might be able to speak to him in a language I can.
Bro.
Yeah, now we're going back to the cakes. So here's the example that I used.
But we already did this. All right.
We did. We wasn't here for it, so I got to do it again. Here's where the analogy that I gave, Jeremy. I'm out at a coffee shop and I see some dude sending a LL Cool J lip licking video to some girl, right? Jeremy, are you listening to my analogy, bro? It's very important.
Right now, by the way, on Snopes.com, it says, in reality, votes cast on behalf of dead people are historically low, which wouldn't sway results. But Snopes is saying it happens.
It happens, but it wouldn't sway results, is what they're saying.
They're not saying an exact amount. I can keep reading, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to give you my analogy.
I mean, I believe it. There is illegal voting that happens. The question is how much illegal voting. Like there are. I mean, obviously, there's sometimes happens.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how much is it happening. I feel like that's really what matters, right? Who gives a shit if 3 people did? It depends if tens of thousands did, or even hundreds of thousands.
What's up, Tyler?
Okay, hold on. This is Snopes.com. In 2021, the Associate Press launched an investigation following the disputes of 2020. After reviewing every potential case, found fewer than 475 cases. So again, small number, but hundreds of dead people are voting.
Okay. So, like, I agree. Like, that's not great, but also kind of insignificant in the end.
Sure. But again, that was also 2020. For how many more millions of immigrants have come into our country now that would enable that to be a possibility?
I mean, okay. I mean,
I'm a true believer that there's there are some bigger people behind the scenes that really control a lot of the puppet strings, and so
is Quijano.
Yeah, and I don't know if I ever told you this, Jonah, or maybe I mentioned this to DQ, but when did I ever tell you when I was serving at Spago? Did I tell you that story? So before COVID, I was the special events director at Spago in Beverly Hills, right? We all know, if you've heard of Spago, it's probably the #1 most iconic restaurant in LA. And I was the only one allowed in a room of 12 gentlemen having a lunch. Their bodyguards had to wait outside. My service staff had to wait outside. I was the only one allowed in that room. And I had to hand the plates back and forth between the kitchen door, and no one else was able to go in there. I firsthand, this is not me hearing it from a friend of a friend, I firsthand heard these 12 guys around a table talking about how they are going to manipulate the 2020 election. They literally were saying, hey, John, I want you to make sure that your media service throws a shadow on this, this, and this. They literally had a sit around powwow.
Pretty crazy.
And I'm not lying. There is not a single bit of dishonesty with that story. I left there going, holy fuck. Like,
it's pretty wild.
By the way, I wasn't even allowed to have my phone. I couldn't have my phone on me at all. And so I would have taken pictures of the faces to try to verify who the hell they were. But these were high up guys. They all had their own private security. Yes. So
pretty crazy.
For me leaving that environment, I went, okay. Like, I know that things happen. Yeah.
Look, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not gonna sit here. Like, DQ thinks I just love the government. That like everything the government says, I just automatically believe. He thinks that I'm just like. He just thinks I'm just like a cuckold for the government at this point. But I would like to say I do believe in some things, right? Like I also have had personal experiences. I worked at Harris. Could you shut up, dude? While I'm fucking cooking right now. So I basically like I worked at the Bohemian Grove, right? I don't know if you know what the Bohemian Grove is, Jeremy, but like it's basically like a secret society.
Bohemian Grove? You don't know Bohemian Grove?
It's a pretty wild one. You should look it up eventually. It's like it's basically where rich people go out to. It's like the official story is it's where rich people go for summer camp, basically. Like that's the official story. It's like rich people of only dudes.
It's like Epstein, but
it was weird. It's only dudes, all rich people, basically at a campground. That's the official story, and they just hang out, and that's literally what's told to us. Like as a server, right? I saw people like Clint Eastwood. I saw Conan O'Brien. Like I saw like a decent amount of famous people too.
Mm-hmm.
They only let us in certain places. You go in with tinted windows and vans, so you can't really see what's going on. So like. That is really weird. Dude, stop. We're not doing this right now. What is
Jeremy,
this?
respectfully, bro, you're in Utah right now. You're not even in this argument, Jeremy. This is still me and Jonah. And based on the flex that Jonah threw in the chat earlier, dog, I'm thinking Jonah's got it. I think Jonah's got it. I'm
just saying loud and proud, bro. I just said loud and proud. What was I just saying? So I do believe there are weird things that happen. The question is okay, how do we differentiate
what is actually happening, like conspiracies that are real and conspiracies that aren't real. How do we but like me and Keanu keep going back and forth with this conversation. Like, how do we differentiate the Sandy Hooks from the Gulf of Tonkins, right? Or like how do we differentiate like what the government is doing that's actually bad versus just like things that just aren't real? And that's like my issue is me and Keanu don't agree with how to do that. And that's like where a lot of our fundamental differences come down. Are we
By
doing
the way, I'm laughing at Idaho showing blue. That's not happening. Sorry.
Is that showing blue? Where?
Is that blue or is that gray? It looks like a light
gray.
blue.
It's
Oh,
gray.
it's a gray. Never mind. Okay.
That would be hilarious if it was light blue.
Yeah. By the way, did you guys see that I committed voter fraud today?
Did you let your son vote for you?
What happened?
Did you let your son vote for Consuela or whatever?
Do you see this minor little child just
hold on. Make him big. Hold on a second.
Big? He's
no,
growing
you
up.
no, go.
He's growing up.
So look at that. Look at that.
Who did he vote for?
Wait, who was he registered as?
You know what? Grandma
Just a
Smith.
random person? You just said Grandma Smith.
Just cast one for Trumpy.
Okay. All
now,
right.
Here's the thing. So Jonah, all right, you answered my first question. Here's another point, Jeremy. I just realized why you were in 2 fucking mass shootings, bro. Literally because you were in that room. Mystery solved.
I'm trying to. No, actually, no. The room was
Possibly.
after the shootings. The room was after the shootings.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe
Yeah.
that. Here's the thing. Jonah, it's cool that Jeremy comes and tells this story. I believe that's how this world works. I've said this before. Now, it's very difficult for me to substantiate claims like this because we don't have enough time for me to show you guys the little threads of evidence that led me to this conclusion. But to the previous points that I made on this topic, if by definition they don't want this information to be made public, we're not getting conclusive peer-reviewed evidence. We're going to have to settle for shreds of evidence. We're going to have to settle with deductive reasoning because they don't want it to be that obvious. But just because evidence is hidden doesn't mean the crime didn't happen, right? But Americans, unfortunately, are dumb enough to think that if the evidence isn't conclusive, there wasn't a crime. Well, bro's dead. So the crime happened. You can't tell me the crime that bro didn't get killed just because there's not evidence to prove. He's not breathing. That's evidence enough. And that's just the nature of how things work here. And so I've been saying this for decades, that this room is controlled by this world, and especially this country is controlled by people in rooms. Jeremy just happens to have a story that confirms that. So at what point do we start acknowledging that maybe this actually has something to do with it? Here's my question to you, though, Jeremy, because you were literally in that room listening to that, yet you still came out and said you're not sure if there was any fraud during the 2020 election.
I'm talking about like voter fraud not being counted correctly. Do I think there was mass manipulation? Holy fuck yes. But do I know if you know the votes were not real votes or if they just added an extra 0 or moved a decimal point? That I don't know.
But by definition, is manipulation not fraud if their intent or objective is still seen through?
Daniel, from a point of being an angel, yes, it's all manipulation and it's all fraud. However, the world, that's how it works. That's how every lobbyist gets paid. That's how every politician gets paid. That's how BlackRock. I mean, the fact that Epstein offs himself, we all know there. I don't think there is a single person in the United States that goes, "Oh yes, he committed suicide."
I don't think he's dead personally.
Okay, sure. Go down that rabbit hole. Fine.
Keanu goes down the extra rabbit hole there.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think there's a single solitary, like, not brain dead human that goes, yeah, he killed himself legitimately, right? Like we expect that. The cameras all got shut off at the same time.
Yeah.
The guards all took a fucking break to smoke, whatever it was, and he just killed himself. Sure. Like, we all know that Epstein did not kill himself. And because that itself, that in and of itself has not caused a massive uprising against state government buildings. Like, remember the 1%ers, all the protest Wall Street bullshit? Why didn't that happen against politicians? When we saw that happen, why didn't we stand up and literally occupy Wall Street, occupy DC, occupy these places? Oh, that's because the media didn't want to exemplify what just happened. And so they didn't promote the brain dead people to follow that suit. Like, that's as easy it is. Like, if there was anything like, oh, let's see, do we decide to occupy Wall Street because of some people getting rich? Or do we occupy DC because the one guy that could have connected every politician and famous person to fucking children got offed himself, but we're just going to ignore that and just be like, okay with it? That's where I come from.
I have an honest question for you, Jeremy, because
I want a lying question.
Yeah,
keep one where you lie.
Here's the thing: I love Jonah, I do, but this month he got,
bro. Like, I feel like you don't understand me, dude. I feel like I talk and you just don't really get me.
No.
I feel like a 14-year-old who's trying to explain his opinions. I feel like you have no idea. You think you have no clue.
Okay, what's the honest question?
I get you as a person. I don't understand how you continually rationalize this stuff. So for me, I'm going to share a graphic right now that I think is telling. That's it. I'm just going to say it's telling. That's all I'm going to say. It's a telling graphic. And I think it says a lot. Cool. Jonah wrote this off. Like he does most of the things that I send.
You know what's funny?
For me,
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think I know why you enjoy me being here so much. Okay. It's because
you got balance.
Well, yeah, it's because I came from a super liberal family, super liberal. And then as I grew up and got more into business, I became more Republican and more conservative. So I'm kind of like Mowgli, where I was raised by animals, but then I started getting adopted by humans. And so I can speak to both sides. I understand where one side comes from, and I'm the interpreter. Okay.
My takeaway is that Jeremy is Tarzan.
Yeah, that's it.
I love it.
Okay. This for me is a very telling graphic. I'm very interested to see your thoughts on this or anybody in the chat. Obviously, this is not an all-inclusive graphic, but just the nature of this graphic, I think, says a lot. And I don't understand how someone doesn't see this because this is accurate. What are your thoughts on this, Jeremy? Anybody in the chat? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
I don't give a fuck about the last five. I really don't. I mean, going from bottom to top, Buzz Aldrin. All right, whatever. Like someone who never actually walked on the moon. Okay. We know that.
Okay. Jeremy said the moon landing is fake, y'all. You heard it here first.
So someone who never actually walked on the moon, he's just a liar. So that doesn't really hold any weight.
Nah, he actually has admitted that he never walked on the moon. So that means he's a truther and a conspiracy theorist.
That's true. Okay. That's true. Dr. Phil is not really a doctor. So I'm not really sure what I believe about that guy. It's like
either is Dr. Pepper, but you still drink it.
Right. Hulk Hogan. All right.
Bro, like who gives a shit about that one, dude?
I mean,
of course he was gonna vote for Trump.
If we had a shirt tearing contest and it was Trump versus Kamala, then I'd be like, that holds weight. Tucker Carlson, I think Tucker is a very intelligent person. I respect Tucker entirely, but I also know that a lot of his identity, his branding, is based off of conservative values. That is his populace. That's the people that follow him. So, I mean, of course, he's going to endorse him. Joe Rogan, I think, is a very smart guy. He leans liberal in a lot of different things, but he's also a very intelligent person. So I think that Joe Rogan does hold weight, but Elon Musk, who is our generation's Einstein, Tulsi Gabbard, who was literally opposite side of the spectrum when it came to politics, and same with RFK. And now they're moving over to our side. Sorry, Jonah. But you know, it's that is very telling. That is very telling. And again, if we look at everybody, not just the small list, but if you look at everybody that endorses Trump versus endorses Kamala, I don't know. Is there a single person that endorses Kamala that I would hold respect towards?
Well, I mean, what do you feel about?
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys actually care who, like, let's say just like all of these candidates were switched?
No,
right?
No.
Does it actually mean anything to you guys?
No.
I think that's why I wrote it off.
No, from
to
a
be
psychological level, Jonah, there really actually is no value to this whatsoever. But
That's what I always think.
humans want to relate to people that they look up to, and the fact that they go, "Ooh, I really like Elon Musk," and Elon Musk thinks the way that I think, therefore he and I are brothers. That's kind of the way it goes. We want to be able to
But isn't
connect.
that dumb? Like,
It is.
don't-
Well,
don't
yeah,
we think that's stupid? Like, do we actually think that's a good thing? That like, I don't know.
No.
Maybe that's why I wrote this off, Quijano. To be honest, it's not. I get it. It says something when somebody who ran for the Democratic nominee, like last time around, decides to vote for Trump.
But
I don't
here's-
even heard
hold on,
Tulsi
hold on real
Gabbard
quick,
in a
Dan.
while, but
Hold on,
maybe
hold
she
on real
just,
quick.
As
Hold
far,
on real
what if
quick.
she just went crazy though?
So
You know,
what I
like,
was saying though,
Have you
Jonah,
listened to Tulsi Gabbard speak? This woman is
I
not.
have
an
not.
unintelligent woman.
I have not.
She is-
I will be honest. I haven't heard her speak since she ran for president 4 years ago. So or a little bit maybe, but not much.
Tulsi. Oh yeah. So what I was saying was those bottom 5 people I don't really care about. Those are celebrities. Those are people that are trying to relate. And it goes down to the primordial tribe mentality that we're all the same. So therefore we are, one society. But when you look at RFK and you look at Tulsi primarily, that they're career politicians and they're switching sides. They're defecting. How many Republicans went to the Democratic side?
Probably none.
But some major Democrats went to the Republican side. And so and their stance is the Democratic side is what my family, like what the Kennedys used to represent.
Kennedys, right? That says a lot.
Yeah. What the Kennedys used to represent, which was anti-establishment, anti-large government, anti-war, yada, yada, yada. It's now quite the opposite. And so by RFK defecting and moving over, it's a very clear sign that the values he was raised with are not the same values as they are today. And so, again, I think that graphic does hold a little bit of value, but again, I don't care about Hulk Hogan.
So here's a question I have. First of all, defecting is not a word. I appreciate you trying it out.
Defecting.
That is a word. Fucking skewer him. That is a fucking word. Keanu, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Are you trying to discredit me right now?
Yeah. What the hell is that? Yo, Jeremy, I got you on this. That is a word. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I don't know where the hell that came from. It's just randomly.
Oh,
that is a word.
It's my pronunciation. It's my pronunciation. It's more defecting.
What do you mean? It's more, bro. You pronounced it. Well, you pronounced it with a whole I. It's an E. It's defecting.
Whatever, dude. But we know what word it is.
Whatever. Okay, I'm
dude,
fucking.
You're such an
retarded.
asshole, Keanu. Fuck you, dude. Everyone in the chat, like fucking boo Keanu for being a fucking grammar Nazi. What the hell was that? That was ridiculous.
Nah, I hold Jeremy to a high standard. You not so much, Jonah. But that's just experience talking.
Thank you.
No,
the worst word is though. The worst word I use is authentication.
Authentication is a fire
I don't know
word,
if
bro.
is that a
sounds
word?
like it should be right.
Authentication,
should be right.
Can I use my phone for the 2-factor authentication?
Authentication. I've heard a lot of people say that.
Is it a word?
No,
Or is it
it's
authentic? That does sound like it should be a word.
I say it all the time. My
what I wrote.
VAs say it all the time, and I don't
That's
know
funny.
if they made me say it or I made them say it. But
Jeremy fires VAs for saying it, and it's become a thing at this point. Now, here's my question, guys. So, Jeremy, I don't think I disagree with you at all on your assessment of that top list. But what I think is more important, I mean, it would just be a reflection of my intelligence, which is why I don't. But here's my point. I think the bottom half of that list is far more telling, because I would say arguably maybe 90%, and that is a give or take number. 90% of the people who have endorsed Kamala Harris are largely implicated on the Diddy list.
That's true. Yeah.
Is that actually true? Where is the Diddy list? And I want to see I want to see if this is actually true. I've seen celebrities on the endorse her, but I'm just curious, like who actually?
Names of people who are overwhelmingly.
Tell me the names. I want to know the names.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo DiCaprio is on the Diddy list.
Beyonce. Jay-Z.
Are these people like
Jennifer Lopez.
Are these
Bro,
people, wait, hold on. I want to see
There's
Diddy
literally
list.
videos
Where's
and
the Diddy
pictures with
list?
them in it. There's video of saying, you know who number one is number 1 on the Diddy party list? Anybody know this? Bonus points in the chat if you know who Diddy said is number 1 on his list for parties.
J-Lo.
No, but they dated for a long time. And when all this stuff came out, her and Ben Affleck just broke up really fast. So maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know because I don't know them. They don't text me. Their relationship.
Ashton Kutcher.
No.
No, he's a
Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh,
Leonardo DiCaprio is number 1 on his list. LeBron
Is there
James.
actually a list? Like, where is this list? I don't know much about Diddy. I'm going to be honest. I do not pay attention to this.
Listen, there's not.
I know it's a thing, but there's not like a list, is there?
It's just I think they're
People who've been to the parties.
They're organizing all of the people that have been to the parties, and they're putting the pieces together and all that kind of stuff. Right now,
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
I'm just checking because like what I'm curious about, right? I just want to know. Hollywood's always leaning left, right? All these people, if they were alive but like were celebrities in the 2000s when it was like George Bush versus John Kerry, they all would have voted for John Kerry, even though both of those people were both part of like the deep state, right? So I feel like you're just conflating the fact that Hollywood's just always going to lean left.
Okay, ready? I'm going to list it off, okay? Voting for Kamala Harris, Fat Joe. Don't know who that is. Christina Aguilera.
Bro, be white, less white, dude. Honestly.
Who's Fat Joe?
Stop talking. Just read your list, bro. I don't even respect you.
All right. Christina Aguilera, Dick Van Dyke.
It's okay. I'm pretty white too. I have no clue what that is either. Don't worry
Katy
about it.
Why am I on this podcast? Jesus.
Yeah, I'm also white.
Katy Perry, Lady Gaga.
Oh, I do know who Fat Joe is actually. Never mind.
Harrison Ford, Cardi B, LeBron James, Jennifer Aniston. No way, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sorry, I'm not agreeing with that.
Whoa.
He came out yesterday, and then he went to the chopper.
Wait, he was a Republican governor. There we go.
Hold on, I got to read this.
Just FYI, he was a Republican governor. So
endorsed on October 30th. He goes, I don't really do endorsements. No, I'm doing a bad job.
That was solid. That was good.
He goes, I don't really do endorsements. I'm not shy about sharing my views, but I hate politics and I don't trust most politicians, the former California governor wrote. I want to tune out, but I can't because rejecting the results of an election is as un-American as it gets. And I will always be an American before I am a Republican. That's why this week I am voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Hey, look at that. Does that tell you anything, Keanu? What does that fucking tell you? It was a Republican governor. Are you fucking swayed by that at all?
Well, hold on. Californian Trump's governor.
Okay.
I feel like a California Republican is a rest of the United States Democrat.
Yeah, I agree with that. A Democrat in.
All right. I feel like that's just big cope, dude.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm calling big fucking cope here, bro.
I don't know. Do you know who Glorilla is? Glorilla?
Yeah,
I do.
I think yeah.
Bad Bunny, Ariana Grande, J-Lo, Ricky Martin, Beyonce, Jimmy Carter, Anne Hathaway, Mark Anthony, Sally Field, Bruce Springsteen, Caroline Giuliani, Chappelle Roan, Jennifer Lawrence, Jimmy Kimmel. Wow, I don't have like an ounce of respect for all of these combined. Taylor Swift, Martha Stewart, Steph Curry, Kerry Washington, Oprah Winfrey. I mean, I can keep going down, but
I think you're good, dude. We get the point.
I'm not.
I mean, I don't like in my opinion, Keanu. Here's why I didn't think that much of it. It's just Hollywood leans left. Of course, fucking Hollywood votes for the left-leaning candidate. Like it's like that's why I found that one uninteresting.
I hear that.
Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, of course, everyone on the Diddy's list probably voted for Kamala.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it is possible that in this extremely small world, Kamala Harris, who, to be clear, used to be a part of this side of the thing, right? Do you know how Kamala Harris first got introduced to the world? It was her showing up with another chick on Montel Williams' arms, right? So the underbelly of that society is something that California is officially called. Called. So is Washington.
No way. With 0% reporting.
You keeping up with Montana started reporting though. Arizona's still tight. 3,000.
All the swing. None of the swing states have been called yet. The ones that we know think are going to matter. None of them have been called.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, here's
So
the
that's
thing.
really bad. Pennsylvania's leaning. How much are they leaning towards?
I like it. I like it.
40,000. That's bad. But okay, keep going.
So real quick, hold on. I want to look at this. So we got Oregon, and we've got Nevada, and New Mexico. And
New Mexico. No, New Mexico's leaning.
No,
leaning
these are
blue.
all. None of them are called.
The only two that aren't called yet. The only two that aren't. Wait, Oregon has votes.
No, none of the swing states have been called yet.
Nothing's been called, but I'm saying the ones that haven't announced anything yet. Nevada doesn't have any numbers yet. That's the only one left that doesn't have any numbers. Yeah. So far.
So we've got Maine, New Hampshire. What is Maine? How many electorals does Maine have? One?
Not many. 4.
4. Okay.
Every single one has a.
Connecticut's called. Massachusetts is called.
All the
Vermont
ones
was called. Vermont
we
was like
already
the
knew were
first state
called.
called. Yeah.
Yours is
New
still up in the
York.
air, Keanu. Maybe they will.
New Mexico, maybe.
Maybe. I'm
So
not
there's-
liking Pennsylvania.
Right.
That's a lot of fucking votes for Donald Trump ahead. That's not good. If she loses Pennsylvania, I'm pretty sure she's lost the election.
Yeah. What is North Carolina? What's North Carolina showing?
North Carolina is
20,000.
140,000 votes more for Donald Trump. 86%
86%.
support. So if she loses Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it's over. It's game over immediately off the rip. It doesn't matter what happens in the other states. So we'll see.
Really interesting to see. But yeah, here's the thing. So let's just go for the last people. Let's just say at her rallies. Forget distanced endorsements, right? Forget a tweet. Let's just talk about people who spoke at her rally. The most recent ones, Jay-Z, Beyonce, DiCaprio, J-Lo, all of these people that were the most recent to speak were all extremely implicated in this. My question is, are you going to tell me that behind the scenes, they don't know who is involved with the Diddy parties? You're going to tell me that it is plausible that the people involved at that level don't really know?
I have no clue. It's possible. There's a difference between plausible and possible. It's possible. What are you asking me if Kamala Harris is like, hell yes, you people are bought for. You guys were at the Diddy party. I need you guys to endorse me specifically because you're at the Diddy party. And therefore, I want your guys' endorsement because you're bought and paid for, right?
I think that's extremely plausible.
Okay.
I do. Now, is
like,
it?
It's just like one of those things where it's like I'll just say it's possible, but it's like I don't fucking know. You're just saying like maybe, but I think that's not very important. Like this is to me, this is uninteresting in comparison to like, okay.
Here's the question. It comes down to birds of a feather, bro. Birds of a feather. Like the fact that
birds of a feather.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want it just because they're around each other, or what do you mean? Because they endorsed her?
I don't know how else to explain that. I just think it's really interesting that there is a decent likelihood that they're aware of the stuff that. But let's define what these people are involved in. At the highest level, what the assumed crimes are human trafficking, the abuse of minors, sexual abuse of minors, right? Sexual abuse of minors.
What do we think of this?
What does that have to do with anything, bro?
What do we have? What do we think the fact that Trump hung out with Epstein? Like that's my thing also. Like
I'm pretty sure it's been proven that Trump had never gone to Epstein Island. I'm pretty sure.
Also, how many events have you been to and taken pictures with people that you have literally never had a conversation with outside of that picture? I have taken pictures with hundreds of people whose names I didn't know when I took the picture with them.
Here's another photo with each other. Like it's not one photo,
and that's fine.
His wife. I'm just saying. Like, look, I'm just saying. Right? Your argument to me right now is it's very interesting that these people that were at the Diddy's party are endorsing Kamala. Like, it's like for birds of a feather, they all hang out together. I show you Trump hanging out with Epstein, and you're like, oh, but just because they were hanging out together,
all right,
that doesn't mean anything, right? Where I'm just like, bro, like, okay, then like that's my exact response to you.
Okay, then let's clarify for a second. The Diddy list really doesn't make a difference, and neither does the whole Epstein thing. Like, the truth of the matter is, the people that were at the Diddy parties, they just love to get their fuck on, right? Like, most of them
with children. You realize that most of the the stuff includes sexual assault. You realize that the tapes that they're saying, no. To be clear, Jeremy,
I watched the whole documentary on it.
Are you aware of the fact that the tapes that they're saying are forthcoming, and the blackmail that
African American males?
Yeah, you piece of shit.
Go fuck yourself. Dude.
Wait, do you know, Jeremy, do you know Quijano's black?
Oh my God.
Show the picture of your aunt. His family is straight, like he's black. Like I just FYI. So anyways, keep going.
That's Afro Latino, homie. That's the technical.
I know. They're Afro Latinos are black.
So here's the thing, Jeremy. If you look at the tapes that are considered to be forthcoming, the reason what
Can I do an election update?
Let's do the update, bro. Let's do the update.
Like I know Diddy's party is important. Arizona, 3,000 votes. I know it's 50% reporting, but that's fucking tight race. Jesus Christ.
Can it break down to the county? Do we have an ability to see county reporting?
So I mean, they kind of show it to you here. So like I mean, you could see it. The cities: Phoenix, Tucson, right, and then the rest are Republican, right? So I mean, I don't know if there's a better one, but that's Google's breakdown of that. That's nuts. That's all I was just gonna say. So sorry to interrupt, but I saw that. I was like, whoa, that's fucking close, dude. This annoys me that this is not close. That's pretty heavily, like if there were different shades, these would be much more Trump than, dude, all the swing states are leaning Trump.
Let's see here.
Every single one.
Does this excite you, Jonah? We're gonna get you.
No, it makes me. I'm not happy about it, but look, I mean,
if I'm gonna make you a shirt that says
I
"Daddy's,"
told you, but I told you that like what I think Trump's gonna win. Like I already told you before that. Like when you asked me what's my actual prediction of who's gonna win, I think Trump's gonna win.
Yvonne makes you a shirt that says "Daddy's home" with Trump's face on it, will you wear it on the podcast?
Absolutely not. What the fuck? Why would I wear that?
Why wouldn't you wear it? Is the bigger question.
Dude, I'm not gonna. Nobody's my fucking daddy. Let's just first off say that.
Okay, all right. You got to flex on it, bro. Here's the thing, bro. So Jeremy, to the previous point, the tapes that are supposedly forthcoming. That that's high. I didn't know it was that high. Jesus.
By the way, if you go to NewYorkTimes.com and NYTimes.com, they're the election results there. They have a little bit slightly better map that you can zoom in and
Jeremy, share your screen. Share your screen, dude. Show us what you
hurry up, bro.
You don't have to click stop screen. Like if you want, I'll keep your screen sharing and it'll be in the background until you want to bring it up.
I just have a camera that blocks all the buttons. That's all. There we go.
Same with mine. Interesting.
So let's look at Arizona for a second.
Zoom in, bro.
Are you kidding me? This is fun.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good now. You're good now.
Okay. So here we go. So we got Phoenix, 51-49 towards Harris. And then Tucson. All right. So 63-37, but then everywhere else here, 76, 65, 58.
So were those legal or illegal votes in Tucson?
Tucson, bro. You fucking idiot.
Are you a real estate investor?
Yeah. What is wrong with you? You goddamn moron.
Isn't the worst thing about it?
Dude, what has been up with your words today, bro? Like,
backstory, when I was working in the stock markets doing a penny stock thing, we had somebody that called an agent one time. They called a stockbroker. And he was flexing like super. Hey, how's it going in Tucson today? And he kept saying it. We were
so funny,
dying laughing in the office. And so ever since then, I just call it Tucson.
Isn't Tucson like an hour
likely story, bro?
How far of a drive is it? Just like
likely story.
Okay, so all right. So going back to this is where it's showing the more of the swing states. So Nevada is the only one that doesn't show anything so far. Nothing's been reported. Alaska has nothing's been reported either. Neither has Hawaii. 3 votes, 4 votes. But yeah, Pennsylvania.
Look at
is-
Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Those are the ones that if they go to Trump, it's over, like automatically.
Look at that,
So-
dude. Look at that.
That's crazy.
So 78% are Harris right now in Philadelphia and 59%. So, I mean, that's obvious, but man, dude, that's like this. Yeah. To the question earlier about should we like the Electoral College be removed? Absolutely. Like this right here is a popularity vote, right? The cool kid in town gets to dictate what the rest of the state gets to vote for. Like, I don't know. That shit annoys me. But anyway.
Interesting. Ooh, you're opposite of Keanu on that.
No, but
I'm
our
50-50
rationale
on
is
it.
the same. My rationale is the same. I don't think the cool kid in town should get that, and I think that the Electoral College gives balance so that that's less likely to happen.
But how does the Electoral College do that? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Spreads that out because while it remains a state issue internally that the popular kid can win it, it doesn't allow that to become a national issue because now it gives a voice to the North Dakotas of the world who will never win popular vote, whose voice is still a factor. You see what I mean?
No, I don't. Because hold on a second.
But
if
also
we
North
remove-
Dakota still is irrelevant, basically.
Yeah, if we
We're still only
remove
at like 4.
put it this way, if we removed all the Electoral College and every person, every U.S. citizen were to vote, whoever gets 51% of the vote for the nation wins.
But that means that it's going to be decided by California, New York, cities like that, or states like that.
But it wouldn't though. Like that's the thing though, is that the fact that, I mean, how about this? How about every state just has 1 vote and the Electoral College can still exist, but whoever takes the if it's blue in California, that's 1 vote, right? And so on and so forth. And then just have like 1 person fight it out if it's a tie.
Like fist fight?
That would be simpler.
Like
Honestly,
that would be one way to do
If we did
it.
a cage match with the 2 leading presidential options, how viable is that of a way to decide the president? Like,
then the woman would never win though.
how you know? You don't think Harris could?
You think Kamala would win in a fist
I
fight
don't
against
know.
Trump?
Trump's up there, bro. Like you put Kamala in the ring, I feel like she's gonna fight dirty. She gonna, you know what I mean? Grab him by the, and then I don't know. Like if there's no rules in a fight, I think that Kamala could hold her own. She looks like she got hands.
Bro, how much does Donald Trump weigh? Doesn't he
I don't
weigh
know.
like
He's a big dude.
240
He's-
pounds?
he's
He's a
tall, too.
big
He's like
boy. I
6'3",
think one just weight punch to Kamala.
He doesn't look like
for
he's got
sure.
hands like that though. I don't see Trump swinging punches. I don't see it.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If Joe Biden and him had been in it, Joe
Go back to my
Biden would have
screen.
just.
Go back to my screen. This is the shift from 2020.
Whoa.
What's that?
What's
That-
what do you
that's-
mean, what's that?
They're
This
saying
is-
they're saying you see the arrows, Quijano? Those are counties, right? What are those? They're either
I'm
counties or
assuming
they're
counties. I'm
they're
assuming
counties.
Yeah,
Those are counties that went blue last time but shifted red, and then the blue ones are ones that were red that shifted blue.
Holy crap.
This is a
That's
cool-
actually significant.
Yeah.
That's extremely
Look at that
significant.
one. Like that one just now popped up just now.
Is that
So-
oh yeah, okay. That's interesting, man.
This is all live. This is all live updates. So we can actually watch and see which things are popping up. But yeah, so all of these went to the right. I thought Florida was always red, but Jesus. I mean, this is showing which
red.
direction we're going. So back
That's
to here.
actually really interesting to me.
Live forecast. So Minnesota is
Toss up,
I don't
but
know
they're
why it's
leaning
going to-
red.
swing
Are they
state.
leaning-
They recounted Minnesota, didn't they? Or was it Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
Whoa. Georgia and North Carolina? That's rough. Those two together are also basically if he got Georgia and North Carolina, then it's one more swing state and he wins.
Georgia's
after that.
95% of votes are in. So that's a win.
That's basically a win.
89% are in. So that one's pretty close as well. I mean, 52.
Wait, question Keanu, real quick. Back
Yeah.
to the illegal immigration thing. So
Yeah.
if Trump wins this,
Do we just think the whole illegal immigration thing, like if the Democrats literally planned that in order to flip the election and then still lost, are they just like the worst ever? Like, I bet you're just gonna say yes, but like, goddamn, that means that they're just real idiots. No.
Here's my actual answer to that. Yvonne says yes. I don't know that.
That's what I was like. Just like, okay, you could eat. That's the easy answer to be like, of course they're.
Nah, I'm not gonna take the easy door out. Here's my honest response to this, bro. Like, and this is something that I feel like you and I differ on, and this is gonna sound like a backhanded compliment, but I don't mean it to. I just think that you and I are differ in that, as much as you don't like to admit it, I'm not married to my perspective the way you are. I think you will blindly defend your point of view until someone goes out of their way to prove it wrong. And I just don't share that. So here's my point. I'm willing to accept that a lot of my perspective on these topics is outlandish. I acknowledge that. I'm not naive to not acknowledge that reality. I just believe that it's also more informed than the alternatives, because most people are not actually informed at all. They're swayed, and that's not the same thing. Having an opinion that you were swayed to have because of emotional talking points is not the same thing as having an opinion that is unbiased and not based on how you were raised, and you came to that conclusion on your own. So here's my point. When it comes to all of this stuff, I have said for the longest time, I believe most of this shit is rigged. I do. I have for the longest time. I believe that there is a global plan that has a timeline on it that has been being executed for centuries. And I believe that on that timeline includes the end of a United States of America as we know it to exist. And I believe that's required for the agenda that is meant to play out. I also believe that in spite of his imperfections, which are existing and for many are extremely obvious, Donald Trump just happens to be one of the guys who is not on that team, who disagrees with that plan, happened to have enough insider information that he was aware of the plan, and happened to have enough money and backing to be powerful enough to fight that plan. Because he probably, just as much as he knew people who were on the inside, who were on that plan, probably knew people on the outside who were against the plan, but nobody who was brave enough to step up and lead the charge against the plan. But he did. This is what I believe to be true. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying this is what I believe to be true based on wealth of information that we wouldn't have time to discuss on a number of podcasts. What's my point? My point is this, to answer your specific question. All of that being true, I was surprised. If that's true, then that is a crack against my own argument. Because if it's all fake and Trump's not on their team, how did he win? That's an indictment against my perspective. And I have to be intellectually fair enough to acknowledge that. So then, one, my whole theory is bullshit. Two, he's on their side. Or three, something else happened. And these are things that I think about. So in 2020, the conclusion that I had was that the reason Trump was able to get in there is he said, hey, guys, I know you're going to rig this shit like you do everything else. I got information you don't want out. Play it out fair, like it's supposed to get played out, and I won't release it. F around, and I'm going to release it. I think that's exactly what happened. I think that's how he won 2020. I believe the information he was going to release was information as it relates to political leaders and Hollywood being involved in sex trafficking. I believe that was his smoking gun. And I believe he released it during his election. And I believe the Weinstein and the Bill Cosbys and all of the things that we saw, the Epsteins, which were his thing that he was going to release that nobody knew about. But realize nobody knew about this before Trump got in. Trump got in, he released it. It didn't have the impact that they thought it was going to have. And so I think that Trump had nothing to fight back with in 2020. I think in this particular election, if my narrative is true, I honestly don't know if he has anything else to sway or to blackmail the situation. So for me, giving you my backstory, here's how I answer your question. I think since he doesn't have potential blackmail, that's why he's resorting to measures like 5,000 attorneys. He's just trying to fight it legally because he doesn't have smoking guns. And so he's putting all of the positions in place. If your question is, Donald Trump wins, what does that say about all of the illegal voting numbers? I think what it says is this, potentially. I think what it could say is that even though they had all of these people come out, and even though they put all of this effort to usurp it, the people who supported Trump, their numbers were large enough that what they flew in still wasn't significant enough to make a difference. I would say that's what that means. Or my entire theory is bullshit. One of the two.
Okay. I was just curious. Like what you thought of that. Because it's like we went last week from like potentially millions of illegal immigrants voting, or hundreds of thousands, or however many you think there are or were, and millions of votes. Would if like the Democrats were purposefully being like, we want to get millions of people, or even hundreds of thousands of people, or even tens of thousands of people still in some of these places, like in Arizona, right, to vote a certain way, and they still like couldn't fucking do it, then either A, the Democrats are just so stupid they can't even do the damn plot right, or B,
holy shit, wait, North Carolina got called. Did North Carolina get called?
It did. It went Donald Trump. It got called.
North Carolina, is that official?
It's official according to Google.
It's official. North Carolina got called. We just air high five. Did you see it? We air high fived.
Go bring back my screen real quick.
Jeremy's asking.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So, all right. So we got Maine likely to vote Democrat, 2 electoral votes. New Hampshire likely Democrat, 4. So that's 6. Pennsylvania is leaning right with roughly 200,000 votes with 77% in. More than likely it's going to be going right. That's 19 electoral votes. Okay. Virginia likely going to be going Democrat with 13. North Carolina just came in with 16. Georgia, very likely to be going. 94% have come in, and we've got there we go. 95% have come in with 150,000 difference. So Georgia is more than likely going to come in. Michigan is 34% of votes, so I can't really say that. That's a little bit premature right now, but leaning right with 67. Minnesota is definitely trailing right now with 16%. I want to know what the difference is between why Nevada? Why are you not reporting? Like, is there a reason?
It's just the way that states do decide how they count their election results, right? And what times and stuff like that. I remember reading last time, because that happened last time too. I don't know if you remember, where Nevada just didn't have results for fucking ever.
Yeah,
it has something to do with I think they count tomorrow or something. I don't remember. There's something weird about the way that Nevada counts votes. Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come basically what has to happen now for Harris to win. She has to win all the other ones.
Right.
So because Trump's going to win Georgia, it looks like. So that means she has to win literally all the rest of the states that are left.
What do they need to get to? 265?
270.
270? 270, yeah. Duh.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. So
all right.
That's where we're at right now.
Okay, so
yeah, so literally what would have to happen is, because he's going to get Georgia, is she has to win Pennsylvania. She has to win all the rest of the swing states. She has to go 10 for 10 after that, I think.
So if he wins,
get there.
check this out. If he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia,
it's over.
That brings him up to 265.
It's over at that point, because then it's just Alaska, and then it's done.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
well, actually, no. So that brings him to 265. To get to 270, he needs 5. Alaska's only 3. Okay, but then we're looking at Michigan leaning right, Wisconsin leaning right, Minnesota's toss up, and then Arizona, and then Nevada. So
yeah, we'll see.
We shall see.
We shall see.
Let's talk about what kind of ammo and body armor you're going to be donning.
All right, Jeremy.
Jonas,
I'm gonna bet you. I'm willing to lose this bet right now, right? Because I feel like this is what's gonna happen. I'm willing to lose this bet. Are you willing to bet me $10? Because I think Trump's gonna win. I already said that I think Trump's gonna win. It looks like it's looking likely he's gonna win. So if Trump wins, I'm gonna bet you $10.
and I mean, maybe this isn't right.
This is bold.
I'm going to say there are no violent protests. I'll bet you $10 on that. I think there's going to be protests.
Define
Yeah,
violent.
you got to define violent, bro. That's real big.
So anyone dying from them. Let's just say that.
So no murders.
So if you burn
Like,
down
no,
all
okay.
of the buildings, but nobody dies, we're good.
Okay, bro, like people died at the BLM riots, dude. Like they probably somebody's going to be dead. I don't fucking know, dude. Like what? Like I consider violence like people hitting each other or like like a ton of destruction of property. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. Let's just a ton of like this doesn't have to be like a huge fucking thing, you know? Like it doesn't
like
have to
a
be
mostly
super
peaceful
exact.
protest. So as long as it's a mostly peaceful protest.
No, if BLM would count as violent, right? I'm counting BLM as violent.
Okay.
I'm also counting January 6th as violent, right? I'm saying I think that it's going to be more like what happened in 2016, where there are protests, but not really like violent protests. Because when Trump got elected, there weren't really that much violence the first time around.
Can I
So my
give
bet
my-
is $10 that I think it'll be something like that again.
Okay, I'll give you my predictions. And I'm not opposed to making that bet, but let me explain where my stance is. I feel that if Trump wins, there's absolutely going to be protests. No matter what, it's just going to happen. Cars are going to burn. People are going to be upset. Now, what I think is going to be different about this compared to the past 4 years or the past 8 years is I believe a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives are done with the bullshit. The whole woke crowd, all of that stuff. Like, I'll just say this. I have felt, me personally, I have felt like they've been pushing their boundaries for the past 4 years, pushing me to the limit of where I'm going to snap back. And so what I'm saying to that effect is, if there was a violent or a protest happening in my street, right outside my house, I probably wouldn't just sit quietly and just do my own thing. I probably would attack back. I wouldn't just be like the passive conservative and be like, oh, let them tear down the statues and burn all of their mom and pop shops. Like, I have a feeling that more conservatives are going to go, I'm done with this garbage. I'm done with this bullshit and your temper tantrums. And now I'm going to strike back, just like the Proud Boys against Antifa. I think there's going to be more Proud Boys now than there ever were, because now we have something to stand up for. That's my prediction. And if Kamala wins, which again doesn't look likely right now, but if Kamala wins, I don't think there would be any protest whatsoever. I think there would be some rallying, and I think that eventually there might be some fights happening because of Antifa and because of people pushing back. But the big question is, if Kamala won and it was very clear that it was a theft, that there was manipulation in the elections, then that's a totally different story. I would think that there actually might be some.
Well, I think the Republicans. I think all the Republicans do. Both of you believe that there is probably some manipulation in the election. You both believe there is manipulation in the election. So what do you mean? So then there would be riots, right?
Well, what I mean is that, like, if it was, for example, we're looking at 230 versus 187 right now, and then if all of them popped up as like blue, 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 when everything is saying more than likely Republican, more than likely red, most likely red, and everything were to swap, that would make people go, holy shit. Like, what just happened? There's some funny business happening right now. That I feel is kind of like what happened 4 years ago.
Okay, well, I completely disagree. That's what happened 4 years ago. But all right, whatever. Like, fine. I'll go with that. I would say, I just don't. I think Trump's going to win. And I don't think it's going to get violent. That's my prediction. I think there'll be protests, but I don't think it'll be violent. I don't think there's going to be burning cars. I think it's just going to be protests. I think that's what it'll be.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. So let's go back to this right here. I think that the majority of the negative stuff that we saw 2016 through 2020 was all of this right here. I think this was paid for, government-sponsored riots and attacks. That's what that was. I think the same government that you voted for, Jonah, paid for the BLM riots.
What do you mean the government that I voted for? You're voting. What does that even mean? Everybody is in the government. Trump is running for a government position. What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean by that. That's so
With it,
silly.
then you
Okay,
haven't
but
really-
anyways,
No, let me finish my
Go on.
point. I think that
Go on.
what's happening is I think that that's why there was so much drama. I don't think that it was just random American citizens of their own volition doing that. Not to that degree. I don't
doing what?
know.
What specifically are you talking about?
Burning their fucking neighborhood buildings down, bro.
You're talking about
Right?
the BLM riots. We're talking about right
Antifa,
now.
all of those different things. I'm talking about pallets of bricks getting dropped off in the corner for no
We're
reason
talking- wait,
whatsoever.
just please help
I'm
me.
talking
You're
about,
talking about the BLM riots is what you're referring to right now.
No,
correct?
I'm going to explain this extremely easily. Every single overwhelmingly exaggerated left-led riot, extremely peaceful protests that included buildings getting burned down from 2016 to 2020. The
Why are
great
you saying like
majority
that?
of
It
the
was
extreme ones,
only the BLM riots is what you just described. I don't know why you're
well,
being
because I
weird
thought
about
what
this.
I was explaining was clear, and then you want more clarity, so I'm just being overwhelmingly
I don't know why.
clear.
Just we're talking about BLM. That's what I'm trying to get from you, right? That's what we're referring to. I'm just making sure. It's okay. You are. Keep going.
All right. All of those things, bro, were paid for. They were paid for by the system, right? I would say that it's a fair term to use the swamp, right? There is a faction of people in the government that don't want what's best for the country, and they paid for all of that stuff to happen to make Trump look bad, right?
Okay.
This is what happened. It was intentional. And this is known because there were buses of people with black outfits dropped off at every single one. And everybody was saying, where did the buses come from? Well, they found out where the buses came from. The buses came.
See
Damn,
you
bro.
later, dude.
The buses
Like-
came. This dude just Chuck Deuces.
Yeah.
The buses came. Many of them were funded by Soros. It was found that he was funded by Soros, who is a prime leader of the left in the Democratic Party, right? So the fact that if there's a question on whether or not all of the drama that was perpetuated by the left, I would say the great majority of those people were those issues were not just regular citizens like Jonah who felt like they wanted to go out there and do stuff.
You know, I went to the BLM protest, right? Did I tell you that I was there in Oakland? Did I ever tell you that?
I don't.
That I
Maybe
went?
I don't know.
I
feel
was
like-
there in Oakland, like one of the biggest ones.
Okay.
Right?
Did you
I was there
yourself-
in the daytime. So I was in the daytime. Bad stuff didn't happen in the daytime. It was usually at nighttime. When like,
Correct.
what you're talking about with like breaking in, riots and stuff like that.
Which is
Um,
my point. I don't think it was the left doing that. I don't think it was liberals like yourself doing that. I think the majority of the liberals that are like yourself who have a problem with Trump, or even the more extreme ones, you look at the personality types of a lot of those liberals, their personality type is more likely to scream and, like, to your point, vagina hats. I think that's more the expected reaction, right?
funny. You're
Right?
so like so slyly just calling out your bitch maid, basically. Like it's
No,
like,
this is your- I'm
like
using
these
your word,
fucking
dog.
cucked
This is how you
liberals
describe
are man enough to rob a store and burn down a
I don't
building.
see it. It's not a part of the. It's not a part of the profile, right? I think that. So to the point that I was.
I
Trying
mean,
to
I
make,
just think what you're saying is crazy, but okay. That's your opinion. That's what I see
know.
that as your opinion. But all right, keep
That's
going.
what- I'm not voicing. I'm voicing it as my opinion. My point is this, bro. I feel like that's what was happening. I feel like
Okay.
all of that stuff, the fact that it got bad, the great majority, if not all of them, went bad because it was a plan. It was an executed plan that was paid for by people in the party on a particular side of the aisle, if you will. And that's why it went that bad, because there was an agenda to discredit Trump, to bring unrest, so that way they can use that unrest as an excuse, among many other things, to say this is why we need Trump out. Look at what his existence caused. His existence didn't cause that. The people who funded Hillary Clinton's campaign, the people who funded Kamala Harris's campaign, funded the riots. They funded the drama. They paid for it so it would make it look like this was a Trump problem. They didn't. They created the problem. My simple point is, I don't know that they're going to do that again, because I don't think that Trump can't run again. I feel like at this point, I don't know that I see that same strategy played out, because it didn't work as
right.
well as they thought it would. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay.
People in the chat agree with me. Jeremy, What do you think about this? Do you think Antifa, BLM stuff, was that funded?
Oh, fuck yes.
So you don't think I'm crazy? Jonah thinks I'm crazy.
Well, both.
Okay, so first off, they were funded, but were they funded by? Was it this grand conspiracy that like they? I guess what I mean is, were they funded? Were the people who were doing violence government actors? Is what he's really at. What I really think you're asking him, right? Or are you asking like, did they get funding?
There is a literal video of one of the BLM people that were causing violence and riots. That is literally one of the cops that are undercover doing it. And the video actually shows him, and this is 4 years ago, so it's a little fuzzy, but literally shows him then behind the scenes with the other cops wearing his uniform and all that stuff. Like straight up undercover narc starting riots. Do you remember that one, Daniel?
Just like the January 6th dude who literally gets arrested, led behind the building, unhandcuffed, fist busts the cops, goes out. This is why the FBI, when questioned at the hearing, where their undercover FBI agents posing as rioters at January 6th, the FBI's response should have been absolutely not. That's insane. The FBI's actual response was, I refuse to answer that question.
Right. Let me elaborate on that real quick, Daniel.
Wait, can I ask you guys a question? Right?
Yes, Jonah.
Okay. Just because I'm the only one on this side, I need a little bit of space to ask some questions. So, okay. What do you guys think of, remind me of his name. Who's the kid who shot the two people in self-defense?
Oh,
what was his name? Do you guys remember his name?
In Wisconsin?
Yes, whatever the fuck his name was. I'm forgetting his name right now.
Kyle Richter?
Kyle
Rittenhouse. That's the one.
Rittenowski.
So the people he shot, because they were on the other side, right? Like they were on the other side. They were liberals. Were those paid actors dying?
I don't think they shot him because he didn't shoot them because they were liberals. He shot them because they advanced on him and grabbed his gun.
Right. But you guys are saying that the people who were violent in these protests, right, are literally government actors. Am I wrong or am I right? That's what it sounds like you guys are saying.
No. Not all, but they're all.
They incite it. They start it. And then the chain of events starts to take place.
Okay. So you're saying that they're okay. I'm just trying to understand the claim a little bit. So the claim is that there are government actors in these protests in order to make them worse than what they would have been without these government actors.
Yes.
Basically.
So let me allow.
Okay, I'm trying to understand the claim.
So I'll throw a little bit of extra context into this. So my best friend, the best man at my wedding, he's a high-level executive for a private security corporation, best way to put it. I won't name the corporation, but essentially some of the top people that that have bodyguards, his company is the person that's in charge of that. Whenever there is an organizing, a rally, a protest, his company alone has agents that are in the audience the entire time being part of that to defend against something that may happen. Like they're inserted agents within that crowd. Now, they are a defense system. They're not a government agency. They're a private agency that is hired to defend certain high-valued people. Okay. However, we can safely assume that the CIA and other government agencies, and we know the CIA, this is not hearsay, this is not assumption. We know the CIA has the free will to do essentially whatever they want. Do we agree with that?
More or less. They can do a lot of shit.
They could do a lot of shit. And so if BlackRock, which is the largest corporation in the world that controls weapon manufacturing, the media, and all that kind of stuff, has the ability to control massive movements in a single direction, do you think that there's bad players that are of government agencies that are within those crowds that are instigating things to happen so that bigger agendas can be accomplished? Do you think there's a possibility of that?
But I have a question for you guys. So like your company or your friend's company, right? Because what I remember hearing, so like to Quijano's point. So Quijano said like they were asked, were there federal agents there in January 6th? And they said, we will not answer that question. Quijano immediately assumes that those federal agents were there inciting things.
Virginia is the call, by the way. Virginia's blue. Okay, go on.
Cool. But how do we not know that those federal agents that were there weren't doing what your friend's private company was doing. Like they were there and they didn't want to answer in that hearing, for instance.
Daniel, are you talking?
Yeah, you're muted or something.
Yeah, sorry.
But-
No, my question is, if they were there in a positive light, then it's in the FBI's best interest to own that in a hearing.
No,
it's
it's
in
not.
their best interest to say,
No, it's
yes, we
not.
were there.
Wait, no,
We were there.
absolutely not. If you say that you're there in the FBI, then at the next thing, that means that everyone automatically assumes you're there. It's better to keep it a secret.
Okay. Jonah, I'll add one more little layer to this. Okay. Do you remember when the protests were happening and we were all social?
BLM.
What's up?
BLM, or you're talking about BLM? Okay, keep going.
BLM. I'm talking about George Floyd, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember when
205, guys? Harris is at 205.
205? Okay. Here she's showing 200. Interesting.
We can
New
keep
Mexico,
that up. Hold on.
Colorado.
Keep it up.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
What was I saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So if you guys remember very clearly that right around the time of the George Floyd protests, we were stocking up on toilet paper. We were only allowed
Right
to
when the
walk a
pandemic
certain
happened.
direction down an aisle in a grocery store. Like we had to follow the arrows. We had to separate 6 feet apart just to be able to shop, all that kind of stuff, right? However, if you were at a George Floyd protest, you were not required to socially distance. Does that show any control of the government swaying in that direction? Yes or no?
As in, does the government for the protest, you mean?
For the protest. Again, I can't see any logical reason why they're like, you know what? You guys, the ones burning cars, you're allowed to be close to each other. But everyone else in America
of spreading this disease, you should have every right to do this. This is good. Can't buy groceries too close, but you can burn cars really close together.
everyone at a grocery store has to go down a certain direction down the aisle. You cannot go against traffic, right? You have to go this direction. You have to be 6 feet apart from each other. You have to have a plastic screen between you and the cashier. That cashier, by the way, they're on the front line. They're an essential worker. But all of you, thousands of people burning cars, wearing masks, you guys are allowed to organize. You guys are allowed to be touching each other because you know what? The virus doesn't affect you guys. It affects everybody else because you're fighting for a good cause. The government literally allowed that, and they even supported it. Like
I would say, what do you know what I honestly think that is? Like, here's my personal opinion, because that's like a really good argument, right? I think that's one of the first good arguments. Not that you, Jeremy, you've been giving amazing arguments, but that's one of the first arguments that Quijano agrees with that actually is a good argument, right? As far as I'm concerned. Here's what I actually think it is, though, but it could plausibly be exactly what you're saying. I can't prove that this is any more likely than what you just said. In my head, or in my opinion, what it shows more is, so who were the people who were putting in these social distancing laws? Elected officials, right?
Mhm.
Local mayors, local cities, states, right? People who are elected, right? Most of these protests happened in Democratic states. I'm pretty sure most of them were California,
They
Washington,
happen in a lot,
Oregon.
actually. Surprisingly enough, they happened in a lot. They happened in Utah. They happened in a lot of states. It was mainly Democratic cities.
Democratic cities. So the people in charge of these social distancing rules were Democratic, right? So in my head, the reason that they allowed for this is because they ideologically agreed with the protests. They whether you guys believe it right or wrong, and we don't need to get into Black Lives Matter and like what the justification is for police brutality to blacks. We don't need to do that right now because we should stick to elections. But the reason why they were allowed, in my opinion, is just because they ideologically agreed with them, not because they're trying to incite violence against Trump. I think it's just because they agreed with the fact they think that Black people are victims of police brutality.
That's
right?
a nice
why.
that's a nice thing to think about. That's a nice belief to feel. But any government official that is watching their city burn to the ground and watching cop cars get flipped and police get beaten and police get shot in the side of the head. Remember when that happened? the guy just walks up and shoots 2 fucking cops in the side of the head. Like, when that's happening, I'm sorry, whether you agree with BLM or not, you don't let that happen to your city. You don't let that happen to your government. Like, so again, maybe they do feel that way. Maybe they do feel that there's too much power to the police. Oh, I mean, essentially, we've always thought that back since Rodney King. I mean, no, not just Rodney King. It's always been a fight between the populace and the authorities, that they've always felt authorities have had too much power. And so we see that in every population going back in the history of time. However, for a government official to say, you guys are cool, go ahead and have your peaceful protests burning up down my city, and you guys don't have to socially distance. You know what would have been really easy? Hey, we're now calling martial law, and all of you that are out not social distancing, you will be arrested. And rather than being tightly packed in a street burning down buildings, you'll be tightly packed in a holding cell. We don't give a shit. That's what the government officials should have done. But instead, they let this play out, and pallets of bricks being loaded off into street corners for people to have ammunition to fight against the cops and stuff like that. Like, there was an orchestrated plan. Who it was, I don't know. But I do know that it was not somebody that was on a low level.
Nope.
Okay. I'll just let it stand. Like, it's just like, it's like one of those things where it's like, I guess we can agree to disagree on that one too. I don't know. I mean,
but at what
one
point
of those
do
things.
you stop? Like, at what point do you? This is where.
Well,
this is
here's what happened with the pallet of bricks. Okay, when you told me the pallet of bricks, I looked it up and immediately found like a whole thing where, like, I'll show you what I found. Hold on, I'm gonna re-look up the pallet of bricks because you.
To be clear, it looks like Senate just won. Republican. Senate just won.
Wait, go to the Google thing. Whose screen is this?
Give me that screen. That's mine.
Go. Do you see how there's Senate up there? Do you see that? See where it says President, Senate? Nope. Left. Yeah. They haven't quite won, but they're close.
50 for majority. I don't know what that means. It says 50 for majority.
51 is majority. Okay, whatever. Oh no, it will be because they're independents and shit. Never mind. Well, all right. Wait, what's the House looking like?
Heavy red. Not majority yet, though.
Okay.
Gubernatorial is currently.
I'm so happy right now. Like, I'm not happy to be like, yay, we win. But I'm just happy to know that, like, our government, our country actually has a chance. And that's the way I feel about this. Like,
yeah.
I think we're completely fucked, but okay. Like, I think this is probably going to be pretty terrible for the country. But you know what? We can argue about that on another time.
It's funny because for me, I look at this slightly differently than both. I look at this as this is a sign to me that the mass manipulation didn't work as well as they thought it would. Right? Okay. Like, at the end of the day, enough people stood up and thought for themselves and didn't just buy into the emotion and the populace and the popular opinion and let me listen to what my favorite celebrities say. And that's the part that's more interesting to me. But yeah, here's the thing, Joe.
Okay, wait. Let me talk about the pallet of bricks for a second.
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
This is all I put into Google, right? And I'm just gonna go here. I just put pallet of bricks, BLM riots. All I see.
Why your ass don't?
I'm gonna go. I'm not looking. I'm looking at all of these because I'm not gonna I'm not gonna tell you all the research right now that I'm doing. But you guys act like it's fully true that pallet of bricks were brought there by people. And the first, like, 1, 2, 3, and then I don't know what this one is. This one might be your guys's. So the first 3 are wrong, and then it looks like the first 3, and then these ones might be going to your side, right? So it looks like there's at least some debate about whether these fucking piles of bricks were just brought by people, right? If you want, I can read the other side. You guys are acting like it's just fact.
No, because there's video of people standing there in front of the fucking bricks, dude.
Yeah.
There's literally
there could be bricks there, but like that doesn't mean that the bricks were there for you to be thrown out.
No, there's literally people who are there who like, I live here. I'm here all day long. Literally, there's no construction anywhere near this area. A truck just dropped off a pallet of bricks for no reason whatsoever.
No
Never
fucking
happened
clue.
before.
Like, they don't have any idea. Just because you live there, you don't know what would need. If someone drops off of bricks, right? You don't know necessarily what that's being used for, right?
Jonah,
Okay,
like legit,
maybe
bro?
it's a whole thing from the government, or maybe there's actually a legitimate reason that you guys haven't researched yet, right?
Jonah,
Why are
legit-
all of these saying that they're like wrong, right? Like I'll read a few of these if you want me to, and we can do a whole thing on the BLM riots at some point. But this is the type of stuff that drives me crazy, where it's like, okay, this is 100% fact. That
Yeah, dude, it drives you
this
crazy because
happened.
you live in an echo chamber where you don't
Bro,
expose
you live
yourself
in an
to
echo chamber,
anything.
dude.
You don't expose
Bro.
yourself to anything, and then you literally you glance at the first 5 results on Google and you say you're thoroughly
Bro,
researched.
I have
and
no,
qualified to display
I have done more research in the past. I read these articles when we talked about this last time. I thought it was like a couple months ago. There was a whole thing with one of the pallet of bricks where it was for just a construction site.
Sure.
Right. And then they're like, oh shit, there is a riot happening, or not a riot. There's a protest happening here. We are going to remove these because these could be like an issue. Right. And then there's these videos of people with these bricks being like, why are these bricks being placed here? And they have no fucking clue because they don't know what's going on around them. This is my issue, is that like we just make assumptions based off of a video when these people don't necessarily know what they're talking about.
But bro, this is
So-
why I used the example that I used earlier, and I meant it as a joke. But unfortunately, bro, there's more truth to it than you give credence. Like literally, this is why I gave the example of you got videos of dudes sending "I miss you" fucking text messages to your girl. You got all of the evidence in your face, but you're looking at it and saying, yeah, but that's not necessarily true. I didn't see his penis in her vagina. So technically these could mean anything.
You're so
This is the
stupid.
rationale that you're going through, bro. Like at some point you have to say, if it walks
Bro,
like
it's just not the same thing at all. It's just not the same thing at all, dude. That's what I feel like you're doing, right? Like you're just
Okay.
saying that she's 100% cheating, right? And there aren't fucking texts. These texts aren't real. You're reading like texts that just aren't there. That's the issue. You're saying that this is a real text. It's just not. It's not. It's from a different girl, right? That's like what's happening right now. If you want to keep it to that analogy. But anywho, but like this is exhausting because like I'm just gonna show you. Like we'll do a whole BLM, but like it just gets exhausting after a while. Where it's like this is 100% true. Where it's like, bro, then like why can I find so many different things about these brick claims? I remember reading one article that said that. Now that isn't definitive, but you're like 100% sure it's the government, 100% sure that this is happening, and it's like, okay, man, like I guess I can't convince
but it's
you,
not.
right?
No, but here's the
If
thing,
I
bro.
send you the article, will that like sway you at
No.
all?
Who wrote
Exactly.
the article, dude? Like some like mainstream news
Exactly,
source?
dude. So then it's just like, okay, then like you're gonna believe the person who did the video, who has no idea why the bricks are there. Really, they're just guessing, and you're not gonna believe the mainstream news, and because you think it's fake. And I'm like, okay, fine. Then I can't get anywhere with this right now.
This is what's
You know
more
what I mean?
interesting to me, is the psychology behind what we believe, right? Because you're clearly passionate about the fact that it's silly to not trust the mainstream media when they've proven themselves repetitively untrustworthy. Like at
Bro,
what point?
is
my
some
question
dude
is,
with a
at
video trustworthy? You have to be like, I agree that the mainstream media lies sometimes. I'm not saying they're always 100% truthful. Like this is why, like, I don't understand why you say it's like, dude, you're just in an echo chamber. You would never believe anything. It's like, I know the media sometimes lies, right? I was the one who sent you the video of them like parroting the exact same script. I don't know if you remember that, right? I was the one who sent you that video being like, this is what convinced me that like, it's like, okay, there is something up, right? The issue that I have, this is the actual difference between you and me, Kahano, is that you see a video and assume it's true. I see a video and I'm like, okay, well, I start asking questions about the video.
Yeah,
I
you
also
ask
start
CNN.
asking questions about the CNN one as well. I do both. I question both sources and then try to come up with what makes the most sense or like whatever does it. You and I are just going to keep arguing about this over and over again. But like, it's just also as obvious to me that your worldview clouds what you see. You can argue my worldview clouds what I see. And I'm not going to say it necessarily doesn't. It's hard to tell what filters you have, right? But I don't know. I get very tired when you're like, I'm in an echo chamber or something. It's like, bro, you're in a fucking echo chamber. Everyone's in a goddamn echo chamber. Like, we could just yell at each other at that all day and then we get nowhere, right? So
for the record, Daniel and I have argued for hours on end about dumb shit as well. So it's not you. You're not special. He'll argue with everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, bro. When it comes to this, like, I mean, again, you can say that there's one video, but I think just at some point you have to ask yourself, and I think this is probably the more interesting conversation, is what goes into the psychology of whoever believes one more than the other, who gets passionate about one more than the other. Because you're quick to say, oh, I watch one video. No, I don't. What I do is I watch 346 videos of the same neighborhood, all saying the same thing. And then the news, 1 to 3 major news sources say false. I'm supposed to not believe my eyes from the repetitive confirmed videos by multiple sources who later get removed from the internet. But I'm supposed to believe the one link because it came from a already proven unreliable source. Like, at what point do you just start using your own brain and your own deductive reasoning? You know what I mean? Again, like, that for me is where I think it's interesting to understand the psychology of where people lead. My guess would be the psychology is really the willingness to accept that the narrative that we've been taught is not true versus the comfort of just not questioning it. I think there's an inherent comfort that comes with everything I've been told is true. Why would I believe that's not true? That's comfortable. That is familiar. It's reassuring. And I think people need that. I genuinely think that psychologically, people need that reassuring that I'm safe and the world that I live in is safe. And the doctors that I go to, I can trust. And the vaccines that they prescribe me are safe. I can trust these things. It's a very, very scary proposition to tell somebody, hey, by the way, everything you've been told might be a lie. Everything you were told about vaccines, lot of it was a lie. The fact that it's been poisoning children has been the source of overwhelmingly large amounts of proven evidence against the illness in children, including autism, in so much that the current running candidate. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. You're so convinced that that's not true. But one of the reasons that RFK is going to be on Donald Trump's staff is for that reason, bro. So that he can bring that information that you said doesn't exist to life. What do you mean? Do you think they're all idiots?
Yes.
But you're right.
I think RFK is an idiot. I guarantee you RFK has no idea how vaccines work. I guarantee it. I'm willing to bet $1 million right now. I don't have $1 million, but I'm willing to bet if I just saw him talking about vaccines, he does not understand the science behind vaccines very well.
So
I'm just willing to bet. I'm just willing to bet on it.
And this, in my opinion, bro, this is cognitive dissonance. You are willing to close your eyes and assume that everybody who doesn't agree with what you're saying is wrong before you actually do the research. And I don't mean looking at.
You assume I haven't done the research. Like, I have done the research. I've like seen
you've researched the amount of time that
on how the autism claim is just based on one study that was shown to be BS. Basically, that's literally the entire movement on the autism thing is shown to be BS. The COVID vaccine, that's a whole nother conversation. The fact that vaccines have overwhelmingly destroyed diseases like smallpox.
Hawaii just got called for Harris. 0% reporting.
Why is that? We said that. Okay. You know what is really funny though? The 0% reporting thing makes me really feel like it's like, okay, that does seem like government collusion. Like, what the fuck? 0% reporting automatically 0%. Called. You know, definitely. Like that goes to Jeremy's point where it's like, do they just know like all of them and they're just like,
playing it out?
Us?
It's like
you know why? Like 4 hours behind us right now, like 5 hours behind us.
It's like morning in Hawaii right now.
Yeah,
Jonah, that was debunked. Here's the thing. What I'm not saying is that did you research something about autism one time for however long 5 years ago? I'm saying you're out here calling RFK a complete idiot and discrediting him, but you have no clue how much time he spent involved in this world to prepare himself to be able to be in a position to take on a senior leadership role in a political in a government like camp. Like you don't know that. So how are you so comfortable debunking him?
If he thinks vaccines cause a significant amount of autism, then based on my research on that one claim alone, I know he's not qualified for it, because I've done enough research on this one thing, right? That automatically tells me, right? Just in the same way that, like, if I saw someone teaching about real estate investing saying always buy a sub 2 that's 2.75%, especially when it doesn't cash flow, like when it cash flows negative $600, always buy that deal. It shows me they don't know what they're talking about, because I know this fact, right? Even it, like, you get what I'm saying? So look, here's what I would like. I just want to ask you, if we're going to talk about vaccines for a second, do we believe vaccines have basically eradicated a lot of the worst diseases we've had, or do we not believe that? I just want to know where you guys are at on that.
Yes, I believe that tested, try and true vaccines have eliminated some of the craziest things. Yes.
I don't know that I believe that. But I also do. I don't have enough information on the topic to be able to speak on.
Okay.
Do you not want me to answer my question, or you just want to keep me emotional?
No, keep going.
Never mind, man. Finish your point.
No,
I mean, measles, mumps, rubella, like that's essentially eliminated. It was a rampant thing in children, and so I mean things like that. Like yes,
yeah. So like for example, there's a whole thing about polio right now that say that polio was already pretty much on its way out, and the government knew it, had a vaccine they were working on, put it out there. And it's believed by many at this point, because we're now 30, 40 years past it, that it was really just a way to gain favor and trust in their vaccine process by claiming victory over something that had already actually resolved itself. Herd immunity had actually already resolved polio. And then that, like, the statistics on it are overwhelmingly obvious that the polio vaccine had absolutely nothing to do with polio, right? Here's what I'm saying. This is why I say I don't know. I don't know because I haven't researched that enough to have an opinion. I watched one article on polio. That doesn't qualify me to have an opinion on historical efficacy of vaccines. So I don't have an opinion on that. What I do have an opinion on is that vaccines today are not the same as the vaccines that existed in the same time things like penicillin were discovered and used in a wide phrase, on a wide frame, right? They're not the same. The vaccines today are pumped with an overwhelmingly large amount of extremely dangerous chemicals, heavy metals, and toxins that have absolutely nothing to do with the efficacy of a vaccine. Those are the things that make me uncomfortable of vaccines, not the idea of a vaccine, not the importance of the idea of a vaccine, or the fact that at some point vaccines may have completely saved the world. I have no idea about that. I'm not saying that idea is wrong. What I'm saying is that vaccines today are not vaccines 50 years ago. 100 years ago, right? The shit that's in vaccines today is killing people. And nobody wants to be smart enough to get out of their little world and acknowledge that fact. That is not an opinion. That is a fact. There are hundreds of thousands of people with class action lawsuits just from the COVID vaccine alone, not to mention all of the ones that happened before that. These things are dangerous and they're killing people. And everybody's sitting here acting like it's not happening. But when you look at the ingredients list of a vaccine and realize that the great majority of the stuff in there has absolutely nothing to do with vaccination, you ask yourself, then what is it doing there? And what are the side effects of that? That is the part that we're not talking about. And to my knowledge, those are the things that people like RFK have been trying to champion, because it is a problem that is killing people and making people extremely ill. That's my point.
Like, I'm not against if there's like harmful things in vaccines getting out of them. I'm not necessarily against that, right? I mean, I think that's a good thing. The only thing I've done research on was the autism claims specifically. Like, I just know that one's wrong because I've done a ton of research on that. I don't know about the other ones. Like, that's why, like, the COVID vaccine, like, we could get into that, right? It is a different method than like past vaccines. You're right about that, right? It isn't exactly the same as like the polio vaccines and other ones, right?
So like you're not wrong about a lot of the things that you're saying, Keanu. I guess it's the last question. I'm just curious is, do you think vaccines save more lives or kill more people?
Currently, today, 2024?
Yeah.
I don't know because I have absolutely no data on that. If I had to guess, I would say they make more people, they cause more harm than good. I'm not going to go as far as say kill, but I'll say
So
they
like
cause more harm.
what like do you like you're saying you have no idea
About the
then you're
specific death rate? Like, I don't know.
But like, do you, I mean, like, do you have, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you have no idea about the specific death rate. Do you have any idea about like, do you have like any idea of like something from what you saw of the death rate of how many people die when they take a vaccine?
No. What I'm saying, this is why I'm talking about negative side effects as a whole, right? So I don't know. Josh is saying that the thing that you're referring to was debunked. I'm not going to speak on that because I don't know. But I can tell you right now,
I don't know what he's talking about. Which part is
I
debunked?
think the one thing that you're saying people keep referring to when it comes to autism. Here's the thing, Jonah. What I'm going to tell you right now is when there are hundreds of thousands or millions of parents that have come forward and said, my child was fine. They got 6 vaccines at one time. Now they're unresponsive. I don't care what your paper says. That is not anecdotal evidence. That is evidence. And anybody.
Okay, so you're sure there are millions of parents that said that?
Bro, that's when I say research, I don't mean find a paper that's funded by the people who are supporting your already existing belief. You got to go in there and actually listen to the stories of the people who have experienced.
I'm asking you. I'm honestly asking you right now. You're saying, so you're sure that there are millions of parents that have reported that their kids are unresponsive from vaccines? That I'm just asking, like that, like, is that something you've researched before?
The initial thing that I said was hundreds of thousands to millions. I don't know the exact number. What I know is that over the last decades, it is a huge amount of people, huge amount, in so much that it's become this issue where it's, so let's just say, let's break it all the way down. If 10,000 people all reported a exact same reaction to something that happened, but the peer-reviewed paper says that what they experienced is false, I'm going with the 10,000 people. I don't care about the paper. Something is happening you're not wanting to answer for. You multiply that by decades, because this has been happening since I believe the 80s. I want to say like 86. Don't quote me on that. But this has been happening since
86 was when vaccines started diverging into a lot of different vaccines.
And that's where a lot of this stuff started becoming testing all kinds of random shit. And this is also when they first started noticing weird side effects. Coincidence that the same time they started diverging from their original use case or original form, and they started adding all these weird things to it, you start seeing all these weird side effects. I don't think that that's a coincidence, bro. Of course there's going to be papers. You know what else there is? I think it's 235,000. Don't quote me on that number. There's like a whole thing on it. I can send it to you. This lady's been all over the place. She was on a PBD podcast. She's been on a bunch of podcasts. She's been on the news. This woman, let me tell you how safe. This is why I don't trust trusted sources. This woman, whose family was full of doctors, completely trusted the medical system, was one of the first people to sign up initially for the trial when the vaccine came out, right? I forget which one it was. For COVID vaccine.
COVID vaccine. Are we talking about COVID? She signed up for the COVID vaccine?
She signed up for it. One of the first people to sign up. The company that she did the vaccine for, I wish I could remember the name of the company. I forget which one it was. She went out there, signed up for it. In that trial, they said, we will be responsible for any adverse effects that you have. She said she's like, immediately she went, deathly ill, like life-altering, almost dying, deathly ill. Just a slew of side effects from this thing, right? Okay, she goes through it. She goes back to them. They're working with her. They're treating her medically. It's still in the trial phase. They're working with her. She's got all of these people that are in this group with her who are dealing with the same thing. They're all going through this together. All of this was happening when they were testing the vaccines. So they tested them, if you recall, before they mandated them. When the mandates came out, what did we all hear? Vaccines have been tested. They're safe. We are now mandating them. This is what we all remember happening, correct? Which is why they were able, the FDA said they were safe. That's why they were comfortable mandating them. It was a world-renowned fast track of proving that they were safe. We all remember us being told this, which is why they were able to get fast tracked, correct?
Yes, that happened.
Okay. She and all of the people that were being treated by the company who created the vaccine, company kicks them out, won't answer their calls, won't talk to them anymore. They're like, what's going on? Within a couple of days of that, they announced the mandate of the vaccine. The very vaccine that they said was tested to be safe, which is full of people that are having horribly obvious negative effects from this, those people don't want to be talked to anymore. What she finds out later is it looks really, really bad to be treating people for adverse effects to a vaccine that they're saying doesn't have any adverse effects. So as opposed to continuing to help the people and mandating the vaccine, or even better, continuing to help the people who they made sick and telling people it's X amount safe, 60%, 70%, 80%, but here's the risks, here's the people, here's their side effects, which I think we can all agree from a disclosure standpoint would have been the right thing to do. Explain the real data of the possible risks for both sides before you mandate it. They did none of that. They disassociated themselves from everybody who was known to have had the adverse effects, and then those people were there to figure it out themselves. These people were homeless. They lost their jobs. They lost their household. Some people lost their entire families. These people were dying, living in their car because they couldn't work because they were so ill. And the company whose agreement that they signed when they decided to do the trial, who promised to take care of them and cover any costs and any medical requirements to help them, completely stop helping them. Why? Because they didn't want to be associated. They wanted a mandate. So they knew there was a problem and they mandated it nationwide. Now there's all of these people all over the world who have died. High school kids all over the world, all over the country, randomly dropping dead of heart attacks on a football field because of the vaccine. Like, this is well documented at this point. Hundreds of thousands of people, parts of these class action lawsuits, and the paper trail is overwhelmingly obvious, in so much that lawsuits are starting to take place, and the effect and the overwhelmingly large amount of lies that Fauci and everybody from top to bottom were involved with pushing forward just to mandate everybody taking this damn shot that they knew was horrible and it was killing people.
Do you know that the country of Thailand was suing some of the major drug manufacturers because the princess had a heart failure after getting the vaccine?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
But here's the thing. How much of that had you heard of?
All of it. Of course I've heard all of it.
That's not concerning to you? That doesn't
Well, the question
raise
is, Keanu, so like here's
the
the question, Keanu. What you have to do is all of that can fit into my worldview too. The question is how many people got the shot, and then how many people actually died from it?
Where is that? 210.
Like, what
guys.
are they? We can do a COVID vaccine one and find out how many people died from it. The issue is if you give 7 billion people a vaccine, that means, let's say the vaccine has a 0.01% chance.
What states are they calling for her that her number keeps going up? I'm not seeing the states that have been.
Listen. This is exactly.
It's like Washington, Oregon.
This is
California.
exactly what I was getting at earlier. Why? Go to Georgia. Georgia has had greater than 95% collected, and they haven't called it yet. This is the suspense that the media is trying to cause. Just listen. Give us Pennsylvania. Give us Georgia. Let us go to sleep. Right.
Well, Pennsylvania is still close, right? Like, that's not. I don't think
Pennsylvania is like it's only 100. It's 160,000.
Yeah,
which is getting there, right? We'll see.
I don't know what counties remain. I don't know what the population of the ones that haven't been called
I
are.
have no idea.
Right. So maybe there's not even that. Maybe the population. I mean, if the major cities have been called, maybe these other cities don't have that many. So maybe it is already done. right? I don't know. Like if Philly was still on the fence, I mean, they have the population to swing that.
Well, what they're waiting for are the mail-in ballots. That's what I think a lot of this also is too, is because I know the mail-in ballots, they count later. So those ballots, we might not be able to get. I don't know when they count mail-in ballots.
No, she's gone up 10. And the only thing I've seen change is Hawaii. What else changed?
Oregon,
Like,
Washington.
Those were already called, were they not? My camera's blocked.
Does it show Utah? How many people have voted in Utah?
Utah, it was, dude, they called Utah for Trump when it was at 0%, bro. It was one of the 0%ers.
on the New York Times, on
Same with California.
Utah was showing only 12,000 people voted.
34. I mean, this is 20,000. Like, this is still tight, but they called it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand that, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. 34%, they called it. 90-something%, they haven't called it yet.
That's what I'm saying, man. They just want us to keep watching. They want us to keep streaming on this podcast. That's all they want.
Yeah, it's true. They just want us to talk about this.
They want to hear us. They want to hear us vibing. I respect it.
Yeah. What do you think? Like, because like there's going to be a certain point where they have to. When do they stop counting? They have to stop counting at some point.
Yvonne said that Trump has more coverage than Verizon.
That's good.
But
so, by the way, New York Times is showing right here that Trump has a 90% chance of victory, and they are estimating that Trump's going to get 301, and Kamala is going to get 237.
Rough for me.
Interesting. No, it's good for you, Jonah.
Rough for America. It's good for my bank account. I'll say that much.
I'll tell you, like,
good for my bid account.
I'm gonna tell you, like Diddy told all those people at the party who were drunk, just let it happen, bro.
I will say this personally, it's going to be good. I don't know if it's going to be good for democracy, but I feel like real estate will boom.
Well, Jonah, I want to hear this. I want to hear from the other side. I want to hear why you think that Trump taking office is bad for the country, bad for the democracy. I'm curious.
So he does very anti-democratic things, right? So the main thing, the one that I always argue with, because we could get into other things as well that I think are anti-democratic in general, but they're more feeling than fact, right? I can't like for instance, him saying things like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm trying to think of just some of the crazy shit he says. Him saying things like, why, like, look, FDR got a third term, why can't I, right? I'm not going to argue about those because that's just a feeling over fact. Like, did he mean it? Was it a joke? That's up to debate, right? I'm not gonna die on those hills because it's just not worth it. The main thing that concerns me in terms of like it being a threat to democracy is the whole thing with the fake slate of electors scandal that he did in the last election. How much do you know about that, Jeremy? We had a whole podcast on it.
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. If you explain it, maybe I know, but just
this is going to be a long thing. Me and Keanu literally spent, I'm going to try to do it as quickly as possible because me and Keanu literally spent 4 or 5 hours talking about this in a podcast. Basically, what was happening was there's this guy, one of his lawyers, his name's Eastman, came up with this idea, right? Where, okay, he's losing in the courts during 2020, right? Like he's losing in the courts. They're not working out, whatever, right? So he comes up with this idea where basically what we should do is we should hire some people to claim that they are the duly elected slates of electors. So you know how how actual elections work, right? Like they vote Republican, Georgia votes Republican, let's say. Now the Republican slate of electors goes to the state capitol and sends in their vote to Congress, right? That's like literally what happened.
Yes.
What happened in 2020 during those states, during all of those, not all of them, in the swing states, what Trump did is he hired people to perjure themselves because they had to do this under perjury, saying, hey, we are the duly slated electors and we want to send in our votes to Congress. So his lawyers, and then me and Kano argued about how much did he know versus his lawyers, but his lawyers basically hired these people, had them send in these fake slate of electors or try to send in these fake slate of electors, right? And then, so he did that, right? Or they did that. It was completely unsuccessful at that point, right? then January 6th comes around, right? And what happens is, what he tries to do is he tries to get the election, the certification of election delayed, right? That's why he was rallying people up to go to January 6th. He tried to get it all delayed by getting people to riot there, right? That was his goal. And then what he was doing is he was calling Mike Pence and being like, dude, there are these real slates of electors that you're not accepting, right? Like they tried to send it in. You're not taking them into consideration at all. There's literally like Republican congressmen trying to give him fake slates of elector on the floor. And but Mike Pence is like, what the fuck are you doing? I've got the real ones here, right? And Mike Pence, an American hero, my Republican American hero at this point, was like, no, it's fucking illegal. I'm not going to, just because theoretically I am, as the vice president, the one who gets to choose the electors. I'm not going to choose the fake ones that you're just submitting. I'm going to choose the ones the state sent me. So it was an attempt by him. January 6th was an attempt by him to delay the certification, the riots and stuff, the protesting, in order to give Mike Pence this opportunity to basically just change the slate of electors. I just dumbed it down a lot. Right? I tried to say it as much as I could. It would be something that, like, I can send you my 4 hours of fucking research I did for that one. And you can do your own research and you can see whether you think what I'm saying is bullshit. What Quijano's argument, by the way, on the whole thing, right? Quijano's argument about that whole thing is that what Trump was doing was not trying to overthrow the election. He was trying to basically use a loophole in order to give the courts more time to figure out what was going on. So that's Quijano's perspective. My perspective is no, he was trying to.
That's not an accurate summary. I'll summarize it.
Summarize your report then. I'm sorry.
No. So my summary, Jeremy, was this. Also, Yvonne wants your research. She said she needs something to fall asleep to tonight.
It's boring shit. It is boring shit. If you watch the podcast, Jeremy, I got so fucking schooled in the sense I'm like reading like these memos. I'm like doing all this freaking research, and then Quijano's just like, let me just show you TikToks of what these fucking liberals are doing, you know?
No,
and then I'm like,
I decided to take my research and put it into video form. So we edited our own.
So it was much better, but anyway.
Here's my summary. My summary, Jeremy, was this. They didn't just decide to willy-nilly say, let me just change the slate of electors. What Jonah said happened. Yeah. It's just lacking information, right? One, there was a constitutional amendment that could very easily be interpreted that this was plausible, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's attorney found this amendment, presented to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was like, do you think it's legit? He says, it's here. Pence's attorney disagreed. So two attorneys interpreted law differently. This is not a extremely odd situation. It probably happens 1,000 times a day in this country, right? He said, I think this is legal based on this amendment. Pence's attorney said, I don't think that's legal. I think that's not an interpretation I agree with. I would say don't do it. Pence followed his attorney. Trump followed his attorney.
Right.
And they tried to work it out. When Pence didn't go along with it, they accepted that loss. It didn't work out. They moved on. So I think they tried to do something legal. It didn't work in their favor. They walked away. Both Vance, who is currently his vice president, Donald Trump, his attorney, in conversations talking about the intention behind this, the conversation has been asked multiple times, what was your intent behind this? To just steal the election back with these fake slate of electors? All of their responses on the record to this point have said, no, our intent was to use the electors to vote so that it wouldn't be called and there wouldn't be an official ruling while we had time to find out what the official ruling was. So when the official ruling went through, it was authentic. Jonah disagrees with that conclusion because he says, I don't think that's what they were trying to do.
So no, it's because they wrote that's what they were trying to do. But anyways, like, do your own research on that one. It's kind of complicated.
Jonah, let me pause you real quick. So even before Daniel explained that side of things, I already know exactly what happened in the sense of understanding the law, understanding attorneys. And I've dealt with a number of different lawsuits and court situations and stuff like that.
here's what I'm going to tell you what I know happened. And I know this with like 100% fact that I know what happened. Just like when a family is going through foreclosure, that they can file a bankruptcy to get an automatic stay to delay that foreclosure so that the auction doesn't happen. And then as soon as the auction, they have the ability to then either sell the house or delay the house or get the arrears caught up. They bought themselves time. They knew they were never filing a bankruptcy, but they did it because the motion had to be filed to have that temporary restraining order to stop the auction. That is exactly what I know happened. The attorney said, this is an opportunity for us to delay this auction. Let's file this. Let's do this. Let's make this motion happen. And let's buy ourselves some time so that we do not have a president take office. So for me, when you were explaining that, Jonah, and because I understand a lot of legalities and just in college, I minored in law, right? And so I have a little bit, I'm not an attorney, but I do have a little bit of understanding of it. That is what my belief is. And seeing what the accomplishment of it was, seeing what the protest was, I don't think that Trump knew that the protest was going to do what it did. I think that it was all an attempt to delay the official recording of the electors. I think that was his ultimate goal, and it backfired. It went out of control. He lost control of it, and that's what happened. That's my opinion on it, and I know I'm right. Okay, moving on.
Okay.
I put together a whole video presentation to make that point, and he shit on it. So
your first 20 minutes was just about BLM, bro.
Jeremy's right. I'm right.
So that had nothing to do with January 6th. That's why I shit on it.
You're
okay.
wrong.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna, I mean, like, we can just all say we're all wrong or whatever.
I keep going.
That's the main one. That's the main one by far. Because I mean, like, I could get into it. I don't know why we think it was to delay the certification so the courts could do their thing. The courts already said no. By this point, the courts had said you lost this election. All of these are wrong. This is already decided. It's not like there was more time to be had for the courts to go through. It's already done. The bankruptcy happened. The foreclosure happened already, right? I mean, like, this is just one of those things where it's like you just have to look at the timeline, and Quijano's interpretation doesn't make sense because the courts were done. It wasn't like there were ongoing court cases to figure out, is there actually illegal voter fraud? All of it was over. It was done in the courts by this point.
To be clear, that's not my interpretation. It's literally Donald Trump's attorney, and his current potential vice president that have all said this. I'm literally just using their words. So it's not my opinion.
That's them lying about it. But if you actually look at the documentation I show in my research, they're lying about it. Of course. Why would they tell the truth? What's in my documentation when they're actually talking about what they're going to do when they think nobody's watching them, they're saying it's to win the election. It's not to give the courts more time. They read the Eastman memo if you don't believe me. Like, it just says right there. This is so, and then Donald Trump.
You showed me the paragraphs that tried to imply that, and those paragraphs did not say that as overtly as you're trying to imply that they did. At least not in the section.
If you don't believe it, then then we're just reading. I don't know how to. I just don't know how to go anywhere from there. Like, it's just like,
read it to me later. Wait,
like,
I have
anyways,
one
so
map.
but
I
like
have
in
one
terms
map.
of
hold on 1 second, Jonah. I have one map calling 248. I have another map saying 230. Does anybody see something different?
What is the map you see that's 248?
Which one is this? It's PBD's updated one, so maybe that's just wrong on their website. Then it's not an official thing.
I usually it's up to you guys whether you trust this the most. I think Google's, which uses AP, the Associated Press, I really like theirs. Theirs is really good at keeping things shaded until like it's actually called, because
they call Georgia. No. I think you're fair. They call Georgia. What other one do they call that's not called? I don't know. They call Georgia though. Okay.
To finish up my answer to your question, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Other than that one, that to me, I think is black and white. I think the interpretation that it's just lawyers arguing makes no sense, but I won't get into that. Everything else in terms of him being a threat to democracy is just more like things he said that are
in my opinion, these are much more just, I'll be honest, my opinion, are just very dangerous things for a president to be saying. They may mean nothing. So like the things like where he's like third term, like that's all opinionated and that's just feelings. And it's like, I just don't want to risk it with that, but that's not factual. It's just, those are feelings.
I want to ask you a question then. So
sure.
You're feel, and you're admitting it. I appreciate that. You're admitting that a lot of your judgment is based off of feeling and not fact, and you've already established that. But when it comes to
but hold on, to be clear, the slate of the electors thing, that's very much factual. That's just an easier factual. I just want to throw that out there.
But at the same time, though, he didn't do anything illegal. His attorney consulted him on these are the strategies that we
got other people to do illegal things. He got other people to perjure themselves. So,
but again,
that's illegal,
but did he do it? No. Is politics 100% clean? No, it's not. Like, and we understand that. And real estate is the exact same way. It's not 100% clean. Sometimes we have to lie or we have to tell us a fib. Like sales is literally lying. Like, let's just admit that. If we're 100% true and saying, yeah, I'm about to make $100,000 off your house, we're not, we have to tell some small fibs. What's that?
I won't say that to the seller.
Right. So my whole thing is here real quickly is that we know that Mark Zuckerberg a few weeks ago went on and whatever the term is, went on and actually made a statement saying he regrets listening to the FBI and censoring things that were for Trump, and he will not do it again this election. Did you see that?
I did.
I did not see that.
That is,
but I believe you.
That 100%. Like he literally.
I believe that happened.
Yeah. And he says, going back at it, we regret that we listened to the FBI. The FBI made us censor certain things that were for Trump, and we promoted things that were for Harris and for Biden. And if it was negative against Biden, we suppressed it, and we regret doing that. You can look that up, and it was a very big thing in the news.
No,
that to me is like, you're saying it's a threat to democracy, but I see that as the exact opposite. It's going
literally, yeah. In my opinion, just to add to that, like for me, Jonah, what Jeremy's saying right now, that for me, and this is the part where like I try to understand your perspective on this, because I have a hard time in my head understanding how you hear that, acknowledge its plausibility.
No, that's
and
real.
Don't look at the
social media companies do censor the right.
No. But that's not an indictment against the social media company. It's an indictment against the entire federal government being weaponized against one candidate. That calls every single person on the party opposing the candidate on which the government was weaponized extremely liable for election interference. I have a really hard time how you hear that and don't connect those dots, because that is a full-on admittance that the federal government was weaponized by the Democratic Party against Donald Trump. That is a factual, obvious evidence of election interference. I just don't understand.
Who was president during the 2020 election? Like, who controls the FBI?
Donald Trump didn't weaponize Facebook against himself, bro.
What I'm just saying to you is that, like, you're saying it's the Democratic Party. I'm like, what I would say to that, right, is I don't know specifically which claims the FBI told Facebook to do. Facebook 100% censored Republican views, and I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong that they did that. I think that it's wrong to have companies, these powerful companies like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all of them or whatever, censor any opinions. I think it's bad. I think you should just let everything go, right? Unless I guess it's overtly racist, basically, where you're just like very obviously racist. But was that the Democratic Party? Who was it selling them in the FBI? I just want to know more, right? Because the leader of the person who runs the FBI, the person who appoints the head of the FBI, that's Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump's people. He chooses the people in the FBI.
So it's weird that that's happening directly from the FBI. Then you have to go into, okay, why is it happening from the FBI, right?
This isn't a difficult thing to deduce, though, John. I feel like you're overcomplicating it more than it needs to. This is very
do you
obvious.
think I'm wrong about what I'm saying, where Donald Trump chooses the people in
Yeah,
the FBI?
I do, because by definition, it's common,
well, that's
in
just
my
what they do.
opinion.
The
No,
president
I'm not
chooses
saying
the head
that.
of the
but
FBI.
Donald Trump did not weaponize the Facebook against himself. So for me, there's only a couple of options here. Donald Trump weaponized Facebook against himself and succeeded, by definition, causing him to lose an election. Okay. Or the same FBI that was weaponized against him for all of the other claims and indictments and investigations against him were weaponized by who? Clearly, that's a sign that there are people in the government who have enough power to sway the Federal Bureau of Investigations, even though their opponent is the sitting president. That's a bigger indictment against the level of corruption and power and control that the powers that be within that have. That they can, even though there is a sitting president as their opponent, they can still weaponize sections of the federal government that he presides over outside of his control. Like, that is a gigantic indictment and evidence to the power that the swamp or the system or the deeps or whatever you want to call it have in this thing, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a farther to reach to say that Donald Trump had something to do with that than he's involved,
Like,
right?
I mean, you're right. Like, you're right. If you guys can send me the video, because I didn't see it, right? So I would like to watch the video of what exactly he's saying and what exactly he sent, and I'll watch the video of what he admits to, right? Because I didn't see the video. So I'll take your word for it for now, that like it is just the Democratic Party using the FBI. But send me the video, because I'd like to watch the video at some point.
I'm seeing right here, CNN.com. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta was pressured by the Biden administration to censor COVID-related content in 2021. Mark Zuckerberg, chairman of blah, 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 blah. In 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire.
But that was once Biden was the president, right? You're talking about COVID, like censoring.
I'm talking about for 3 or 4 years, this was a continued push. Hold on. In his letter to the Judiciary Committee, Zuckerberg said the pressure he felt in 2021 was wrong, and he came to regret this at his company. The parent, blah, 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 blah. Like I said to our teams at the time, I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressure from any administration in either direction, and we're ready to push back if something like this happens again. So we do know, though, and by the way, this is just reading about COVID itself. I think if I keep reading, I remember somewhere that they also pressured political things as well. It wasn't just about that.
I think that was the live interview that he did, the one where he was on video and said that. I think that's where that one was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I definitely knew about the COVID one, right? That was that would be like it makes sense that the Joe Biden's FBI was pressuring Democratic stuff.
Well, Zuckerberg, this was on August 27th of this year that Zuckerberg made this announcement. So this is
just send me what you're reading at some point. We don't have to go through the whole thing right now necessarily, right? I would just like to see. I just like to see it, right? Because it'd be. I mean, look, 100%. It's a total indictment against me if what you're saying is true, and I didn't see this, so I don't know, right? If what you guys are saying is true, and then like the FBI, even when it was Trump's FBI, had told like Zuckerberg to censor information against liberals, then yeah, that's a huge indictment against my worldview. It's a huge plus to you guys. I will completely concede that, right? So I'll read it.
So I want to continue real quick. So I brought up that point about Zuckerberg and the response of, like you were saying, you know, that Trump taking office affects democracy, and like that right there is a huge sign that our democracy was already being threatened by the Biden campaign, right? By the Biden administration. In addition to that, we know that, you know, again, Twitter also removed Trump and censored that. And then Elon Musk comes in and buys Twitter, opens that up. And that was a huge like win for the First Amendment. The way I see this, if I just take a step back and I look at what's happened in the past 4 years, I feel like we have literally lost our democracy because of what the Democratic Party has allowed to occur, where it is not only censoring social media, it's like Joan, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not going to try to offend you or attack you on this one, but do you 100% feel that the way that COVID was handled correctly by the government?
Absolutely not. I think they did a lot of things wrong.
Do you feel that there was dishonesty? Do you feel that there was manipulation?
No, they did. My opinion on it is that they lied in a misguided attempt to do things to make sure that people didn't die. Right. So, I mean, people don't even remember this. At the beginning of the pandemic, they said masks don't work. Right. I don't think people remember that. Right. Like I remember that. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like now we all have to mask up. Right. The reason why they lied, though, is because doctors aren't gods. These are human beings that make stupid mistakes. In my opinion, what that was that the doctors were like scared that if everyone started hoarding masks like they were hoarding toilet paper, then professionals, doctors, wouldn't have enough of them who were treating people. And then because at the beginning, then nobody had any idea how bad COVID was, like back in the early of 2020.
Do you think instead it was more of a level of just control and manipulation?
Maybe. But it's like maybe they want to just lie and control people just cause, right? But I don't know. Like it's like there's a certain point where it's like
when scientists know what the size of the virus is, and then they know what the perforation size of any type of mask or material, or this is fine, guys. This is fine.
No. Where's the plastic ones that are legit just in front of people's faces like this with like a 4-inch gap on either side? It's like
this was like Jonah, like to my point, and I know you're not blind to this, but that was a massive attempt at just manipulation and control. That's all it was. I was allowed. Okay, if I walked into a restaurant like this, they'd be like, "Sir, I'm sorry, you need to have a mask," and I go, "Okay," and they were like, "All right, you're fine." But you can only wear this when you are walking to your table. But as soon as you are sitting down, then you could do this again and eat.
Bro, because COVID doesn't affect you when you're seated at a restaurant table, obviously.
So
there was a lot of silliness happening. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I
know you don't. I wanted to make sure of that real quick because you and I have never talked about this before.
Sure.
But there's people out there that are like, I would get the 4th jab if I could, and I go, let's be honest, that's fucking insane. Like I'm not vaccinated and very proud of it. I had a counterfeit vaccine card.
Okay.
Every single person that I had spoken to that has been vaccinated has regretted it. And I've never met anybody other than one person's mom. And she's got Harris plastered all over her page. Like I've never met anybody that goes like, I'm happy I got vaccinated. Every person I've spoken to goes, I regret it. I was following the rules. I was listening to what people were telling me to do. And now that I see that I potentially put my heart at risk, I'm not happy that I had that. Seeing when they made the virus seem so severe in the beginning. And in fact, it really was just a flu. No mask in a restaurant was like having a pissing section in a pool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best comment. See, sorry, Jeremy. That should just have me laughing.
No, it's good.
Jonah, do you regret the vaccine?
No, I'll be the second person. I don't regret it.
Now let me ask you this: if you had heart defects, would you regret it?
Obviously, but here's the thing: my understanding, and we can have a whole debate about COVID right now.
Real quick.
I have not.
Has anything changed on the election, real quick?
Yeah, we should talk about the election. I'm going to be honest. I haven't really researched COVID since 2022. So my remembrance of things could be faulty. What I remember is there were people getting myocarditis.
Georgia just got called. Georgia just took it.
No, it did not. Where? I don't see it. Where are you seeing it? It's not on
my screen, bro. On my screen. I got a better screen.
Wait, share your screen again.
Oh, wait. Share your screen, Pumpkin. Nobody screens like I screen. Share your screen, bro. Get it together.
I've got the best screen. Look at that.
So this is what?
Wait,
BBP?
Who is this?
Fox?
This is
wait,
New York.
wait, no, but it's weird.
New York.
Click on that.
This is
Why is it so dark?
Why
is
no,
Georgia
it's
stuck,
something
bro?
different. Click on it. It's not called. It's something different.
Contested?
What do you mean? Something can. What do you
Wait,
mean?
no. Back
It's a
out.
different shade of red.
It's different shade of red than the other one. So
Doesn't say. That's not indicated on the website.
wait, no,
it means
right
it
there.
Flipped. It flipped. It means it flipped.
He flipped because
What,
Georgia was
what?
great, was Democrat last time. Is that what that means?
That's what that
Nope.
means.
I have no
Right there,
idea
that
what
little
that
box, that darker
No,
color.
but North
means-
Carolina was blue last time also.
North Carolina is a subtle shade of magenta, so maybe.
I don't know what that means, but okay. I mean, it looked like that he was going to win that one. We could have a whole debate about COVID if we want to get back to that. From what I understand is that COVID also causes heart defects is the issue, right?
93% chance.
Yeah, he's probably going to win. So the same thing. So anyways, this vaccine has how I understood it basically, and I'm going to be honest, this is just me remembering from 2 or 3 years ago, was the vaccine has a slight chance of giving you heart defects, but actual COVID has a greater chance. Now, the thing that kind of sucks about the vaccine, that was really fucking annoying, is that I fucking got COVID anyways. So it's
Yes,
like, okay,
exactly.
That's kind of the trash part about it, where it's like, maybe it prevented me from getting COVID because it only protected you for 6 months, right? So I got COVID because like I got the vaccine, I got the 2 shots, I got 1 booster, and then after that I was like, fuck this, because every time I get a shot I feel sick and it's just like not worth it anymore because at this point everything opened up.
Right.
But do I regret it? Not really. I don't think I got heart defects. I think I'm pretty.
So
fucking
Jonah,
healthy.
I want to take this. I want to step back for just a second, real quick. You don't regret it, and I see that. It's clear that you don't have a reason to regret it. But when they are saying to your face that you getting the vaccine is saving lives, you getting the vaccine will prevent you from catching COVID, all of these lies over lies over lies, and you get the shots, you get the boosters, but you still get COVID. Wasn't that a lie from step one? That was a lie.
What do you mean from step one?
Like from day one, when they're saying you get the vaccine, you will not get COVID. By getting the vaccine, you are preventing yourself from contracting COVID. Therefore, you can't give it to other people. So
Which is not true.
You need to think about other people's lives. You need to not be selfish. Think about your grandma. Think about your grandpa. You need to get the vaccine because you need to save lives. So you go get the vaccine and then you catch COVID. Do you feel lied to?
Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, and this is like, because all of this happened and it's like hard for me to keep track of exactly what happened in COVID. Because there was a certain point when the vaccines initially got released where I think they were saying what you were saying, where like you would never be able to get COVID. And then from what I remember, pretty quickly, they said, actually, it's still possible if you get COVID, but it's going to give you some form of immunity.
No. What they said was you need to get your second shot. If you've only got 1 shot, you need a second, and then you need a booster. That's the only way you're going to be able to prevent COVID. The entire thing was a lie. So I'm going to go back to this, Jonah. Knowing that you got COVID, but you also been injected with a vaccine that has been proven, not hypothetically, but has been proven to cause heart defects in many humans across the world. If you had the choice still to get vaccinated or not be vaccinated for COVID, which one would you choose knowing what you know now?
The hard part is like, so, okay, to answer your question, I got to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think it gives you any immunity at all?
No.
Or do you think it does nothing?
I
Do you think it just adds absolutely nothing?
I think our natural immune system is 5,000 times better than that vaccine.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, here's what I believe.
Okay.
And this is what I think it does do. I don't think it gives you full immunity. I think it gives you partial immunity. I'm just going to do this anecdotally right now because I don't remember anything about the data off the top of my head. Anecdotally, my mom is like probably whatever, when you said someone's mom, it was probably my mom. My mom got like, I think she might still be getting boosters, to be honest. I'm not 100%. She might be still be getting them,
Yvonne's
right?
mom's like that. Yvonne's mom literally said, Yvonne's mom was a nurse. She just retired.
My
literally,
mom still sometimes wear masks in the airport, and I'm like, okay,
and Mom's mom literally says the body doesn't heal itself. That's why she gets the boosters.
right. So, anywho, my mom is like that, right? She got COVID one time because she actually didn't get the booster for a while. I've been around her with COVID, and she didn't get COVID because she was like within the time period that the booster lasts.
Sure.
According to the doctors. So I believe it does give you some immunity. So to answer, so now with that there, right, that I believe it gives immunity, we could go through the data of whether it does or doesn't at some other later time, right?
And now, Jonah, I will say this though, and I know you're going to understand it when I say this. You can't confirm a false positive. What I mean by that is you can't say that because I prayed, bad things didn't happen, right? You can't confirm that because something didn't happen, that because this was done, that
right.
didn't
It's
occur.
anecdotal. I
Yeah.
understand. It's
So-
anecdotal right now. I'm going off of anecdotes at the moment because I don't remember the data.
Sure.
I haven't researched COVID in over 2 or 3 years. So I'm not going to say things that I'm not 100% sure about right now. Right. I'd have to redo that research to remember because we've never done a COVID podcast. I haven't looked up there.
Yeah.
From what I remembered when I did the research, it does give you some immunity. So to answer your question, this is all getting back to your question. Do I regret it? I guess it depends if it ever prevented me from getting COVID, right? The way that I've been sick from COVID fucking sucks. It's not fun having COVID, right?
No.
So I don't have heart defects. I'm super healthy. I can fucking do everything. So did it ever prevent me from getting COVID? If it even once prevented me from getting COVID, then no, because it didn't give me any heart defects, right?
But hold on. This is
It
where
prevented me
this
from
is where-
getting sick then.
This is where it's driving me crazy because it hasn't given you heart defects is like saying I slept with this girl that has AIDS, but because it hasn't shown up yet, I'm
Okay,
sick.
well so you think it's 100, like you think it's like 80% it's going to give you heart defects.
I'm not saying
90%.
I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but knowing that it's been proven that it is now causing heart defects in the people that had the vaccine, then I would never feel comfortable knowing that that my life might be at risk years down the road because of this fact. My father-in-law got vaccinated and had a heart fucking failure 3 months later. And he's a healthy fucking police officer, exercises, is a good guy.
Right.
And they attribute it directly to that. Right. And so now he will never get the other vaccines. He's like, absolutely fucking not. He just got the bad roll of the dice. And so what I'm trying to get at is, for me personally, even though if I got vaccinated and I haven't had heart defects yet, the idea of knowing that I got lied to so hard to be told that I would not get COVID if I did this, but then I found out that I did get COVID, but I can't prove if getting the vaccine stopped me from getting COVID a second time. But knowing that now I'm susceptible to having a heart defect down the road at some point because of what I chose to do, I would regret that.
Do you know that COVID gives heart defects too, right?
No, COVID does not. COVID is actually a respiratory virus. It is not a cardiac virus. If it causes anything, it causes pulmonary edema, which is fluid in the lung.
But you've heard of long COVID before, right?
Lung COVID?
Long COVID. What they're talking about.
No, actually, I have not. Long COVID. What is long COVID?
So long COVID are people who got COVID and then had symptoms for years after.
That is pulmonary edema, right? So that is typically you have fluid buildup in the lungs. The heart gets too strained because it's trying to pump that out and stuff like that. But again, it's a respiratory virus. It's not a cardiac virus. Okay. And so, but again, the same thing can be said by if I'm eating fatty foods or I'm eating salty foods or whatever it is. This heart defects can occur from if an ailment exists and it's not treated in time, it can cause other symptoms to occur in other parts of the body. So yes, COVID can cause those problems, but it's a respiratory issue. It's kind of like if I get a cut on my finger and I gets infected.
I guess I would say this, right? Here's my question back, right? Because it's really in the end is what is the risk, right? I don't Jeremy. You can come on if you ever want to do.
Quick interruption. Now that Nevada's starting to report, Only 5%, but those are the numbers. Not a lot of votes. Not a lot of votes, but
71% Trump. I think also, Kiana, we got to decide because I have a feeling Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, I don't think they're going to get called tonight. So there might be a point where we just got to cut it.
Kamala Harris just announced that she will not be addressing at her party tonight. She won't be addressing anybody.
Okay, so it's going to be tomorrow.
Okay. I think it's going to take a couple of days for the rest, so we'll have to discuss it. Jeremy, we can have a whole COVID podcast. I mean, the thing is like, what is the percentage of me getting a heart defect, right? Are we actually talking about like 50%, 60%, 70%? Or are we talking about 0.1%, 0.01%? That's the issue is like, to answer your question, what is the risk, right? What is actually the number statistically of people who get the COVID vaccine and then have a heart defect, right? From what I remember, it was very small.
And
it was 2 years ago since I did that.
You're absolutely right. It is small, but I guess, it's funny that Josh Smith right there in the comments saying, why were they pushing so hard? And again, you're right. We could have another conversation about COVID and have a totally different episode. But the other thing that I'll leave you with is you do know that all medical providers were getting bonuses for the number of vaccines they were giving out, right? That shows me that this was not a, we're doing this in your best interest for your health. There was an agenda behind it once again. And I'll give you a final example. When I moved out of California, we moved to Utah. My wife and I got pregnant and we went to a facility that we went to an OB facility, and first appointment in, actually, it wasn't even the first appointment. It was
okay. So yeah, Georgia's official. This one just announced Georgia as official, according to AP, right?
Yeah, we're matching. I've got 210 to 246 too. So anyway, we're seen by the gyno, right? Like whatever the obstetric person, whatever the fuck it's called, the doctor.
Obstetrician.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly it. So, we're seen by them, and we're going for weeks on end, getting checkups and stuff like that. And then they ask a question. They go, are you vaccinated? And Katie goes, no, I am not. And they go, would you get vaccinated? And she says, no, I do not plan to. They then leave the room and they come back in and they say, we have some bad news. We are going to be ending our OB department at this hospital. And so this is going to be the last time that we see you. You're probably going to have to find another doctor. This is not a joke.
Wow.
I've told Katie that I actually want to check back in with that hospital, see if they have an OB section, because I want to sue. And now I told her that the day of, and I've told her that repeatedly, but I just keep forgetting to check back in. But that was doctors trying to push the vaccine so fucking hard. So we actually had to search for an OB that was okay with us not being vaccinated. And we had a great guy, so there was no problem with that. But can you imagine, though, my wife, that caused a lot of mental distress. She was trusting the OB, thinking this is where, we're going to have our baby at this hospital. And then at 7 months, things are going to change. So yeah. So, I mean, Josh says there is no reason to take a risk of heart defect if it did nothing. And that's what I'm trying to get at, Joe.
The question is did it do I guess we're going to have to, the question is, to get back to your original question to me of do I regret it? The question is did it ever prevent COVID? If I was never going to get COVID anyway, so let's say I never encountered it while the vaccination period happened, then yeah, there was no fucking point in getting it, right?
Right.
The question is because there are a lot of health implications for COVID too. How many people died from COVID, right? It wasn't many percentage wise of the people that got COVID, but it was still, it was more people than died. I'm pretty sure I looked it up. If I remember correctly, more people died from COVID, more Americans died from COVID than in World War II. I'm almost 95% sure it was something like that. I could look it up again, but it was something where I was like, a lot of fucking people died from COVID.
So I can't, first of all, I can't, firstly, I can't believe that. Secondly, Donald Trump just took Nebraska to the District 1. So now we're at 247. So that's going to update. But do you remember though, Jonah, that, and this was,
but
this,
also
I
only
was
500,000 people died in World War II, just so you guys know. It was
that?
So I'll show it right real quick. So just real quick, this is gonna be a little COVID thing, and then we're gonna be over.
Okay.
It was like 1,200,000 people died from COVID just in the U.S. out of 111 million, which is not many, obviously, right? But I think only like 500,000 Americans died in World War II. So it's just like something. It's just something to keep in perspective. I'll just say that and keep going.
Do you remember though? And this is where I find it funny. So when this was all happening, I was deep in this one. Like I was so anti-COVID. Like I'm trying to learn everything about it. I was on my computer like 24/7, looking up every statistic, every update, all that stuff.
Sure.
But do you remember all the deaths? Like he died of a motorcycle accident.
Yep.
But it was COVID.
You realize that, right? Like an absorbently large amount of people, everybody who died at that time from anything. If it was a motorcycle wreck and you died, but you also had COVID, they called it a COVID death.
Yeah.
That's a factual thing that hospitals were able to do to be able to, I saw that hospitals were able to do to get more funding and more resources for their hospitals. And there was a bunch of other reasons. Were you aware of that, Jonah?
I've heard people claim that.
From
what I remember from when I did my research, I don't remember whether, because here's the thing, right? Was it they literally died completely unrelated from COVID, or was it several different factors at once?
No,
that's the question.
Somebody got into a car accident and died. That person was tested for COVID. If they had COVID, they died because of COVID. Even though they died due to complications from the motorcycle, and that was obvious, this was like a huge thing. Doctors quit. This was like a whole thing. Doctors quit their job because they were being mandated by their employers to report false causes of death to inflate COVID death numbers. This was like a whole thing. Multiple doctors.
I remember people talking about this, and I don't remember whether when I did this secondary research, whether it was like true or not. But I'll go with your word for it for now, because it makes sense, because they got more funding. I do know that they got more funding for anyone with COVID. That was 100% true. So your guys' claim isn't far off from what's possible. So just keep going. What's the point?
So the point is, what I'm trying to get at is, again, talking about this originally stemmed from democracy, threat of democracy with Trump taking office and stuff like that. Seeing the way that the government handled COVID, and that was Biden and Harris's administration, that alone right there, knowing that Biden was not mentally there, knowing that Harris knew that, there's no way in hell that someone.
Wait, Trump was president when the lockdowns were happening.
When COVID first happened, 2019, the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, Trump was president. You're absolutely right. Do I blame Trump for anything that he did? I absolutely do not, because it was
He's the one who appointed Fauci, by the way. That's something that I always find funny. He's the one who appointed Fauci.
But at the time, again, I'm not blaming Trump in any way for what happened, because when it first happened, he was being presented information that we've never had to deal with before, other than like polio. When this happened, I can't blame him for reacting the way he did, because he was going based off of doctor recommendations, because this was when the virus was hitting. This is when we were, I remember they're like,
it was right when it was first hitting.
Yeah. We found the coronavirus has now made its way to America. Right. I remember that, and how fearful we were. I remember walking through the grocery store the first time and going, who here is going to kill me? Who here has the virus, right?
In San Francisco, it was kind of crazy also. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't know if you guys saw what happened in San Francisco, where like the entire sky went dark. I don't know if you guys remember that or saw that. I could show you guys pictures. It was pretty wild day, where like literally, because what was happening in California too, there were forest fires happening. So all the dust particles were blocking the sun. So it looked like it was a fucking apocalyptic nightmare.
Was it like super red or something like that?
Do you want to see it real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jeremy.
I feel like I remember
it was
seeing
crazy. Dude, I woke up because I lived in San Francisco at the time, and I was like, what time is it right now? It's 10 a.m. and it's dark outside. It was one of the images. I'm gonna find it. Like
while you're looking that up, allow me to continue.
Sorry, keep going.
So, with the way that Trump acted, like people try to put a lot of blame on Trump that he didn't handle the virus, the outbreak correctly, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember seeing these.
Isn't this nuts?
I think I saw Lonza, or you maybe share this. I don't remember.
I might have.
Sorry,
I know you.
I don't.
Yeah, somebody
Probably
else.
not. I think this was happening. I think sub 2 wasn't a thing when this happened, but
Yeah.
I was just starting in real estate. But keep
Yeah.
going. Sorry,
So
Jeremy.
anyway, if we remember, Trump took a lot of flack during the elections because of the way that he handled COVID, right? Because he wasn't able to, get enough resources to certain cities and stuff like that, even though he was trying to get.
Real quickly, guys, just so you know, look at these numbers on Pennsylvania. Show all states.
What's the actual vote?
93%.
Yeah, that's bad. That's like 250,000. Yeah, that's looking bad. If he wins Pennsylvania, I think that's game. Literally,
That is game.
That's
Game.
19 plus 247.
Well, it's almost game.
That would make a game at that point.
Yeah,
it's
yeah. Then that would make a game. Alaska would put it over the top.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so as I was saying, during the elections of 2020, Trump took a lot of flack, right? If you remember, that was one of the fights. And they're like, oh, you didn't act fast enough, and blah 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 blah, right? Moving away from Trump and the way that he handled the outbreak originally with it's coming from China, that was a joke for everybody. He called it the China virus, and that was a whole.
Kung flu was
yeah.
Also objectively hilarious. But keep going.
But if you remember, that was all an attack on him. That oh, you're racist. You're blaming the Chinese, when in fact it was a China virus. It was manufactured and blah 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 blah. But going to Biden and Harris now, and I say we as in meaning more of the Republicans, we saw the mental degradation of Biden so early on.
We were talking about this earlier.
What's that?
We were legit talking about this earlier. Jonah said it wasn't that obvious. I'm like, bro, it was.
Bro, it was so obvious. We had been saying it for so long, for years, that Biden was not mentally there. And you have to imagine, if all we're seeing are little clips of little videos from news agencies, can you imagine being Kamala, being in the White House with him? You're going to go, you're old, man. You're done. We need to fix this problem. But they never did. They just kept pushing it under the rug, saying, oh, no, he's fine. No, he's fine. That right there is saying that she's lying to the people, that whole office was lying to the people, when we should have been represented better by having a mentally cognizant president that was there to protect our country. And so because of that, going back to it again, with you're saying that Trump is a threat to the democracy, I see the past 4 years as a massive manipulation play on the U.S. people that I just cannot accept. And that's where, and by the way, in no way am I saying that when Trump was in office, there was no manipulation. There always will be some level of cognizant
Cognizant is a word. I don't know what these ones are.
That's what he said, and I didn't want to interrupt again with my grammar Nazism.
Shut up, bro! Can you Jeremy, keep going, dude. I'm the only one who respects you here. What the fuck?
Fuck off this.
Cognizant, bro. It's cognizant.
It's cognizant. Cognizant is a word. But what? Dude, just keep talking. Everyone understands you.
You know what I hate? It's cognitive. It's cognitive, but it's cognizant.
That's also those are both different words.
So
okay.
It comes from the same root.
I need y'all to know this is how I was raised. This was the childhood I had. So it's hard for me to not do it. It's a reaction. I apologize.
Cognitive and cognizant come from the same root word.
Jeremy,
anyway,
you're 100% right. Keep going. I am so uninterested in talking about the way you're saying a word. Keep going.
Anyway, thank you. This is
I'm
why
completely on your side on this. Keanu's being just such an who gives a shit? I know exactly what you're saying. The point of language is to communicate. Who cares?
Yeah, because brain no work. But anyway, my whole thing is that going back to it, Trump has been suppressed. He has been pressed by the government. He's been pressed by the judicial system. Make sure I'm saying it correctly.
Dude, you're making him second guess everything. You're good, dude.
I'm going.
99% of your words are fine. Don't listen to Quijano or whatever you say.
Talk slower now. Anyway,
jujitsu system.
Jujitsu system.
Get the fuck out of him. Keep going. Come on. Let's not get derailed there.
To finish what I was saying is that one reason that I voted for Trump and I could not vote for Harris
was because of the way that Harris and that administration has been controlling the people for the past 4 years. I do not like the way you say that Trump, for the whole electoral thing, like emotionally you can't be there. That was one event. And I see the past 4 years as multiple events controlling the people. And you say, how many people did the vaccine save? How many lives did COVID destroy by people losing their jobs, by careers changing, by people being, so much more effect happened because of COVID, not because of the vaccine, and not because of COVID getting people sick, but the way that the government controlled it. And that, to me, I go, I can't support that. I can't vote for that at all. Just seeing the way that there was so much dishonesty. And that's why, again, Trump won.
Wait, why do you not blame Trump at all for that? Trump was president for most of the lockdowns. Like most of the lockdowns in most states were starting to end by when Biden became president. I'm pretty sure it was because Trump was president. It arrived in America like the beginning of, I think, April 2020. I think that's when the world shut down, right?
Yeah.
San Francisco, I'm almost positive San Francisco is like the most liberal one. I'm 95% sure it opened up mid 2021. Let me double check that, but I'm almost positive that's when like it started opening up. So most of it was under Trump.
What I'm saying is with the lockdowns, when Trump was in office, I cannot blame Trump for that. And reason I say that is because this was a global pandemic outbreak and he's reacting based off of officials telling him what needs to be done. Right. But once the difference is that there was information that was not available to Trump in the beginning. But once information started coming in when Biden took office, that was manipulated heavily to control the people. Again, going back to the riots and all that kind of stuff, like when information begins to become available in a scientific mindset, when information becomes available, you have to be able to pivot your theory if something conflicts with your original theory. You have to be able to change that hypothesis. Trump was out of the office by that point. Now Biden is in office, and now we see more information coming in that require us to shift around the theory of, is COVID really as bad as it is? And they, instead of them going, you know what, guys, let's actually relax on this. Instead, they doubled down on it. You know, like what was it? And this was during what was the 5 days to stop the spread? What was it again? 2 weeks to stop the spread?
I don't remember this.
So I'm just saying, okay. I don't blame Trump in the beginning because of the lockdowns. I blame the way that Biden and Harris handled it after the fact. I don't think we recovered fast enough from it. I think that they were pushing that issue. And again, a lot of the government controlled it. But that being said, I'm done. I'm tired.
I'm also tired, Keanu. I feel like I don't think we're going to get the end of this election, right? You know, we went through a lot of issues, talked about a lot of different things. It looks like Trump's going to be president again.
I don't like the somber tone in your voice when you say that, bro. Like,
well, I'm not happy about it. I also think, dude, also like we can talk. I mean, there's many things. The threat to democracy is, look, I don't think the democracy is dead. What makes me, I'm going to end this on a positive note, right? I'm going to find the silver lining for me in this, at least with you guys, right? What I am happy about is the fact that you guys actually do care about the democracy. Like, I honestly hope that most Trump people, if Trump tries, like, and I don't think he will, but like, let's say he did try to go for a third term, I think even potentially conservatives would be like, no, you can't do that. That's fucking illegal. Right. And I will end with the silver lining that it is good to see that you guys, I think you guys honestly do care about the democracy. I think you guys are wrong. I think you're putting it in the hands of someone who could potentially threaten it. But I'll end with that silver lining that it makes me feel good that you guys I feel like maybe there's a shot that like if Trump tried to do something, you guys would call him out if it was really, really bad. So I'm hoping that gives me some hope.
Here's the thing.
He's some people's idol.
Some people's idol, but yeah,
a lot of people treat him like the king of everything.
But those are the people that need to be super fans, right? Those are the people that will scream over Taylor Swift, right? Like
That's who those people are. For us, let's be honest, tonight was waiting for the results of an STD test, right? Like, that's all it was.
That was. I was not looking forward to this election because I thought Trump was going to win anyways. I had a feeling.
I knew it. What did I say, Daniel, in the last episode I was on? That I said I guarantee you he's going to win. What was that? What I said?
Something like that. Honestly, I didn't know. Right, and obviously it's not done yet. We still don't necessarily know what's going to happen. Right,
it would be pretty nuts if she won this, because I would say, you know what? I'll call it right now. If they win it, this is where they got in the illegal immigrant vote. Right here.
Yeah.
Right at this moment, dude. If she
Let's
got
go.
somehow
You guys
pulled
heard
it
it.
off,
You
heard it
guys heard
live.
it.
And
Clip
next
it.
week, if next week Kamala's president and then we clip that, I'm like, well, you know
Yeah.
what? I am that guy. It was the illegal immigrants. I can't be. Again, it has to be at that point.
I'm going to be honest,
If
man.
you
Like,
notice, real quick, Dan, if you notice, a lot of the states up in the Northeast, they haven't all been collected yet because they have to wait for the immigrants to be able to come from the Mexican border.
I love it.
And they have to get up there, right?
Get
So-
up there. Yeah, that's it.
they're still on their way. Now, here's my honest.
So I want to
like,
end it with that serious silver lining. At least I wanted the positive out of this. It's like I think you guys actually would. I think there's a chance that I think it's likely that you guys would call out Trump if he actually tried. If he did
100%,
something
like-
so obvious and not as convoluted as like an elector scheme, where it's like. Anyways, I'll stop talking.
Like I said in my story on Instagram, I do not like Trump as a person. I think he's a fucking douchebag, but I think he's a really great CEO. I think he's a great business person and an economist. And because of that, that's why I'm supporting him. If there was another Republican that, like, I probably would have voted for DeSantis more than Trump. If DeSantis,
yeah.
you know, like my whole thing is that what I'm most amazed by in our government, in our country, is that these are the best people we get to vote for. And I go, how? That's the most broken part of this government that I can't
I don't know.
understand.
I feel like Keanu is probably thinking Trump is probably one of the best choices we've ever had. I don't think.
No,
I don't think Keanu.
I actually think that's the point, right? I think you guys bring up 2 points, and whether Jeremy realizes it or not, we've actually had this conversation beforehand, right? But about a different topic. When I was originally just learning how to do researching different things about faith and religion and history and all this stuff, right? I told you, Jonah, I had to learn how to one of the root questions I always had to ask myself, because when you're conveying weird information, it's very difficult when you have information. No, Pennsylvania did not just call it, bro. Not officially. Where did you see Pennsylvania call it? Because it's not on the Associated Press one. So where did you see it?
The people are just he'll put in a link.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. So when I got to the point of whittling down information, Jonah, what you realize, this is where I think it's a little difficult for you, more difficult for you than it is for me, because I got decades of researching information that is not completely thorough, right? What do I mean? Are you with me?
I'm watching. I'm listening.
Okay. So when you're looking about historical facts on faith and history and religions, by definition, there's just a lot of information that's not out there. We're talking about documents that are by definition partial. You have to get comfortable piecing together pieces of information and extracting what narrative is attempting to be sold by that. We're not comfortable with doing that now because we want a full, clear answer. Give it to me and make it clear. Okay, that's everything. It makes sense. I'm more comfortable drawing conclusions with limited information than maybe you are. What's my point? When I got my point to the point of whittling down a lot of information, getting past my emotions, getting past confirmation bias, what I usually found myself having to do is ask the question is why? That would have to be my question. When I don't know which direction to go, I would have to ask myself, well, what would be the motivation of each? And a lot of times, finding the motivation gave me the answer. So then this brings me back to everything you guys have talked about tonight. And I think this is the question I would actually challenge anybody that's listening tonight to take a minute and think about. Maybe take more than a minute and think about. We just talked about COVID vaccines and all the stuff associated with it. Right? Why? Right? The fact that they overwhelmingly pushed this thing on us. The fact that you had governors and senior political figures in cities sitting there with fries and hamburgers saying, you guys should take this. Oh, look at this. You get this burger and you fry. It's the most suspect thing I've ever seen in my life. That is cringy and suspect at the exact same time, that a political leader is manipulating their people with fries and a hamburger to make them take a vaccine. Some cities were giving away bags of weed. Like, at some point, when do you realize that this is a van in the neighborhood that says free candy on the side? Like, don't go to the van, right? The question that I need to ask myself is why? Okay, now let's talk about this. You guys just said this. We're in a country with, what is it, 400 million? We're probably not far from 400 million people in the country. How, like, I don't know what the official number is. Let's call it
360 million, I think.
Okay,
355
right?
or 360.
All right, so let's call it 350. We got 350 million people in this country.
Pennsylvania just called it, Josh.
He said that by a little
That's
bit
what
ago.
he said, but we haven't seen it yet. Like, this hasn't updated, so we don't know.
Yeah. New York Times haven't updated either.
Yeah, so we'll see. It should be, I mean,
Just-
within
It's
15.
looking bad for me.
It's looking great for us.
Now, here's the question, right? You got Jeremy. You make a fantastic point, and I believe I've asked the same question here at some point. We got a lot of really capable people. Let's say we just have 100 million adults in this country who are above the age of 35, which I believe is a legal requirement to run for president.
No,
It
I
is.
think it's like 55.
No,
I thought I think
35.
it's
35.
30.
35.
35.
Yeah. So when we go through all of this, okay, fantastic. We got 100 million people in here that that are above the age of 35. Let's just call it 50 million people, right? Let's call it 10 million people. Are you going to tell me, out of all of these people, we don't have a line of intelligent, capable, qualified people with good ideas? Jonah, you've presented good ideas here. I would argue.
Say one of my good ideas.
No.
Say a single idea you think of mine that's good.
I tell you, good idea.
I'm sorry. Keep going. You're doing a positive speech, but I just like that had to come out a little bit. It's like, I don't think you think I have any good ideas, but okay.
When you consider thinking about voting for Trump for 5 minutes.
Thank you for that one good idea.
Trump
All right, keep going.
to win the White House. Just got to update on my.
He's gonna win, dude. Like, it's very like, even if you look at Pennsylvania, it's
pretty aggressive.
It's 91% reporting with like, what is it?
200,000
extra votes.
220, 224.
220. Like, he's gonna
New York
win.
Times
Like,
is now putting Trump at New York Times at 95% chance, greather than 95%.
It's
chance.
basically over, but it's
Honestly,
more or
this
less
could
over.
go within the next 15 minutes, at least Pennsylvania, which I think at that point. So I'll say this, bro. I think all of us, like, I would argue, and I'm going to say this respectfully. Not knowing Kamala Harris as a person, but listening to her speak, I have more respect in either one of y'all's ability to run this country than I do Kamala Harris. I'm sorry, I do. I just do. Her track record for me is an indictment against her, not a positive spin against her. The things that she's done to people is miserable. She's, for me, demonstrated herself to be a horrible human being. That doesn't mention the scary videos about the things she did to families because she could. Admittedly, she said, I did it because I could. Caused families to lose their houses, caused families to lose their jobs. And why? Because she could. She admitted this. This is not a clip. This is not a soundbite. This is her explaining why she did it and because she could. So what's my point? Why is this our only option, right? So when I ask this question and we really get down to the nitty gritty, this is the thing that I really ask myself. And I really challenge people to really ask, because there's a lot of, we could go into about all, even just the other Tulsi Gabbards of the world, right? Who are capable people who are already in the political space. Vivek, I think that guy's overwhelmingly capable, intelligent dude. You know what I mean? But let's put all the names away. Why? What logical reason can we present that says they needed to go that far out of their way to offer fries and bags of weed to get a vaccine that we now know was not tested and was not safe? They knew it. They knew it in advance because there were already people.
You know what's the most bullshit thing?
I
What?
took the vaccine and didn't get a bag of weed. So I feel like such a fucking asshole. Like, what the fuck? Oh, why didn't I get a bag of weed for taking the vaccine?
Imagine not getting the free weed.
Imagine not getting the free weed and taking the vaccine and getting a heart defect. What a piece of shit! What a sucker I am. I didn't even see these free fries. Anyway, whatever. All right.
That's like
I don't know if I'm completely derailing your point, but
now but that's the summary of my point. My question is why, guys? Why of all of the people? What, babe? Nah, that's not official yet. Where is he giving a speech? Where? Can you send me the link?
Of course he's giving a speech, dude. He's basically won. So he's just gonna call it.
Relax, bro. We can watch that. We can end it after we watch him talk. Here's my point, bro. Like, my point is for everybody, guys. Like, at what point do we ask ourselves why? I think that's a really, really good question. Why are these our only options? Why, of all the people that are capable on this planet, do we not get other choices? Why do the things that play out in this country play out the way they are? Why is in the world's freest nation, supposedly on the planet, we have the largest epidemic of human child sex trafficking? And why does nobody talk about this? Why is this stuff not on the front pages of the news? Why did 300,000 kids go missing from the border? Why are there public hearings of people who were responsible for watching those kids on the record saying, I knew they were being put into child labor camps? They were overseeing them from America and knew they were getting put in child labor camps. This is on the record in government hearings. All of this stuff is happening. Why is this a thing? And I think that if you actually search for the answer of why, you would be scared at what you find. Because I think the answer is out there. I think the answer is there. I think if we're willing to accept it, we'll realize that it's right there in our face and it has been all along. And I think it begins to paint a completely different picture of everything. And it's a picture that we should really, really be concerned about. That for me drives my vote more than anything else.
I'm going to finish with one last thing. Jonah, one reason you should have voted for Trump is the release of the Kennedy files.
Bars.
What are the Kennedy files? I don't even know what those are. Oh, you mean like what happened when he got shot?
Yeah.
Like who actually assassinated him?
Trump has said that if he takes office, he's going to be releasing the Kennedy files and the what were the other files he wanted to release? No, another conspiracy one, but
aliens, I think.
I'm down for it.
Yeah.
Look, it is what it is, and yeah.
Anyway, all right. I'm gonna go celebrate.
I want to end this. I'm tired as fuck.
You don't want to watch the Trump piece? He's literally about to get up and talk.
No, dude, I'm too tired.
I'm gonna go lay down in bed. I'm
way too tired.
Lather myself up in oil, and I'm just gonna go celebrate while he speaks.
What kind of oil? Baby oil?
Baby. Duh. Every good fucking guy knows you use baby oil.
Interesting.
Okay. I'm going to end this with one last positive thing because, Keanu, I'm also incredibly tired. I want to end this live stream. I don't want to watch Trump speak. I want to take a shower and go to bed. America is the greatest nation on earth. It will survive all trials and tribulations. And I hope you guys are actually right. And he makes America even better than it already is. I think it's great. I don't know why you guys are saying it's not great. I think it's the greatest country on earth. I truly actually wish the best for him because I want the best for America. And I'm going to end it with that.
He's going to make it greater again. By the way, Thailand's the best country on earth.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Keanu? Let's end it.
Nah, guys, I appreciate you hanging out for 6 hours.
Yeah, it
was 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds. That was a lot. We'll do another 50 seconds. So it's
appreciate you, Josh. I don't get much love in the chat, so I appreciate it.
No, you get love. We love you. Even it's just like we also feel bad for you, so we want to get you like a helmet.
Fuck you, dude. I don't need your pity fucking love. If it's that type of love, go fuck yourself, bro. Like honestly, say your last words and let's end this shit. I'm good.
I don't know. I am not comfortable. I have not heard the proverbial heavyset lady sing, so I'm not saying it's done yet, but it looks like we're going in a good direction.
It's basically over.
For me, I think that this is what I said before, right? Like I think America has amazing things about it. I think that we are all of us, regardless of who wins this presidency, I think this is a sign of a couple things. One, the fact that people can still think for themselves. This, for me, is a sign that people have not completely lost their ability to think for themselves. That for me is one of the biggest wins here. At the end of the day, Donald Trump does not know most of us. Kamala Harris does not know most of us. We are responsible for waking up every single day and making the most out of our lives, becoming better by the time we go to sleep than the person we woke up as. So I agree with you, Jonah. Regardless of who's in office, that's still our responsibility. That's still something we have the choice to do. So my hope is that every single one of us, regardless of what they hoped happened in this election, look at it from that perspective and they choose to be the best version of themselves every day. My hope is that anybody who comes in contact with me, whether it's this podcast, any of the other work that I do, communities, or any of this stuff, my hope is that I play my part in helping you accomplish that. And from what I know about Jonah and from what I know about Jeremy, you guys have that exact same goal. This is why I love y'all. This is why I stay in contact with y'all, because I appreciate that we're all here to just make an impact and make the world better because we were here. And I hope that all of you guys feel the impacts of that and go and do likewise. So that being said, that's all I got.
Hey guys, my server's going live next week, so can't wait to see you guys there.
Yeah, you guys got to come out. We got to talk about that again. Yeah, I'm excited. Guys, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. 2024
Peace.
in the books. Profit and Paradox. See y'all next time. We out.
Peace out.
Peace.
Bye.